Chapter 1669. The Kuei-Wood Wolf looked at the Dingguang Joyous Buddha with a strange gaze. He was an old acquaintance of the long-eared Dingguang Immortal, who was now the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. If it was the long-eared fixed light immortal from the ancient era, the Kuei-Wood Wolf definitely wouldn't mind. However, the Wood Wolf of Kuei had no choice but to pay attention to the path that the long-eared Dingguang Immortal had taken after entering Buddhism in the Middle Era. Although Dingguang Joyous Buddha was in Buddhism, and he was in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, Kuei-Wood Wolf still had some understanding of Dingguang Joyous Buddha's cultivation method. Now that the matter involved 100 flowers, how could the Wood Wolf of Kuei feel happy when it saw the Dingguang Joyous Buddha? He looked at the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, then at the Chiosho Immortal. He couldn't help but suspect that the Astro Mountains, Starry Seas and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were working together to deal with him. Immortal Chiosho straightened his expression and nodded at Kuei-Wood Wolf. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Dingguang Buddha has never done anything wrong." To be fair, when Immortal Chiosho saw the Dingguang Joyous Buddha appear, he also felt a pain in the ass. The Joyous Buddha's reputation in certain aspects was too bad, so it was no wonder that Kuei-Wood Wolf was unhappy. To put it bluntly, it was simply provocative and humiliating, and it seemed as if it was intentionally making things difficult for the Kuei-Wood Wolf. As a great demon of the Astro Mountains, Starry Seas, Immortal Chiosho was dissatisfied with the blessed lands of the White Lotus the moment he saw the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha appeared calm. In reality, the blessed lands of the White Lotus didn't have any other intentions. It was purely because the Dingguang Joyous Buddha happened to be free after the coordination, so he came over. While the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand against the Immortal Court, it wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to retaliate. The blessed lands of the White Lotus could not possibly ask the Buddha, who was currently fighting against the Immortal Court Heavenly Lord, to turn around and expose his back to his opponent. In the end, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha happened to be able to free his hands and come over to help. Immortal Chiosho thought for a while. Although Dingguang Joyous Buddha cultivated a special technique, he should be able to understand the severity of this matter. He would not deliberately provoke the Kuei-Wood Wolf. In fact, the two of them had even more reason to find trouble with the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. The Wood Wolf of Kuei had attained the body of the great sage of the demon clan, and its strength was even stronger than the Dingguang Joyous Buddha who attained the Buddha fruit through the heretic path. The Astro Mountains, Starry Seas' overall strength similarly surpassed the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Even if Dingguang Joyous Buddha really did not have such a thought, it would be suppressed to the point that it would vanish into thin air. Therefore, Immortal Chiosho took the initiative to mediate. The meaning of his words was actually hinting to Kuei-Wood Wolf that Dingguang Joyous Buddha was a smart person and would not act recklessly. Just like how Immortal Chiosho and Kuei-Wood Wolf understood Dingguang Joyous Buddha, Dingguang Joyous Buddha also understood Kuei-Wood Wolf's temper and Immortal Chiosho's temper. Dingguang Joyous Buddha had also heard about the past between Kuei-Wood Wolf and Hundred Blossom Bashfulness. He knew how much Kuei-Wood Wolf valued Hundred Blossom Bashfulness. After enlightening this lady benefactor, "You may bring her back to the Astro Mountains, Starry Sea," Dingguang Joyous Buddha said with a smile. "I believe that my Buddha Maitreya will not object." Heretic warriors were completely tied to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord or the future Buddha. During the war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, heretics could participate in the war depending on the situation. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha was implying that even if Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness joined the blessed lands of the White Lotus, she wouldn't need to participate in the war against the Immortal Court. Of course, this wasn't because of Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness herself. It was purely because the blessed lands of the White Lotus was willing to sell the Kuei-Wood Wolf out as a favor to the demon race. Dingguang Joyous Buddha's words were equivalent to expressing his stance. Under such circumstances, if he were to act recklessly, he wouldn't be selling the Kuei-Wood Wolf out as a favor. Instead, he would be provoking the demon race. Dingguang Joyous Buddha was aware of the severity of the situation. Hearing his words, Kuei-Wood Wolf's expression calmed down and nodded silently. He opened his palm and a clump of light appeared. It was independent of the heavens and earth, and Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness reincarnated blue-clothed woman resided within. Dingguang Joyous Buddha received the clump of light and sat in the lotus position. The Buddha radiance around his body became increasingly dazzling and denser. The Buddha radiance imbued with faith power landed within the clump of light in his hand and enveloped Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness. As if sensing an ominous sign, the Immortal Court heretic treasured light imbued with faith power within Hundred Blossoms Bashfulness body started flickering even more intensely, resisting the Buddha radiance. However, compared to a grand heavenly realm Buddha, 100 Blossoms bashfulness current leakless true immortal realm cultivation was obviously insufficient. The treasured light imbued within her body couldn't even retaliate, and was immediately suppressed by Dingguang Joyous Buddha. Under the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's Buddha radiance imbued with faith power, the treasured light imbued within 100 Blossoms bashfulness body started retreating. However, the radiance didn't disappear. Instead, its appearance gradually changed. The heavenly music gradually weakened, while the chanting of Buddhism gradually became louder. The blue-clothed woman's face was filled with resistance. She continuously chanted the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. However, her gaze slowly turned blank. Dingguang Joyous Buddha's appearance was solemn, and his expression was solemn. He chanted the Buddha's name, Namo Maitreya Buddha. In the blue-clothed woman's heart, the Maitreya Buddha's name started suppressing the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The Kuei Wood Wolf and Chiu Shou Immortal stood by the side and watched the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's Buddha radiance revolving around his body in silence. From afar, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone concealed his aura and didn't approach. He looked at the dazzling Buddha radiance imbued with faith power from afar. Due to the distance being too far, and to avoid attracting the attention of demon race great sages like the Kuei Wood Wolf and Chiu Shou Immortal, Yen Zhaoge didn't act recklessly. As such, he couldn't see the situation clearly. However, after seeing the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha radiance, he already knew what was going on. They found a Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus and tried to forcefully illuminate the 100 Blossoms bashfulness, causing her to switch her allegiance to the blessed lands of the White Lotus and become a heretic of Buddhism? Yen Zhaoge stroked his chin. As he was pondering, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards another direction. There, the faraway void suddenly opened up, and numerous green lotuses approached. Other than the green lotuses, streams of light flickered. The Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Quartz people. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows slightly and turned his head to look at the Kuei Wood Wolf and the others. The treasured light imbued with faith power from the 100 Blossoms bashfulness body that hadn't been cleansed yet was still guiding the direction of the Immortal Quartz top-notch experts to a certain extent. The Kuei Wood Wolf was enraged by the sudden arrival of the pursuers. However, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's illumination of the 100 Blossoms bashfulness was at a crucial moment, and he couldn't move at all. The Kuei Wood Wolf could only move forward and obstruct the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Quartz people from approaching. The Chiu Shou Immortal's expression was filled with dissatisfaction as well. However, he still went forward together with the Kuei Wood Wolf. Of course, they didn't forget to summon the nearby great demons. Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone silently approached. However, he wasn't in the mood to fight against the Western Pure Lands Buddhas. Instead, he was thinking about whether he could obtain any benefits from the 100 Blossoms bashfulness. Looking at the layers of Buddha radiance imbued with faith power, Yen Zhaoge was contemplating. Suddenly he realized that something was amiss. The layers of Buddhist light actually showed signs of instability at this moment. Chapter 1670. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha was furious as well. Enlightening Shyness 100 Blossoms wasn't difficult at all. After all, the disparity between their cultivation realms was obvious. However, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Quartz people had arrived. Since the Kuei Wood Wolf and Chiu Shou Immortal were there to handle the situation, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha could just continue with his own matters. Who would have thought that the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks? It just so happened that such a small matter had to go wrong now. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha was shocked to discover that the blue-clothed lady that he had enlightened had undergone a new transformation. The Immortal Quartz treasured light imbued with faith power that was gradually dimming had actually regained its original state. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha's heart trembled. He increased his strength and suppressed the treasured light imbued with faith power, turning it back into his own Buddha light imbued with faith power. Yet, as if fortune had arrived at its zenith, the treasured light imbued with faith power suddenly brightened once again, causing the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's previous efforts to go to waste. She did not devour his Buddha light to strengthen herself. Instead, it was more like a cycle. Every time it reached its end, it would start anew. Such a situation immediately attracted the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's attention. To him, it was even more stimulating than the Kuei Wood Wolf and Shyness 100 Blossoms. Could it be that my central blessed lands of Saha is unable to enlighten the Immortal Quartz people? The Dingguang Joyous Buddha's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If this question was true, the impact it would bring would far surpass the Immortal Court gaining a few grand heavenly immortals. As a higher-up expert of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha was naturally extremely concerned about this. While it was unexpected, he also felt that it was unimaginable. Currently, the two heretic lineages were waging war against each other, and the war had lasted for a certain period of time. The blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand in attacking the Immortal Court's territory. Amidst the conflict, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had also gained some benefits. The martial art practitioners and mortals that were enlightened did not experience anything like the current Shyness 100 Blossom situation. However, those who were enlightened previously had a rather low cultivation. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha muttered to himself, "Only those who have pushed open the immortal door would behave like this?" He no longer cared about the Kuei-Wood Wolf's thoughts as he started seriously inspecting the blue-clothed lady. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha did not have the time to care about the Kuei-Wood Wolf's thoughts. After a short while, Dingguang Joyous Buddha discovered something. What is this? At this moment, in the sight of the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, there was an item hidden in the Naiwan Palace between the eyebrows of the 100 flowers. Upon closer inspection, it was a piece of dead wood. When shyly 100 flowers' faith-imbued precious light dimmed to a certain limit, this branch would once again sprout, like a withered tree coming back to life. Following the transformation of the tree branch, bashful 100 blossoms treasured light imbued with faith power returned to its previous level, neutralizing the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's illumination method of transforming treasured light into Buddhist light. So it's the Huanyang wood. How ingenious. Seeing this, Dingguang Joyous Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. But as long as we know the details, there's nothing to be afraid of. We can easily break it. He immediately broke the withered branches hidden in the Hyakuhana Shurikamaru. With his level, breaking the withered branches was not difficult at all. On the contrary, breaking the withered branches without harming the 100 flowers' shyness divine soul was more of a test of his skills, but it was not difficult. However, right after the Dingguang Joyous Buddha broke the withered tree branch, the broken branch suddenly emitted an unprecedentedly exuberant light. As the treasured light imbued with faith power engulfed bashful 100 blossoms and energized her, it also engulfed Dingguang Joyous Buddha. In Dingguang Joyous Buddha's shock, he vaguely saw a white jade door within the treasure light. "I've been tricked." Dingguang Joyous Buddha quickly reacted. Generally speaking, even the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Gautama Buddha could not forcibly illuminate a pinnacle Grand Luo, not even a heretic Grand Luo. And yet, Dingguang Joyous Buddha was opening the door to a thief to a certain extent, giving the immeasurable Heavenly Lord a chance. There's something else hidden within the Huanyang wood. Guanyuan dust? No wonder. He wouldn't have succeeded otherwise. Dingguang Joyous Buddha was a little flustered. Isn't that thing extinct long ago? Why does the immeasurable Heavenly Lord still have it? If not for the fact that Guanyuan dust was widely acknowledged to be extinct, there would have been countless similar tra still. It was precisely because of this that Dingguang Joyous Buddha was careless and fell for it. He barely managed to maintain himself, chanting the name of the Maitreya Buddha to prevent the immeasurable Heavenly Lord from succeeding. While he had defected to the heretics, Dingguang Joyous Buddha was still a Grand Luo. He resisted with all his might and fell into a stalemate. However, Dingguang Joyous Buddha's expression was extremely ugly. Currently, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord wanted to illuminate him, which was why he could barely resist. However, once the immeasurable Heavenly Lord lost his patience, he could directly kill Dingguang Joyous Buddha in his current state. Even the Maitreya Buddha would not be able to protect him. As he thought of this, Dingguang Joyous Buddha looked at the blue-clothed lady again, revealing a ferocious gaze. In terms of inner thoughts, it wasn't just the Kuei-Wood Wolf who disliked Dingguang Joyous Buddha. Dingguang Joyous Buddha disliked the Kuei-Wood Wolf even more. During the ancient era, he was a Grand Luo realm long-eared Dingguang Joyous Immortal, while his opponent was merely a Grand Virtual Immortal. During the Middle Era, he joined Buddhism and became the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. As the Middle Era ended and he entered this era, the central blessed lands of Saha was in chaos. Buddhism could barely fend for itself, and he was heavily injured by the prime clear bigwigs, causing him to fall from the grand heavenly realm. This fall left him with a deep wound, and Dingguang Joyous Buddha could no longer rely on himself to survive the origin heavenly tribulation. In the end, he was left with no choice but to join the blessed lands of the White Lotus, becoming a heretic and achieving Buddhist enlightenment once more. However, compared to the past, the present was still not as good as the past. As for the Kuei-Wood Wolf, who had suffered a tribulation and entered the Investiture God Board, he had left the Investiture God Board after the Great Calamity. Now he didn't even walk on the heretic path and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Comparing the two, how could Dingguang Joyous Buddha feel at ease? Only times had changed. No matter if he was willing or not, the Kuei-Wood Wolf had surpassed him, and the Astro Mountain Starry Sea had surpassed the blessed lands of the White Lotus. As such, Dingguang Joyous Buddha quickly adjusted his mentality and cooperated with the Kuei-Wood Wolf and the Horned Head Immortal. In the end, seeing that he was about to suffer a calamity, Dingguang Joyous Buddha instantly had evil thoughts. If he killed Hundred Blossom Shyness, he could sever the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's illumination and escape from his current predicament. At the same time, he could also ensure his own safety, and he wouldn't be killed by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord after he became impatient. Even if he offended the Kuei-Wood Wolf, the future Buddha would settle the lawsuit with the Eastern Monarch Tai. He wouldn't have to sacrifice his life for Hundred Blossom Shyness. This woman has yet to lose her primordial Een. I might as well go all the way. As his evil thoughts rose, Dingguang Joyous Buddha's previous apprehensions were all gone. Since he could push the blame to the immortal court and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, he could just destroy the corpse and get rid of the evidence. Chapter 1671. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha revealed an ominous glint in his eyes. He looked into the distance. There, the Kuei-Wood Wolf, Chiao Shou Immortal, and other great demons were fighting against the Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bantis. While they were obstructing the Buddhist bigwigs, weren't they being held back by the Buddhist bigwigs as well? The Dingguang Joyous Buddha's Buddha light flickered unstably. The Kuei-Wood Wolf, who was worried about Hundred Flowers blushing, immediately noticed it. Although he didn't know the exact situation, the Kuei-Wood Wolf was also worried. However, with the Buddhist Bantis holding him back, the Kuei-Wood Wolf couldn't break through the encirclement and return. Seeing this, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's final worry disappeared. He immediately turned around and looked at the blue-clothed woman. On the other side, a silhouette suddenly appeared by the void. It was faintly discernible, seemingly existing yet not. That silhouette quietly approached the flickering Buddha light. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone appeared and obstructed the silhouette. Yen Zhaoge looked over and saw a Taoist wearing a crimson robe. His face was blue, and his hair resembled cinnabar. 3 eyes were opened wide on his forehead, and he was riding on a golden-eyed camel. This Taoist held a sword and had 3 heads and 6 arms. His appearance was similar to the Grand Sui Heavenly Lord, Yin Jiao. After seeing his appearance, Yen Zhaoge came to a realization. So it's the pestilence demon, vast Heavenly Emperor. I've long heard of you. That Taoist's name was Lu Yu. During the ancient era he was a bigwig of the prime clear lineage. He established his own residence on the 9 Dragons Island, and his name was rather resounding. He possessed various treasures such as the tangible heavenly seal, the plague bell, the fixed plague banner, the plague finger sword, and many others. His strange divine abilities were sharp, and he had made a name for himself during the ancient era. During the investiture of the gods' battle, Lu Yu suffered a calamity and entered the investiture god board. He entered the heavenly court's divine palace and became the lord of the pestilence demon, vast heavenly emperor. During the great calamity, he left the investiture god board. After the immortal court was established, Lu Yu and the smallpox division's righteous god, Yu Hualong, entered the immortal court. He was one of the immortal court's first cornerstones. Currently he was the immortal court heretic's oldest grand heavenly immortal. He had experienced many battles against the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and his achievements were outstanding. Yen Zhaoge was a little surprised to see him here. After all, the immortal court was currently facing immense pressure from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The blessed lands of the White Lotus had the spare time to send the Dingguang Joyous Buddha over. If the immortal court wanted to send Lu Yu over, it would be much more difficult. After all, they were the ones at a disadvantage. At this moment, not only did he not take the opportunity to reverse the situation, but he also divided his forces. Lu Yu personally came here. It could be seen that someone had been planning this for a long time. This person was most likely Lu Yu. However, being blocked by Yen Zhaoge, Lu Yu's face that was suffused with a blue light now had an ugly expression on it. Currently, the North Ocean clone did not transform into his demonic form. Instead, he displayed his original appearance. While he was not as famous as Yen Zhaoge himself, his appearance was widely known. Seeing the Northern Ocean clone's appearance, Lu Yu naturally recognized him. Seeing Yen Zhaoge's clone, Lu Yu knew that things were bad. However, with the arrow already knocked on the bowstring, he had no choice but to release it. He jumped down from the golden-eyed camel beneath him and commanded it to spit out thunder fire in an attempt to block Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone. Meanwhile, Lu Yu continued rushing towards the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and the 100 Blossom Shyness. However, the golden-eyed camel was completely unable to block the North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone bowed slightly, and the demon monkey tattoo on his right shoulder radiated with golden radiances. In an instant, it manifested into a gigantic demon monkey. The golden body of the great sage was in the grand virtual realm. However, it still retained many miraculous aspects, especially the true great sage equaling heavens, who was proficient in shifting techniques. Although it was hard for him to be omnipresent like a grand heavenly immortal, when facing against a grand heavenly realm opponent, he would be able to counteract many of the miraculous aspects of a grand heavenly realm opponent. The demon monkey's body shook, causing Lu Yu to be unable to shake him off. Lu Yu snorted coldly. He raised one of his 6 arms, which held a long banner, and waved it towards the golden body of the great sage. The golden body of the great sage formed by the North Ocean clone paused for a moment. As if a person was sick, a strong sense of weakness attacked the golden body of the great sage. It corroded his body, weakened his strength, and slowed down his movements. The sense of weakness was not strong at first. However, it continued to accumulate and gradually became significant. In the end, it became a situation where it was difficult to turn back. When the wave of weakness erupted, it would be completely incurable. This accumulation was not only in terms of degree, but the speed of accumulation was also increasing. The momentum was getting stronger and stronger. In the past, Lu Yu relied on this demonic divine ability to dominate everywhere. He rarely met a worthy opponent in the same realm. Even if his opponents were stronger than him, they would still be defeated by him in the end if he avoided them and continuously weakened them. It was difficult for a grand virtual immortal to harm a grand heavenly immortal with their celestial essence. However, Lu Yu's plague erosion could corrode many grand heavenly immortal experts. Although it could not break through the Yuan-Tian realm and could not cause real damage, it could cause weakness to a certain extent and affect grand heavenly immortal experts. Such a strange and domineering divine ability was rare and could be considered as a legend. Being able to become the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Plague Division's Lord, Golden Spirit Divine Mother, and Thunder Division's Lord, Wenzhong, Lu Yu naturally had astonishing skills. Unfortunately, he was still a heretic grand heavenly immortal. He couldn't compare to Orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortal of the same realm. Yet, his opponent was one of the strongest existences in the same realm. Even without the earthly essence stone support, even if he was only in the grand virtual realm, the monkey's physique was already strong enough to defeat countless opponents. The stronger the physique, the better it would be against Lu Yu's plague. To a certain extent, it could be considered as his nemesis. Lu Yu had already passed the origin heavenly tribulation, and he was still a grand heavenly immortal. That was why he could affect Yan Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. If he was still in the grand virtual realm, facing the golden body of the great sage would be the same as facing Yang Jian, who cultivated the 8-9 mysteries art, and Neza, who possessed the treasured lotus celestial body. Even so, Lu Yu's plague had its limits. The monkey widened his eyes, bared his teeth, and roared furiously. His figure shook and all his hair stood on end. His pores were like fountains spewing out blazing, masculine blood qi. In an instant, it was as if countless suns had risen together. Under such blazing blood qi, it forcefully resisted against Lu Yu's plague technique. Upon seeing this, other than waving the localizing plague banner, Lu Yu also unleashed his plague finger sword and other treasures, hoping to get rid of Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone as soon as possible. At that moment, Lu Yu's pupils shrank slightly. Within his vision, within the universe where the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and 100 Blossom Shyness were, a silhouette suddenly appeared. He was even more familiar with this silhouette than the North Ocean clone. Yan Zhaoge himself. No matter what arrangements you've made, I'll thank you first. Yan Zhaoge leisurely ran over to pick up the peaches and waved his hand at Lu Yu. Chapter 1672. When the Kuei-Wood Wolf finally made a move and saved the blue-clothed woman from the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhism martial art practitioners' attacks, Yan Zhaoge, who had been paying attention to it, noticed that the opportunity was about to arrive. The Kuei-Wood Wolf's attention was on 100 Blossom Bashfulness. When this attention finally evolved into actual action, while it was still hard to determine how the situation would develop, with Yan Zhaoge's elimination, the situation would definitely escalate. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to raise his reserve level accordingly. Therefore, as soon as the Kuei-Wood Wolf had robbed the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness, Yan Zhaoge, who had received the North Ocean clone's message, had immediately rushed over here in order to deal with any further changes that might occur at any time. As expected, the Kuei-Wood Wolf and the Qiu-Shou Immortal found the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas to enlighten the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness. However, during the process of enlightening them, a series of unexpected events occurred. First, the experts from the Western Pure Lands caught up to them. Then, an accident happened to the Buddha who purified 100 Blossoms Bashful. Feeling that his chance had arrived, Yen Zhaoge approached as well. In the end, Lu Yu of the Immortal Court appeared. Fortunately, Yen Zhaoge's main body had already arrived. The North Ocean clone went to block Lu Yu's path, while Yen Zhaoge's main body took the chance to go to the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and 100 Flowers Bashfulness. Looking at the Buddha light that flickered unceasingly, Yen Zhaoge didn't hold back at all. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm. As he executed the heaven-opening book, his arm turned into something that looked like an axe, yet wasn't an axe, and it looked like a banner, yet wasn't. His palm split the heavens and earth, directly breaking the Buddhist light. A white lotus appeared in the Buddhist light. On the lotus platform, a golden Buddha was sitting in the lotus position. His two hands were in the shape of an embrace, and between his palms, there was a multicolored hazy ball of air that was faintly being held in his arms. Inside the ball of air, the blue-clothed woman's face was filled with confusion. Her eyes were lifeless and she had lost the will to resist. Although the precious light imbued with the power of faith was shining around her body, and even covered the surface of the Buddha's body, it was unable to obstruct the multicolored hazy mass of air. Dingguang Joyous Buddha? Yen Zhaoge immediately recognized the Buddha's appearance. Looking at the other party's actions again, Yen Zhaoge instantly rolled his eyes. Although he could tell that the Dingguang Joyous Buddha seemed to have run into some trouble in order to purify 100 Flowers blushing. However, looking at the other party's current appearance, it was clear that he was going to use the technique he had learned to pluck the 100 Flowers Bashfulness. This is really... Yen Zhaoge's expression was strange, looking for you to illuminate 100 flowers into the Buddhist heretic Tao, yet in the end, you want to plant a green grassland on the head of the Kuei-wood wolf? Upon seeing Yen Zhaoge's appearance, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha was greatly shocked. Not bothering to reply, he grabbed the 100 Blossoms Shyness with one hand, pushing out with the other towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's vision blurred as the scene before his eyes seemed to have suddenly changed. Orioles sang and swallows danced, and the fragrance of cosmetics drifted in the air. The world in front of him seemed to turn pink, and the chanting of the Buddha disappeared in his ears. Instead, all that was left was the sound of decadent music. The voice wasn't very loud, but it was intertwined and pervasive, drilling into the depths of one's heart. An irrepressible desire arose, causing one's heart to heat up. Yen Zhaoge smiled, still executing the heaven-splitting halberd, immediately breaking apart the pink world before him. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha had a huge headache. Moreover, from the corner of his eyes, he could clearly see a yellow-colored demonic wind getting rid of the green lotus golden lamp's entanglement and rushing towards him. Evidently, the yellow-robed great sage, the Kuei-wood wolf, noticed that something was amiss. He finally got rid of the Western Pure Lands Buddha and hurriedly returned. At this moment, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha became anxious. He stared at Yen Zhaoge, and his expression became extremely solemn. "My Buddha is merciful." The Dingguang Joyous Buddha chanted, and the Buddha radiance on his body became extremely strong. The glaze-like radiance combined with the five-colored chi mass, manifesting another incarnation of the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. As the radiance circulated, an even larger Buddha statue appeared. Only this Buddha statue looked rather strange. Two bodies were hugging each other, facing each other. The Buddha's face was ferocious. His eyes were filled with anger, and the flames of indignation were lingering around him. The woman in his embrace was naked. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous and exquisite. Just by looking at her, one's blood would boil and his heart would burn with anger. However, the woman's expression was clear and solemn. While the two's actions seemed like they were hugging, other than the flames of lust rising, a feeling of emptiness arose within one's heart. Even with Yen Zhaoge's capabilities, his mind was still in a trance, showing signs of wavering. The Buddha and the beauty who were hugging each other turned their bodies towards Yen Zhaoge. Then one of them extended his left hand while the other extended his right hand, and both attacked Yen Zhaoge. One seemed majestic and solemn, yet violent and ferocious. The other seemed to captivate one's soul, yet it was pure and empty. As the laws and principles intertwined, their intents merged, transforming into a torrent, a whirlpool, and a wave wanting to drown Yen Zhaoge within. As expected of someone who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Not only that, he also cultivated in Buddhism, combining the strengths of both. Even if he had fallen into the heretic path, he shouldn't be underestimated. Yan Zhaoge calmed his mind and praised. At the same time, his actions weren't slow either. The splendor of divinity converged above his head, letting out the sound of a bell. The jade clears primordial earlier heaven, 3 scriptures combined into one, displaying the profundities of the primordial chaos and the beginning of the world. Boundless profundities and peerless power manifested together. The chaos opening origin went straight towards the Dingguang joyous Buddha's delightful nature emptiness grand palm seal. Even the red Inferno Dhamma Lord who had attained enlightenment of Buddhism had to focus all his attention towards Yan Zhaoge's attack. How could the Dingguang joyous Buddha, who was currently being disturbed by the treasured light imbued with the faith power of the immortal court, block it? It was as if the opening of the primordial chaos and the beginning of creation were reenacted, shattering the palms of the Buddha and the beauty, shattering their arms, then shattering their bodies. The Vajra's furious gaze and the beauty's graceful figure were all destroyed by Yan Zhaoge's palm, as if this was the true emptiness of all laws. Even with the Dingguang joyous Buddha's full strength, the joyous Vajra avatar was still shattered by Yan Zhaoge's majestic and domineering attack. Yan Zhaoge's palm didn't stop there. It even caused the Buddha to tumble down from the white lotus. Immortal essence couldn't harm a grand heavenly immortal. Although the Dingguang joyous Buddha was in a sorry state, he wasn't injured. It was just that Yan Zhaoge was nearby and the Kuei-wood wolf was far away. Moreover, he was also being disturbed by the treasured light imbued with faith power of the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness's body. Being attacked from both sides, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was filled with despair. Retreat. He grabbed the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness and yelled at Yan Zhaoge. The Dingguang joyous Buddha knew that the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness didn't have any personal conflicts with Yan Zhaoge. However, the reason why Yan Zhaoge came looking for trouble was most likely because of the relationship between the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness and the Kuei-wood wolf. Currently, no matter if he was facing Yan Zhaoge or the Kuei-wood wolf, the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness was his greatest bargaining chip. However, at this moment, a huge drum suddenly appeared beside Yan Zhaoge. He didn't stop. As he walked towards the Dingguang joyous Buddha, he casually struck the drum. As the drum resounded, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was instantly stunned. In the next moment, the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness in his hand fell into Yan Zhaoge's grasp. At the same time, the chaotic origin hammer appeared in Yan Zhaoge's hand. With a strike, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was once again sent rolling on the ground. Chapter 1673. After suffering the chaotic origin hammer's attack, the Dingguang joyous Buddha wasn't in a good state. His golden body shattered and his head started bleeding. Fortunately, he had a top-notch Buddhist treasure Kasaya to save his life. Otherwise, he would have been killed on the spot by the hammer. Even so, he was still knocked down. He exhaled more than he inhaled and was on the verge of death. Yan Zhaoge snatched the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness and kept the chaotic origin hammer. His index and middle fingers formed a sword, and green sword lights emanated from his fingertips, slashing apart the Buddha lights imbued with faith power and treasured lights on the Dingguang joyous Buddha and the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness. The Buddha lights were quickly slashed apart, while the treasured lights imbued with faith power continued to flicker. Yan Zhaoge didn't mind it, because the Kuei-wood wolf's figure flashed and arrived in front of him. While being entangled by the Western Pure Land's Buddhist Bantis, the Kuei-wood wolf couldn't maintain his omnipresent miraculous state. He finally arrived. His gaze towards Yan Zhaoge was filled with caution. However, when this great demon noticed the 5-colored chi mass that was still wrapped around the 100 Blossoms Bashfulness, he was instantly enraged. That was the chi mass formed by the Dingguang joyous Buddha's joyous Tao. Naturally, the Kuei-wood wolf recognized it and knew its usage. He immediately slashed towards the Dingguang joyous Buddha. How could the Dingguang joyous Buddha have any room to dodge when he was heavily injured? He was instantly slashed into two. The Buddhist Bantis chasing after him saw this and said, "Amit Ba." Yan Zhaoge waved his hand towards the Kuei-wood wolf. "This isn't the place to talk. Yellow-robed great sage, follow me." The Kuei-wood wolf hesitated for a moment and immediately followed. The Buddhist Bantis that were chasing after him hesitated instead. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing shared the same fate. Feng Yunxing didn't appear, which made them even more worried. They didn't dare to chase after them recklessly. Who knew if a fatal slash would suddenly descend from the sky without any warning? Even the Horned Head Immortal and the other great demons were filled with hesitation and didn't dare to follow them. Lu Yu by the side could only watch the North Ocean clone swagger away, disappearing together with Yan Zhaoge and the Kuei-wood wolf. The vast heavenly emperor's emotions were complicated, which couldn't be described with words. As for the matter regarding Hundred Blossom Bashfulness, it was indeed the result of a conspiracy between him and some Buddhist powerhouses. It was the same for the returning Sun Tree in Guyuanshan. Naturally, it would be best if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord could forcefully illuminate a heretic Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The other party had the strength to retaliate. If he wanted to kill Shyness Hundred Blossoms, he would anger the Kuei-Wood Wolf. However, as long as he had this intention, it was enough. Luyu came here stealthily to save Hundred Blossom Shyness. In this way, it would be more convenient for him to make follow-up plans, and he could also sell the Kuei-Wood Wolf a favor so that it would be convenient to rope the Kuei-Wood Wolf to his side. If the Kuei-Wood Wolf killed the Buddha, or if the Buddha was enlightened by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, it would be an ideal outcome. Even if the Kuei-Wood Wolf wasn't willing to leave the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and join the Immortal Court or the Western Pure Lands, it didn't matter as the Immortal Court wouldn't suffer any losses. As long as he could seize back Hundred Blossom Shyness, there would still be opportunities to rope in the Kuei-Wood Wolf in the future. In fact, even if 100 Flowers died of embarrassment, or if she was still taken away by the Kuei-Wood Wolf, it was still acceptable. At most, they would not gain anything, but at least the Immortal Court would not suffer any losses. In fact, the result might be better than Luyu had expected. The Buddha from the blessed lands of the White Lotus was the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. After being schemed against by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, not only did he want to kill Hundred Blossoms Blush, he even wanted to pluck her. This sudden appearance had undoubtedly enraged the Kuei-Wood Wolf. The Kuei-Wood Wolf directly killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. His relationship with the blessed lands of the White Lotus rapidly deteriorated. This was a result that Luyu was very happy to see. But something seemed wrong. The beneficiary was not him, Luyu. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone stopped him, while his main body ran over and successfully stopped the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. He knocked the Dingguang Joyous Buddha onto the ground and saved the Hundred Blossom Shyness. Then he called the Kuei-Wood Wolf and left together. The Kuei-Wood Wolf would undoubtedly owe this debt to Yan Zhaoge. It had nothing to do with Luyu. Logically speaking, although the immeasurable Heavenly Lord failed to illuminate the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, Luyu didn't sell the Kuei-Wood Wolf a favor either. He didn't manage to pull the Kuei-Wood Wolf over to the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands side. However, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha enraged the Kuei-Wood Wolf. The Kuei-Wood Wolf killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha and became enemies with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This was undoubtedly a loss for the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. From a certain point of view, the enemy's loss was their own gain. Even if the Kuei-Wood Wolf reached a compromise with the blessed lands of the White Lotus for the sake of the Hundred Blossom Shyness treasured light imbued with faith power, it wouldn't be a problem. The Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands didn't suffer any losses. This was a plan that allowed them to stand in an undefeatable position. However, as Luyu looked at Yan Zhaoge's departing silhouette, why did he feel so upset? It was as if he had worked so hard, arranged so many matchmakers, arranged thousands of banquets, and finally married his bride under the witness of countless guests. After the wedding ceremony, someone else had entered the bridal chamber on his behalf. This feeling made the Immortal Court Heavenly Lord feel depressed, and he couldn't bring himself to be happy. On the other hand, Yan Zhaoge was very happy. After getting rid of his pursuers, he turned his head without saying anything. He smiled and handed the multicolored chi to the Kuei-Wood Wolf. The Kuei-Wood Wolf swept away the multicolored chi and settled the 100 Flowers bashfulness properly. Then he looked at Yan Zhaoge. After a moment of silence, he cupped his hands. "Thank you, young Heavenly Lord. You don't have to be so polite, yellow-robed great sage." Yan Zhaoge said, "This yen doesn't deserve your favor. I don't like the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's way of doing things, so I stopped him. However, if he didn't want to pluck your wife and only wanted to kill her, I might not help your wife since she isn't related to me. The reason why I saved her was because I needed your help." After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, the yellow-robed great sage wasn't surprised. "Young Heavenly Lord's words show your sincerity. No matter what the reason is, since you saved my family, if there's anything you need my help with, I'll do my best." "I've heard that the yellow-robed great sage has a treasure known as the soul-killing jade. Is it still with you?" asked Yan Zhaoge. "How do you know that I have the soul-killing jade, young Heavenly Lord?" The Kuei-Wood Wolf looked at Yan Zhaoge with a surprised expression. However, he was only surprised himself and didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he answered straightforwardly, "That's right. I do have it. If young Heavenly Lord wants it, I'll give it to you." Then he touched his sleeve and took out a dark purple jade, handing it over to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge received it and confirmed that it was the soul-killing jade that he had been searching for many years. He let out a sigh of relief. Previously he was worried that the Kuei-wood wolf wouldn't have any more stocks left, which would cause some problems. From the looks of it now, everything was settled smoothly. With that, Yu Ye's side was completely free of worries. Chapter 1674. After keeping the soul-killing jade, Yan Zhaoge looked at the Kuei-wood wolf, asking, "Your wife has now already entered the immortal court's external Dao. I wonder what you intend to do next." When the Kuei-wood wolf heard this, it immediately fell silent. He naturally didn't want to see the 100 flowers shamed into the outer path. No matter if it was the immortal court heretics, Buddhism heretics, or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, it was the same. Only, comparatively speaking, the blessed lands of the White Lotus were slightly better off. After all, the Kuei-wood wolf was currently residing in the demon race, while the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race were allies. Both sides were on the same side. Moreover, as long as the Astro Mountain Starry Sea held the upper hand and maintained a dominant position, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would not pose a problem to the Kuei-wood wolf. The blessed lands of the White Lotus would not use this to deal with him. That was why he agreed to summon the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha to enlighten the 100 blossoms. But in the end he killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. For the outer Tao, they couldn't afford to lose a Buddha that had ascended to the golden heavenly realm. The reason why the immortal court was suppressed by the blessed lands of the White Lotus for so many consecutive wars was due to Sua Mingzhang and Yan Zhaoge killing a large number of immortal court heavenly lords. After checking 100 Blossom Shai's soul, Kuei-wood wolf also knew that to a certain extent, Dingguang Joyous Buddha, whom he had found to purify 100 Blossom Shai, was actually the one who had been deceived. Hence he killed the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. Even if the demon race was stronger than the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Kuei-wood wolf was in the wrong. Of course, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's intention to pluck 100 flowers to shame made the Kuei-wood wolf somewhat reasonable. The final outcome would most likely be an argument between the two sides. In fact, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might even admit that they were unlucky. After all, compared to the entire alliance formed by the two sects, the Wood Wolf of Kuei, the great sage of the demon clan, had a higher status than the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. He could still bring the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness back to the Astro Mountain Starry Seas and mend his relationship with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He could also request other bigwig Buddhas from the blessed lands of the White Lotus to enlighten the 100 Blossoms' bashfulness once more, eliminating any future troubles from the immortal court. With his current situation barring any major accidents, he wouldn't be forced to abandon the demon race and join the Western Pure Lands and the immortal court. Unless the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus couldn't resolve the issue of 100 Blossoms. However, if there was a way for 100 Blossom Shyness to leave the heretical path, Kuei-wood wolf certainly hoped that she could return to the orthodox path. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, the great demon's heart suddenly moved. He turned his head to look at Yan Zhaoge and asked straightforwardly, "Previously, I avoided meeting my Hun family. Now she's ignorant and entered the immortal court heretics, which greatly affected her future. It's too late for me to regret it. What's done can't be undone. How can I make up for it? If young Empyrean has a way, please don't be stingy. I will definitely repay you. The immortal court heretic Dao has caused great trouble to our Dao sect." Yan Zhaoge answered, "I, along with the other seniors and fellow Taoists, have all been carefully researching it these past few years, hoping to set things right." He paused for a moment before replying, "Now, although I have some gains, the gains are still limited. I can't say that I already have a method, so I can only explore." Hearing that Yan Zhaoge didn't dare to guarantee it, the Kuei-wood wolf instead believed his words to be true. But this also extinguished most of the fire of anticipation in the heart of the yellow-robed great sage. Gains are limited, which meant that he wasn't confident. Exploring meant that 100 Flowers' bashfulness was equivalent to an experimental subject. The Kuei-wood wolf sighed, "Please forgive me, young heavenly lord. If it's me, I'll just take the risk. However, I can't let her take the risk." "It's understandable." Yan Zhaoge nodded and didn't force it. He only needed to finish his sentence and it would be enough. After this incident, no matter if the Kuei-wood wolf stayed with the demon race in the blessed lands of the White Lotus, or turned to the immortal court in the Western Pure Lands, he would have to think twice and retreat when facing the orthodox Taoism. Who knew if he would beg Yan Zhaoge and the three clear lineage for the sake of 100 Flowers' bashfulness? Although Yan Zhaoge also felt a little regretful for losing a suitable experimental subject as a reference, he had unknowingly eliminated the threat of a demon race great sage for his Taoism's descendants. "If that's the case, yellow-robed great sage, let's part ways here. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Thank you, young heavenly lord. We shall meet again if fate allows it. The Kuei-Wood Wolf also politely bowed towards Yin Zhaoge. The two went their separate ways. Yin Zhaoge brought the soul-seen jade and returned to the Taoism heavens with the North Ocean clone. As they neared the Taoism heavens, a human silhouette appeared within the dark universe. It was Feng Yunxing. I got it. Yin Zhaoge opened his palm, revealing a dark purple jade within his palm. It quietly emitted a beautiful yet bizarre radiance. Feng Yunxing glanced at it and felt as if a huge amount of souls were stored within the jade. The souls themselves emitted a sense of tranquility, purity, and clarity. However, the jade was filled with a baleful aura. While it seemed contradictory, it was harmonious and unified. Within the dark purple jade, it appeared exceptionally beautiful. It couldn't be any better. Feng Yunxing let out a long sigh. Let's hurry to the Crimson Radiance in Yang Heaven. Senior apprentice sister, you has been waiting for too long. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Yeah, let's go. The two went to the Crimson Radiance in Yang Heaven and entered the roving Jade Heavens. After receiving the news, Long Xingquan, Gao Xuebua, and the others were naturally overjoyed. They came out to welcome Yin Zhaoge and the others, bringing them to Yu Ye's resting place. Even Gao Qingxian, who was in seclusion, was alerted and exited seclusion in advance for her granddaughter. The group gathered within Yu Ye's room. Yin Zhaoge retrieved the soul-seen jade, blood cord stone marrow, spirit ocean's essence and other treasures. Then he set up a formation. After the formation was set up, Yin Zhaoge inspected it and sent the currently unconscious Yu Yi into the formation. Within the formation, rays of radiance surged and enveloped Yu Ye's body. The formation patterns and talismans seemed to have condensed into materialized symbols and diagrams, which were engraved within the void. They automatically formed circles of light that were hard for ordinary people to understand. The ribbon-like streams of light started surrounding Yu Ye's body. During this process, the dark red liquid that resembled a rock on the outside, but contained deep blood marrow-like dark red liquid within rose into the air. It enveloped Yu Ye's entire body and seeped into her skin through her pores. The dark purple soul-seen jade transformed into a ray of purple radiance and slowly sunk into Yu Ye's Naiwan palace. Under the formation's influence, the spirit ocean's essence silently shattered. Then it turned into wisps of white smoke and was absorbed into Yu Ye's body through her breathing. After being processed by Yin Zhaoge's formation, the other treasures were also absorbed by Yu Ye's body at the same time. The ribbon-like streams of light continuously revolved. In the end, when the other treasures were refined and gradually absorbed by Yu Yi, the revolving speed of the streams of light slowed down. They gradually transformed into specks of light dust and were absorbed into Yu Ye's body. Chapter 1675. After everything was successfully absorbed by Yu Yi, Yin Zhaoge nodded towards Gao Qingxian. Gao Qingxuan's expression was filled with excitement. She took a deep breath, extended her hand and tapped on Yu Ye's forehead with her index finger. Being stimulated by the sword intent of the same lineage, Yu Ye's body trembled slightly. Then Yu Yi, who seemed to have been in slumber for many years, slowly opened her eyes. After the initial haziness, her gaze suddenly turned sharp and vigilant. Killing intent even overflowed from her. Yin Zhaoge knew that before Yu Yi lost her consciousness, she and Ye Jingxian were being pursued by Zhang Buxu and the heretics. They were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Now that she had just woken up, her consciousness and memories were still stuck at the moment of life and death. As expected, when she saw the appearances of Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others, the killing intent within her gaze dissipated, and she regained her calmness. Yu Yi was a little happy but also a little confused. Grandfather, grandmother, junior apprentice brother Yin, uncle, you're here. She subconsciously looked around. Jingxian, where's Jingxian now? How is he? Due to her safe awakening, Yin Zhaoge and the others let out a sigh of relief, and joy appeared on their faces. However, after hearing Yu Ye's question, everyone remained silent. Jingxian he. Yu Yi held her breath and stared at Yin Zhaoge and the others with her clear eyes. Little Yi Jingxian is still alive, said Long Xingquan softly after remaining silent for a while. Yin Zhaoge silently turned around and left the cave manor. Yu Ye's voice resounded from behind. Is he all right? Although she seemed a little slow-witted, she sharply noticed Long Xingquan's words. He's still alive. Even if he's not, he's still fine. Jingxian is currently in the 9 underworlds. Long Xingquan sighed and explained everything to Yu Yi. He told her that she had been slumbering for nearly 200 years. He told her everything that happened after she lost her consciousness. Yan Zhaoge didn't know how long Xingquan described it. He had already exited the cave manor and stood by the green duckweed mountain's mountain ridge, silently looking at the desolate world. Feng Yunxing followed him out and stood beside him. She asked softly, "Is there any way to let senior sister Yu and senior brother Nye meet again? Even if you are willing to suffer, the 9 underworlds might not be willing." Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Currently, the orthodox Taoism had already stood openly in this world. They could stand on equal footing with the Western Pure Lands, 9 underworlds and other forces. Strictly speaking, they were in a slightly better situation than the demons of the Netherworld. After all, 9 Nether was the public enemy. The reason why there was still room for maneuver was because the big shots of the other families had other plans. This time, in the fight for the Buddha's Saraira, the demon race invited the 9 underworlds to assist them. With the help of the seawater of the 9 underworlds' demon sea, they were able to destroy the Western Pure Lands' Green Lotus flag. If the demon race could cooperate with the 9 underworlds or rather trade with each other for what they needed, then theoretically speaking, Yan Zhaoge and the others of Taoism would naturally be able to do the same. The premise was that both sides could take out a bargaining chip that interested the other. To the devils of the 9 underworlds, Feng Yunxing was probably the one they coveted the Tao sect the most. If Feng Yunxing joined the devilish Tao, it would naturally be the 9 underworlds' happiest. When Yan Zhaoge said that Feng Yunxing would be wronged, he naturally wasn't referring to watching her join the devilish Tao. Instead, it might harm the authority she inherited from the doomsday heavenly devil. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. This might also contain a chance for Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and the others to further infiltrate the 9 underworlds and figure out their next move. Regarding this, the 9 underworlds would naturally have to be wary of Yan Zhaoge and the others secretly harboring malicious intentions. In fact, if they really wanted to make such a deal, Yan Zhaoge and the others would definitely not let go of the chance. Only they would have to bear some risks. That was another kind of game, competition. The 9 underworlds might not be willing to take such a risk. If they don't dare to, it might not only be because they're afraid that I'll see through them. It might also be because senior apprentice brother Nye's condition is truly unstable. They're afraid that senior apprentice brother Nye would come into contact with senior apprentice sister Yu and affect senior apprentice brother Nye. Feng Yunxing said, "We can propose a deal to test their attitude." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "It's worth a try. Still, to be safe, let's take a look at senior apprentice sister Yu's situation first." He sighed, "I hope that senior apprentice sister Yu won't blame herself for senior apprentice brother Nye's matter. If such thoughts run too deep and cannot be resolved, we should instead try our best to prevent her from coming into contact with the devilish Tao." It was not just desire, greed, viciousness, hatred and other evil thoughts. Overly stubborn thoughts, if they continued to deepen, could also form devilish thoughts, ultimately leading one to fall to the dark side. Generally speaking, those with high cultivation bases would have stable mental states and firm wills. However, conversely, they could also be said to be more stubborn and persistent. Once a certain belief was formed, it would be harder for it to be shaken. It was not that people could not have stubborn thoughts or evil thoughts. Chapter 1676. Currently, many forces were fighting against each other, and the situation was chaotic and ever-changing. This gave Kong Shen a chance to act. Under most circumstances, as the number 1 person below the Tao realm, Mahamayuri had the capability to benefit from both sides. However, it's getting harder and harder for him. Yan Zhaoge said, "The demon race obtained a Buddha's Saraira. If they intend to control Mahamayuri, it might not be that Saraira." He looked at Feng Yunxing and slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, the price Mahamayuri paid for helping the Western Pure Lands twice was 2 Buddha's Saraira. In other words, Mahamayuri has at least 2 Buddha's Saraira in his possession." Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. If the Elder Lord's information is true, there should be a total of 5 Buddha's Saraira. Feng Yunxing understood and said, "Other than the 2 Buddha's Saraira that the Western Pure Lands offered, we don't know if Mahamayuri had any other Buddha's Saraira." Yes. Other than the 2 Buddha's Saraira and the one obtained by the demon race, there are still 2 Buddha's Saraira missing. Yan Zhaoge answered, "If these 2 Buddha's Saraira were already in Mahamayuri's possession, the one obtained by the demon race would be the 5th Buddha's Saraira. It's also the only Buddha's Saraira that hasn't been obtained by Mahamayuri." With that, the Eastern Emperor Tai, Tao Lord Luya, and the other demon race bigwigs would forcefully occupy this Buddha's Saraira. The value of this Buddha's Saraira would skyrocket, and it wouldn't be something that Mahamayuri could exchange for just one Buddha's Saraira. Putting aside the Eastern Emperor Tai, Tao Lord Luya would definitely hold onto the Buddha's Saraira tightly and wouldn't exchange it for Mahamayuri no matter what. Otherwise, he would have to face an extremely strong opponent like Mahamayuri in his path of ascending to the Tao realm. Currently, no one could confirm the opportunity that Kang Xian needed to ascend to the Tao realm. However, the upcoming situation that originated from the 9 underworlds was extremely important to all of the grand heavenly immortals who were preparing to ascend to the Tao realm. No matter how the 9 underworlds changed, whether it changed for the better or for the worse, the objective foundation was there. For such a huge existence to undergo a huge change, it was a great tribulation that was hard to come by in 10,000 years, a great opportunity. If he wanted to break through to the Tao realm, he had to take this hurdle seriously. The fewer the competitors, the greater his chances. He believed that apart from Tao Lord Luya, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Great Taoist Master Shendu, and the others would not be happy to see Mahamayuri gather all 5 relics. But there is a problem here. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temple. Luya, or should I say the Buddha's Saraira that the demon race currently possesses, is it the last one for Mahamayuri? He and Feng Yunxing looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Whether it was the last one or not would make a huge difference. Unfortunately, the Tao sect's direct disciples were unable to confirm the correct answer to this question. This raised another question. Did Tao Lord Luya and the others know where the relics were? Did they know how many relics Mahamayuri had in his possession? This would determine what they would do with the relic. With the last relic in hand, it was actually a very delicate situation. In order to block Kang Xian's path, it was almost impossible for anyone to allow Kang Xian to gather enough relics. This relic was extremely important to Kang Xian. If Kang Xian could obtain it, he would have the confidence to demand a high price from him and even do whatever he wanted. However, Mahamayuri knew his own limitations. He knew that no one wanted him to gather enough relics. The chance of obtaining the last relic through trading was so low that it was almost negligible. If that was the case, Mahamayuri might even resort to robbing. The person who possessed the last relic might become his target instead. If he could destroy the last relic, Kang Xian's hopes would be completely cut off. Only, that relic was left behind by the Gautama Buddha who had already transcended. Not to mention whether it could be destroyed. Even if it could, it was hard to say whether it would lead to an unpredictable outcome. Moreover, if that happened, Kang Xian would be completely enmity with him. As such, the last relic was of little value. If it wasn't for the last relic, it would be much easier for the demon race to deal with it. Only, how to confirm how many relics Kang Xian had in his possession was a problem. This was also the reason why Yen Zhaoge was having a headache. Who Mahamayuri would help, at present, was something that the people of Taoism had no choice but to consider when formulating a plan. From the looks of it, one of the 2 relics that the Dipankara Buddha traded with Mahamayuri came from the Tushita Palace's elder lord, and the other might be obtained when he left the central blessed lands of Saha. It might also be from the western pure lands Amitabha Buddha. In the past, Ananda brought one out from the central blessed lands of Saha, which was the one that landed in the demon race's hands. Yen Zhaoge counted with his fingers. I suspect that the blessed lands of the White Lotus future Buddha, as the Gautama Buddha or Taoist Zhuan Ti's intended successor, might have one in his possession. If you're right, there's still one missing, said Feng Yunxing with a frown. Yen Zhaoge let out a long sigh. If the Dipankara Buddha brought one away from the central blessed lands of Saha, the western pure lands Amitabha Buddha might have another. If the first relic that the Dipankara Buddha traded with Mahamayuri came from the Amitabha Buddha, I can't guess where the last relic is. Yen Zhaoge smiled bitterly. If Mahamayuri already possessed one relic, things would be much simpler. If that's the case, he would have at least 3 relics in his possession. Feng Yunxing asked, if your initial guess is correct, the remaining 2 relics are in the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus respectively. Yen Zhaoge slapped his forehead. I'm afraid that only the person involved would know. After discussing for a while, the 2 suddenly turned around. Long Xueji walked out. As time passed, Long Xueji had already surpassed the pure profound tribulation and achieved the duo chi's fused aura, achieving the tranquil profound immortal body. It wasn't easy for sword cultivators to improve. Long Xueji's speed was already shocking. Senior apprentice Uncle Long, how's senior apprentice sister Yu? Asked Yen Zhaoge. Long Xueji said slowly, she's a strong child to begin with. However, on the surface she's calmer than we expected. However, At this point he paused for a moment. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing frowned. On the surface, remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1677. Although she usually seemed a little slow, Yu Ye's willpower wasn't weak. Just as Long Xueji, who watched her grow up, had said, she was much stronger than most people. However, on the other hand, being strong and resolute sometimes meant stubbornness and stubbornness. Being strong and stubbornness were naturally different. However, under certain circumstances, the boundary between the two might be blurred. Although Yu Ye's personality was calm and casual in her daily life, she had always been firm and unyielding when it came to learning martial arts and practicing the sword. She was able to endure loneliness and was able to endure hardship. She didn't care about many things. However, whenever she did, her heart would always be deeper than others. For example, she possessed the heaven-containing purified soul. Although she seemed to be daydreaming, she would be extremely focused when practicing martial arts. As such, the calmer she appeared, the more worried Long Xueji, Yan Zhaoge, and Feng Yunxing were. With Yu Ye's personality, it would only signify intense waves within her heart. Let's go take a look. Yan Zhaoge sighed. Long Xueji nodded silently and brought Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing back to the cave manor. Currently Yu Yi was sitting quietly. She asked Gao Qingxian, "Grandmother, is the Divine Mother currently in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation?" "That's right." Gao Qingxian answered, "The Divine Mother and Cloudy Sky Queen have been taking turns in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation, in exchange for our Taoism's freedom." Yu Yi nodded slightly. When she saw Yan Zhaoge and the others walking in, she said, "Junior apprentice brother Yan, thank you for helping me all these years." "Don't be so courteous, senior apprentice sister Yu," said Yan Zhaoge softly. Yu Yi looked at him. "Grandfather and grandmother have just told me about what happened during these years. They mentioned junior apprentice brother Yan and Yunsheng. Previously, did you too?" As she said that, ripples finally appeared within her originally calm gaze. "Yes, we met senior apprentice brother Nya." Yan Zhaoge remained silent for a while. However, he still nodded. "I've heard from grandfather about how his earlier heaven-nascent form would affect his transformation into an extinct devil." Yu Ye's voice was very soft. How does he look like now?" "It's hard to tell." Yan Zhaoge explained, "With the primordial heart devil and other great devils around, even if there's something special about it, it wouldn't easily reveal itself." He looked at Yu Yi, then at Long Xingquan, Gao Qingxian, Long Xueji, Gao Xuebua, and the others. He pondered and said, "Actually, I was just talking to Yunxing about how we could interact with the 9 underworlds and probe them." "Oh." Yu Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. The expressions of Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others immediately turned solemn. While observing Yu Yi, Yan Zhaoge briefly discussed his plans. Finally, he looked into Yu Ye's bright eyes and said softly, "Even for you, senior apprentice sister Yu, you'll have to take some risks. If you really come into contact with him, you'll be facing a grand heavenly realm devil lord." The so-called risk did not mean that Nye Jingshan might hurt her. Instead, she might face the bewitchment of a demon sovereign. The slightest flaw in her mind might be magnified. "I understand." Yu Yi took a deep breath and slowly said, "If I'm not prepared, I won't go." She turned her head and looked at Feng Yunxing. "Only, I feel bad asking Yunxing to bear the risk for me." "Don't worry, senior apprentice sister Yu." Feng Yunxing smiled. "Between the 9 underworlds and me, it's still uncertain who's riskier. Instead, the other party might not agree to it." Yu Yi let out a long sigh and closed her eyes, calming her emotions. "Once you're prepared, we'll contact the 9 underworlds." Yan Zhaoge nodded and said. The other party had just woken up. After receiving so much information, she needed time to analyze it. Yan Zhaoge then took his leave. Long Xingquan, Gao Xuebua, and Long Xueji left with Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, leaving only Gao Qingxian to look after her granddaughter. After exiting, they looked at each other and let out a sigh. Although senior apprentice sister Yu is willing, I, Yan Zhaoge, only hope that senior apprentice brother Nye can repent. I might have acted rashly, so please forgive me. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. His words were mainly meant for Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji. To Yan Zhaoge, Yu Yi, and the others, Nye Jingshan might hold a different meaning. However, to the roving Jade Heaven's Jade Clear lineage, he was an outstanding Jade Clear successor. No matter what, Yu Yi was still their blood relative. Nye Jingshan saved Yu Yi and fell into darkness to save her. Naturally, Gao Qingxian and the others would be grateful for this. It wasn't a problem for them to return the favor. However, they wouldn't be willing to risk their lives to return the favor after saving Yu Yi. Nie Jingxian and Long Xingxuan could be considered as fellow disciples. However, Gao Qingxian and her son weren't on the same level. Not to mention there was still the matter regarding the Vine Sovereign, Liang. Only due to Nie Jingxian and Yu Yi the relationship between them became even messier. What are you saying, Zhaoge? We're all responsible for little friend Nie's matter. Gao Shuebwa sighed and said, now we can only hope for the best. Yen Zhaoge nodded silently. After bidding farewell to Long Xingquan and the others, they left the roving Jade Heavens, leaving Crimson Brightness and Yang Heaven. The couple headed towards the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven. There Sua Mingzhang was still purifying the Green Lotus flag. Most of the impurities on the flag had already been cleansed, and it was about to regain its luster. However, the last bit of impurities remained, the more stubborn they were. If they wanted to cleanse it completely, they would have to spend more time and effort. Yen Zhaoge wasn't in a hurry. He chatted with Sua Mingzhang about his plans to deal with the 9 underworlds. Although he didn't plan on using brute force, Taoism would have to request Sua Mingzhang's help if they were to fight against the 9 underworlds. Sua Mingzhang's suppression towards the Wood Devil, also known as the Shadow Devil, was at its pinnacle. In the past, when Sua Mingzhang had just ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm, the Shadow Devil could only flee. Facing the current Sua Mingzhang, the Shadow Devil wasn't any different from a Grand Virtual Realm Devil Monarch. If Sua Mingzhang didn't make a move, and the Immortal Extermination Formation didn't slash down, other Taoism bigwigs wouldn't be able to do anything to the Shadow Devil. After all, the legend of this great devil becoming stronger upon encountering strong opponents wasn't a lie. In the past, he had even transformed into the head of Taoism's 4 Imperials, the Purple Tenuity Emperor. Moreover, he wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting against the Purple Tenuity Emperor. However, if he encountered an opponent that could restrain his transformation, the Shadow Devil would be in an extremely awkward situation. After hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, Sua Mingzhang agreed without any objections. After bidding farewell to Sua Mingzhang, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing left the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven and headed towards another universe, the Everlasting Cloud Vow. Yen Zhaoge used another sea calming pearl to establish a universe. Chapter 1678. 100 years ago, during the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation, 6 of the 24 sea calming pearls in the ancient Dipankara Buddha's hands were lost. They were obtained by a group of Taoism heavenly lords. With these 6 sea calming pearls as the foundation, everyone established the Taoism heavens together. Among them were Sua Mingzhang's Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven, the Incongruence Divine Mother's Crimson Brightness and Yang Heaven, the North Star Emperor's Grand Sovereign Huangxing Heaven, and the Cloudless River Heaven opened by the Fairy Cloud Sky. There were also Yen Zhaoge's Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven. The 6 heavens stood side by side and established the foundation of Taoism's revival. Other than Sua Mingzhang's Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven and Yen Zhaoge's newly established Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven, the other 4 heavens had many people living there. When the Taoism heavenly lords established their new cave manor, they also used it as the foundation to nurture the new generation of Taoism. Other than Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, Crimson Brightness and Yang Heaven, the North Star Emperor's Grand Sovereign Huangxing Heaven and the Cloudless River Heaven opened by the Fairy Cloud Sky were only at the initial scale. However, to the Taoism people, the external environment was relatively stable and safe. As time passed, the various heavens would become more prosperous. Yen Zhaoge had his own plans and thoughts regarding the Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven. However, he had to wait for a while and delay the original plan. After True Deity Tai brought Neza back, Yen Zhaoge settled him in the newly established and temporarily empty Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven. In this relatively stable environment, True Deity Tai constantly tried to refine Neza's vicious nature. This was a relatively long process and he couldn't rush it. Yen Zhaoge entered the Limitless Cloud Vow Heaven and checked on Neza's situation again. Overall, the situation was not bad. Under True Deity Tai's efforts, Neza's vicious aura was constantly being eliminated. The day of recovery was just around the corner. We still have to be wary of the primordial heart devil. After hearing True Deity Tai's words, Yen Zhaoge said solemnly, among the 6 extinct devils, the primordial heart devil is the most difficult to deal with. Yen Zhaoge didn't take True Deity Tai's warning seriously. Long before the Great Calamity, the Taoism bigwigs, the Tai spiritual master included, especially the Jade Clear lineage's direct lineage experts, had once fought a great battle against the 9 underworlds. Although the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon didn't participate in that battle, the 9 underworld demonic Tao sent a large number of top-notch experts to fight. At that time, the primordial heart devil, who was uninjured and in peak condition, would also be included. The strength of the primordial heart devil wasn't mainly reflected in its frontal combat ability. Instead, it was because he was practically all-pervasive. At every moment he was prying into the hearts of all living beings, and it was impossible to guard against him. Under his management, the Nine Nether diverted her attention to guard against the opponents of the other factions while fighting with perfected Tai and the other mighty figures of the Tao sect. Furthermore, because it was both real and illusory, most of the techniques in the world could not truly harm the primordial heart devil. In that battle back then, if Yun Zhongzi, who had mastered the origin heavenly scripture, had not participated in the battle, the people of the Tao sect might not have been able to severely injure the primordial heart devil. Even so, it cost Yun Zhongzi his life. However, the primordial heart devil was still alive today. Although he had appeared a few times and his injuries didn't seem to have fully recovered, the primordial heart devil was the most cunning amongst the 9 underworld devils. He was the best at deceiving others. Yan Zhaoge and the others had to be careful. Who knew if that old devil had fully recovered? Several grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts were plotting against the 9 underworlds, while the 9 underworlds were also preparing for war. No one would neglect the existence of the primordial heart devil. The primordial heart devil doesn't matter. May the 3 altars of the ocean gathering divinity recover as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the true deity Tai. The true deity Tai looked at Neza, who was enveloped by the 9 dragons' divine fire, and revealed a gratified expression. In a few more days he should have recovered. He might even make it in time for your negotiation with the 9 underworlds. That's for the best. Yan Zhaoge nodded. After temporarily leaving the true deity Tai and Neza in the everlasting cloud vow heaven, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing returned to the Vermilion Royal Reed heaven. Everyone on the broad Creed Mountain let out a long sigh of relief after receiving the news of Yu Ye's awakening. It's good that senior apprentice Sister Yu is fine. Ying Long too, who had returned to the mountain earlier, smiled joyfully. She could have awakened long ago. Only we didn't want her to leave any future troubles behind. That's why we used treasures like the soul-killing jade and blood-cord stone marrow. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Everyone has been working hard for the past few years. However, if it weren't for junior apprentice brother Ying, we might not have been able to welcome the true deity Tai and the 3 altars' great divinities back. Ying Longtu smiled. Senior apprentice Sister Yu is blessed by the heavens. Congratulations on senior apprentice Sister Yu's awakening. A one-eyed youth sighed. Only it's a pity that senior apprentice brother Nye. This youth wore a black eye patch which covered one of his eyes. His expression was firm. He was Yan Zhaoge's junior apprentice brother, Xia Guang, who was under Yan Di's tutelage. Like Ying Long too, Xia Guang had already pushed open the immortal door, becoming the new Thunder Emperor. In the past 100 years, following Yuan Jingfeng, Fang Zhuan, Ying Long tu, Xikong Qin, and Xia Guang had pushed open the immortal door and ascended to the true immortal realm. Not long ago, the number 1 of the 4th generation of Broad Creed Mountain's descendants, Shi Jun, had successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm. Including Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Feng Yunxing, and Su Fei, who had long since pushed open the immortal door, there were already a total of 10 people who had ascended to the immortal realm in just Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. They were hailed as the Broad Creed 10 Immortals by the outside world. This did not include the 3 leakless true immortals, Xue Chuqing, Huang Huding, and Yin Xiaoai, who were not part of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage but were closely related to Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Moreover, Broad Creed Mountain's own lineage had also accumulated talents over the years. A new generation of talents had also emerged, unceasingly accumulating their strength in preparation to challenge the immortal mortal tribulation. The desolate state of Taoism in the past had already become history. With Broad Creed Mountain at the lead, the new generation of Taoism entered a phase of rapid development, leading Taoism's resurgence. With Xia Guang's current cultivation, it was no longer difficult for him to heal his injured eye that year. However, due to some unknown considerations, he had still kept his injured eye until now. Although he had already stepped down from his position as the first seat of the disciplinary hall, and even his successor, Shi Jun, had already passed on his position to his new successor, Xia Guang's current prestige in Broad Creed Mountain's lineage had always been outstanding. His juniors were all in awe of him. However, towards Yan Zhaoge, he was still as respectful as before. He was also much more casual in front of Yan Zhaoge, and spoke in a straightforward manner, just like that reckless and impatient youth in the past. The situation regarding senior apprentice brother Nye's side is still hard to predict. We can only try our best for now. Yan Zhaoge said, after a while, I'll go to Jade Capital Crag again and meet senior apprentice Uncle Yu. Previously when he returned, he had already met Yu Jinbei regarding his encounter with Nie Jingshan. Now that he planned to contact the 9 underworlds, he naturally had to inform Yu Jinbei about it. Chapter 1679. When Yan Zhaoge arrived at Jade Capital Crag this time, he first encountered an old acquaintance. Golden Court Mountain's Chao Jie's disciple, Shadow Mountain Sword King Long Hanhua, also happened to be a guest at Jade Capital Crag. Upon seeing Yan Zhaoge, Long Hanhua said happily, I've received news that Yu Yi is finally fine. That's right. Yan Zhaoge similarly nodded gratifyingly. Long Hanhua was Long Xueji's son, while Yu Ye's mother, Long Xuening, was his paternal aunt. He and Yu Yi were cousins. In the past, Long Hanhua had assumed the name of Lin Hanhua and returned to the world beyond worlds in place of his father Long Xueji and grandfather Long Xingquan, entering Chao Jie's lineage. Afterwards, his identity had been exposed and the enmity between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens had been rather deep as Long Hanhua had been forced to leave the world beyond worlds. Although Long Hanhua's family background was profound, he had always respected his master, Chao Jie and Golden Court Mountain. As time passed and the situation changed, he was able to return to Chao Jie's tutelage. Over the years, Long Hanhua had been cultivating on Golden Court Mountain, only occasionally returning to Crimson Light and Yang Heaven to visit his relatives in roving Jade Heaven. Because of Long Xingquan, Long Hanhua often visited the Jade Capital Crag when he was in the sky beyond heaven. He was on good terms with Wang Pu and the others. Currently, Long Xingquan had yet to push open the immortal door and was still in the mortal exalt realm. This was related to the fact that he had always been concealing his edge and nurturing his sword. From this aspect, the path he walked was completely different from his father, Long Xueji. Instead, he followed the path of his eldest uncle, Gao Xuebua. His niece, Gao Xuebua's granddaughter, Gao Qing was also similar. Long Hanhua's state of mind was very calm. He was neither arrogant nor rash, even though Golden Court Mountain had just produced a new true immortal emperor not long ago. Chao Jie's final disciple, Long Hanhua's junior apprentice brother, Tang Yonghao, who had once hailed from the Eight Extremities World's Sacred Sun clan, had painstakingly cultivated unceasingly, his radiance growing increasingly dazzling as he surpassed countless seniors of his generation, successfully pushing open the door to immortality. In the past few years, the Broad Creed Mountain was almost the only major power in the sky beyond skies. Following closely behind were Jade Capital Crag and ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Below them was Golden Court Mountain, which had 2 perfected immortals and stood out as one of the top powers. Recently, its reputation had even gradually overshadowed that of Jade Sky Peak's Cold Wave Monastery, which had been keeping a low profile for many years. While Long Hanhua seemed to have been surpassed by Tang Yonghao, those who were familiar with the Prime Clear lineage's sheath edge and nurture sword secret arts all knew that he was currently laying low for the sake of accumulating strength for the future. Speaking of Tang Yonghao, Yan Zhaoge thought of Meng Wan. Born of the Sacred Sun clan of the Eight Extremities world that year, Meng Wan had pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the immortal realm earlier than Tang Yonghao. Broad Creed Mountain's former nemesis in the lower worlds had now produced 2 immortal realm martial practitioners. Of course, it was ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain that made them who they were today. The Eight Extremities world's Sacred Sun clan had long since become history. Reopening its doors in the sky beyond skies, while its martial arts tradition was of the same lineage, it was more likely that it would be counted as another power. It was just that thinking of what had happened in the Eight Extremities world back then, Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel rather emotional. In the blink of an eye, over 200 years had passed. As time passed, the dust of history buried countless outstanding figures, but there were also many people who took advantage of the situation to rise up. The changes during this period were unpredictable, and now that they thought about it, it was naturally nostalgic. Did senior apprentice brother Long meet senior apprentice uncle Yu just now? Yan Zhaoge calmed his mind and asked Long Hanhua. Long Hanhua nodded. Senior apprentice uncle Yu is cultivating in seclusion. Zhaoge, just go and meet him. I still have some matters to attend to in the Golden Court Mountain, so I'll be heading back first. Yan Zhaoge bade farewell to him and greeted Wang Pu and the other Jade Capital Crag's disciples. He was extremely familiar with the Jade Capital Crag. Without needing Wang Pu and the others to bring him, he could go and meet Yu Jinbei by himself. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's intentions, Yu Jinbei nodded. Thank you Zhaoge for contacting him. If it's possible, I hope to meet Jingshan again. That depends on the outcome of contacting the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge paused for a while and said, it's even harder to predict senior apprentice brother Nie's side. I understand. Yu Jinbei closed his eyes. Yan Zhaoge didn't say anything else and left. After returning to the Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge continued cultivating while arranging the information transmitted from the outside world. Previously, regarding 100 Blossom Shyness matter, the Astro Mountain Starry Seas demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhism heretics had some conflicts. Yan Zhaoge's understanding of the situation was limited. However, as time passed, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus came to a compromise. 100 Blossom Shyness was enlightened by the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhism heretics and converted to the future Buddha. Her treasured lights imbued with faith power transformed into Buddha lights imbued with faith power, freeing her from the immortal court heretics. This time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus was prepared. They were wary of the peculiarities within 100 Blossom Shyness soul and didn't give the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly Lord the chance to cause trouble. Although 100 Blossom Shyness converted to the future Buddha, she didn't enter the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Instead, she was brought back to the demon race's Astro Mountain Starry Sea by the Kuei-Wood Wolf. Now that the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court were in a heated war, she didn't need to participate in it. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might be happy to see her converting to the future Buddha and entering the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. As for how she would interact with the Kuei-Wood Wolf without any memories, Yan Zhaoge didn't know. However, the Kuei-Wood Wolf situation in the Astro Mountain Starry Sea wouldn't be the same as before. The other demon race experts didn't understand how much he valued 100 Blossom Shyness. For this woman, causing a series of troubles was undoubtedly something that others despised. After 100 Blossom Shyness converted to the blessed lands of the White Lotus, she was brought to the Astro Mountain Starry Sea by the Kuei-Wood Wolf. Out of vigilance, the other great demons would naturally distance themselves from her. While the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were in an alliance, they weren't as close as a family. The Kuei-Wood Wolf might have expected this or he might not have. As for how he felt about it, only he himself knew. In the following days, the yellow-robed great sage would return to his previous low-profile manner. At the very least, it would be like that for a period of time. Yan Zhaoge didn't mind it. The foreshadowing had already been done. No matter what the Kuei-Wood Wolf planned to do next, he wouldn't make things difficult for the orthodox Taoism successors. After some time, news came from the roving Jade Heavens. Yu Yi expressed that she was already mentally prepared and hoped to meet Nie Jingshan. As such, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing went to the Crimson Light in Yang Heaven to meet Yu Yi. After discussing with Gao Qingxian and the others, Feng Yunxing contacted the 9 underworlds. Feng Yunxing's connection with the 9 underworlds had never been completely severed. Only it had always been within her control. Normally it would be isolated. Now that there was a need, as long as she relaxed some of her previous restraints, she could directly contact the 9 underworlds. The target of contact was the primordial heart devil. Out of Taoism's expectations, after a slight hesitation, the 9 underworlds devilish Tao agreed to Yan Zhaoge's suggestion and agreed to contact the two sides. Chapter 1680. The price the Tao sect had to pay was that Feng Yunxing had to take some risks. She would give up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority. This was not a bad thing for Feng Yunxing. Currently, she had formed her own grand heavenly realm Tao of chaos and destruction, stabilizing her foundation. She had become even more refined after ascending to the grand heavenly realm, and her connection with the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority was still very close. However, she was no longer dependent on it. As long as she did not completely sever it and leave no traces behind, she would not be fundamentally affected. Giving up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority made her feel more at ease. What she really needed to be wary of was that in the process, she might face the further erosion of the demonic path by loosening the reins only to grasp them better. But on the other hand, Feng Yunxing could also take advantage of this process to gain an opportunity to pry deeper into the 9 underworlds. As for who had gained more and who was the one who had truly taken advantage of the situation, it would only be known after the two parties truly fought. Therefore, although it was a bargaining chip proposed by the Tao sect, they were not only paying the price, but the 9 underworlds also had to take the risk, and the gains and losses were unpredictable. Unless the Great Freedom Sky Demon personally made a move. However, due to the existence of the Immortal Slaying Formation, everyone had a tacit understanding that they were not willing to let others take advantage of them. As such, the possibility of that happening was extremely low. In this way, the Nine Nether could not guarantee that she would gain more than she would lose from her contact with the other sections. Yan Zhaoge and the others had also been mentally prepared for the Nine Underworld's rejection of things that did not provide them with sufficient benefits. However, to his surprise, the primordial heart devil agreed after a brief consideration. This caused the hearts of Yan Zhaoge and the others to shiver slightly. If it wasn't a bluff, it meant that the situation on Ye Jingxin's side wasn't optimistic. That was why Nine Nether's side was so fearless. At least they had the confidence to ensure that nothing would go wrong on Ye Jingxin's side. At the same time, Feng Yunxing's contact with the demonic path meant that the demonic path had something to rely on. Or in other words, even if he couldn't corrupt Feng Yunxing, it was very important for him to take back a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority from Feng Yunxing. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge immediately pressed down with his palm, indicating that Feng Yunxing could slow down a little and not be anxious. If the other party had an urgent request, then they could demand an exorbitant price and have the opportunity to obtain even more. He first wrote in the air, leaving traces of light and shadow, white cloud boundary flag. Feng Yunxing nodded. However, it was obvious that the primordial heart devil wouldn't agree to this condition. Although Nine Nether had a way to restrain treasures like the white cloud-bound flag and the green lotus flag, the white cloud-bound flag could come in handy against some opponents that they couldn't restrain. Yan Zhaoge didn't mind this at all. Opening his mouth wide like a lion, he had originally been unceasingly probing the other party's bottom line. He immediately changed his target. The water of the abyss of the Nine Underworlds. This time, the primordial heart devil agreed without hesitation. The white cloud-bound flag was indeed afraid of the seawater of the Nine Underworlds' demon sea abyss. However, the orthodox Taoism had the incongruence Divine Mother who could dispel the white cloud-bound flag, so they did not lack the seawater. Now that they had it, they could use it to defend against other enemies. The Wuxia apricot yellow flag was still missing. Although the descendants of the orthodox Taoism were doing their best to search for this treasure of the Jade Clear lineage, who knew if it had fallen into the hands of their enemies? At that time, their own people would be blocked by the Wuxia apricot yellow flag and be helpless. That would be too ironic. With this transaction concluded, Yan Zhaoge did not stop as he indicated for Feng Yunxing to continue probing. However, the Nine Underworlds weren't willing to continue cutting their flesh. Yan Zhaoge and the others looked at each other. Then they all nodded towards Feng Yunxing. In the end, they still had to contend for the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority against Feng Yunxing. Although they had to give up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority to the Nine Underworlds, it would depend on both sides' capabilities. The current situation was no longer the same as before. The orthodox Taoism had enough confidence to face the Nine Underworlds challenge. At most, everyone would just have to rely on their own capabilities. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm as well. She set a date with the primordial heart devil. If that's the case, we'll meet again. Fellow Taoists, we'll meet again later, said the primordial heart devil quietly. After Feng Yunxing severed the connection with the Nine Underworlds, she looked towards the others. Contact Senior Su'a and the incongruence Divine Mother. Let's make some preparations. Yan Zhaoge said, inform Taoist Yang and the others as well. Everyone nodded and went their separate ways. Yan Zhaoge held Feng Yunxing's hand and looked into her eyes. Feng Yunxing smiled and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. We still have to be wary of the vast freedom Heavenly Devil personally joining the fray. Although the possibility of that happening is extremely low, said Yan Zhaoge, if it isn't the vast freedom Heavenly Devil, it would most likely be the primordial heart devil or Senior Apprentice Brother Nye. Feng Yunxing blinked. Could it be Senior Apprentice Brother Nye? That's why the Nine Underworlds agreed so readily? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. If it really is Senior Apprentice Brother Nye, I'll give the Nine Underworlds a surprise. Still, I'm afraid that they won't do that. Feng Yunxing raised her brows and turned to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled. When I asked you to bid against them for the white cloud-bounded flag, it wasn't just a bid. Your goal was the seawater of the Nine Underworlds' devilish sea abyss? Feng Yunxing pondered. That's right. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Also, your true goal in wanting the seawater of the Nine Underworlds' devilish sea abyss was not for the white cloud-bounded flag, the yin-yang apricot yellow flag or the green lotus flag, but for something else? Feng Yunxing understood. You first asked for the white cloud-bounded flag and then the seawater. Not only was it a negotiation tactic, it was actually also to mislead the Nine Underworlds devils, causing them to misjudge the purpose of the seawater you obtained? Yin Zhaoge nodded, smiling, precisely so. Still, I don't know what you're up to this time. Feng Yunxing shook her head, sighing. Still, this way when we really meet, we'll have to first obtain the seawater of the 9 underworld's devilish sea abyss. It's just that when we really get there and time is tight, will you be able to immediately put it to use? There's indeed not enough time for a greater use, needing time to prepare. Still, a small use can still be put to use on the spot. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunxing said, the 9 underworlds helped the demon race last time. There might be other powers interfering in this matter between us and the demon race. While it had been a prearranged deal, the smell of gunpowder in the transaction itself was rather sufficient. It was not impossible for it to turn into a full-blown war in the end. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Taoism and the 9 underworlds would not really start a war, giving other powers a chance to profit from it. However, the situation was ever-changing and the results hard to predict. Many things had to be guarded against. The 9 underworlds must have also benefited from the demon race that time, Yin Zhaoge muttered. It is most likely related to the devilish fire seed that Taoist Luya possesses. Chapter 1681. At the end of the day, all the forces were plotting against the 9 underworlds. Sometimes, he tolerated 9 Nether for the sake of the future, and he would even take the initiative to make things easier for 9 Nether. Knowing that, 9 Nether also had her own plans, and everyone was making their own preparations. It was for the same reason that Feng Yunxing had given up a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon's authority to the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, if all the forces joined forces to seal the 9 underworlds, even if they didn't besiege it, they could still turn the 9 underworlds into a pool of stagnant water. Previously, when they were fighting for the Buddha's Saraira, 9 Nether had suddenly helped the demon race. She must have obtained some benefits from the demon race. To be precise, this was also the demon race giving the 9 Nether some convenience. Of course, their ultimate goal was still for their own convenience. At the moment, everyone was taking what they needed from the transaction. The demon race could gain some benefits immediately, but on a deeper level they were still planning for a longer period of time. What Yin Zhaoge and the others were doing now was somewhat similar to this. To a certain extent, the moment the 9 underworlds agreed to the trade, it was no longer a matter between Yu Yi and Ye Jingxian. Instead, it was a matter between the entire Taoism and the 9 underworlds. In fact, other forces might even be involved which would affect the overall situation in the future. After the discussion, everyone began to contact their own people. The first person he contacted was the Incongruence Divine Mother who was currently in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation. The Incongruence Divine Mother had no objections. She and the Immortal Extermination Formation fused with the void, as if they were hovering above the heavens. Previously, she had been paying more attention to the battle between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now she shifted her attention towards the 9 underworlds. The formless changes were hard for others to sense, but as a Tao Realm Almighty, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon would definitely sense it. Yang Jian also received the same notification. Although he did not return, he sent a message back saying that he would pay attention to the matter. Perhaps he wouldn't personally participate in the transaction and confrontation between the Tao sect and the 9 underworlds, but Yang Jian would naturally pay attention to the movements of the demon race, the Western Pure Land, and the other forces to prevent others from benefiting from it. The news was also sent to the great Taoist master Xiandu in the Tishita Palace. The other party would also pay attention to it. On the other side, Sua Mingzhang sealed the Great Peace Imperial Cliff Heaven and went out. Having come out this time, he had also brought the cleansed green lotus flag with him, returning it to Yin Zhaoge. While facing the 9 underworlds, the green lotus flag would most likely not be of much use. Yin Zhaoge still happily accepted such a precious treasure. After everyone finished packing up, Yin Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei's calm expressions. Let's go. The group left the Tao heavens and traversed through the endless void. For Fang Zai and the others, they didn't need to look for him. It might be difficult for martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases to find it. However, Yin Zhaoge and the others soon arrived at the land of Tranquil Stream. With the cultivation bases of Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Sua Mingzhang, it was not impossible for them to break through the 9 underworlds' devilish qi that was corroding space. However, there was no need for them to do so now. Standing on the pitch-black territory, Yu Yi didn't appear to be daydreaming like she usually did. Instead, her expression was focused, and her eyes were brimming with vigor. On the contrary, as Yin Zhaoge surveyed the surrounding tranquil stream, His gaze was unfocused as if his mind was wandering. Feng Yunxing concealed her aura. In the land of tranquil stream, she seemed to be like a fish in water, as if she had completely blended into the darkness, making it difficult for others to detect her. On the other hand, as Sua Mingzhang stood there, he seemed to be the center of the cosmos. Even if he was in the land of tranquil stream filled with devilish qi, it was still a shocking sight. You're taking a risk by coming here. Do you know that? Sua Mingzhang stood there calmly and suddenly asked Yu Yi. I know. Yu Yi answered, Zhaoge and the others warned me. She was the one and only cultivator of the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. As long as she was still alive, even if others obtained the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. If not, she wouldn't have been hunted by Zhang Buxu in the past. The chaos-extinguishing origin scripture's existence was also an eyesore to the 9 underworlds and the doomsday heavenly devil. Even if Yu Yi perished, Yan Zhaoge, the incongruence divine mother, Gao Qingxian, and the others still possessed the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. However, due to Zhang Buxu perishing in the 9 underworlds, the 9 underworlds' devilish Dao also possessed this scripture. If they were to be careless, the 9 underworlds' devilish Dao might take the initiative and suppress the cultivator's cultivation to a lower level, which would make it easier to deal with them later. They had to guard against this. As such, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing had warned Yu Yi from the very beginning. Other than Feng Yunxing, Yu Yi was also bearing some risks in coming here. However, Yu Yi didn't stop because of this. Instead, she insisted on coming here. Far away, amidst the greasy and filthy dark tranquil stream, human silhouettes suddenly appeared. There weren't many of them, only 2. One was a tall youth with a cold expression, while the other was a benevolent old man with a leisurely expression. Their appearance caused Yan Zhaoge's gaze to focus once again. He was very familiar with both of them. Nie Jingxian and the primordial heart devil. The two's aura was calm without any devilish intent. One was like a sheathed sword, while the other was like an ordinary old man that could be found anywhere in the mundane world. Thank you for coming here. The primordial heart devil smiled warmly and cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yu Yi ignored the primordial heart devil and stared straight at Nie Jingxian. Nie Jingxian calmly looked over and stared at her. Yu Ye's lips moved but no sound came out. Her gaze towards the man in front of her was filled with ripples. On the contrary, the calm-looking Nie Jingxian greeted first, Long time no see. It seems like your injuries are completely healed. Congratulations. Hearing his indifferent tone, Yu Ye's breathing became stifled, and she became even more speechless. Nie Jingxian calmly looked towards Yu Jinbei and nodded, Long time no see. How are you? After a brief silence, Yu Jinbei slowly said, I'm fine but not you. I'm fine as well. Nie Jingxian's expression remained calm. After saying that, he shut his mouth. He had always been cold and quiet, but he was mostly directed towards his enemies and outsiders. In Yu Ye's and Yu Jinbei's eyes, they only felt that he was familiar, yet also unfamiliar. Chills filled their hearts. May I know about our previous agreement? Asked the primordial heart devil with a smile. Yan Zhaoge was also looking at Nie Jingxian. He retracted his gaze and turned towards the primordial heart devil. He said plainly, How about you express your sincerity first? Of course. The primordial heart devil nodded and pointed his finger forward. Streams of black water flowed across the skies of the land of tranquil stream, instantly transforming into a vast ocean. The ocean water wasn't as filthy as the tranquil stream. Although it was pitch black like ink, it looked clean and radiant without any impurities. Chapter 1682. Although the water was clear and without any ripples, it originated from the 9 underworlds' core, the devilish sea. It was the dirtiest thing under the heavens, surpassing even the surging blood river and the filthy soil. Treasures like the green lotus flag and the white cloud boundary flag excelled in defense. However, they couldn't withstand the seawater's contamination. Even the 9 underworlds' devils didn't dare to approach the devilish sea's abyss. The seawater was right in front of them. To many people, using a container to store it was a serious problem. However, it wasn't a problem for Taoism's people. Sua Mingzhang opened his palm, and specks of starlight shone on his palm. As the radiance expanded, it enveloped the black seawater. The primordial heart devil smiled and nodded, as expected of Taoist Sua's heaven culmination title. You're flattering me. Sua Mingzhang replied plainly. The primordial heart devil turned to look at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. Now, can we begin? Yunxing? Yan Zhaoge looked towards Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing nodded and calmly looked at the primordial heart devil. On the other side, Yu Yi looked at Nie Jingshan with a face filled with worry. Although Yu Jinbei's expression was solemn, his gaze was also fixated on the familiar figure. Nie Jingshan's face remained expressionless. He no longer looked at Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei. Instead, he turned around and entered the darkness, disappearing into the depths of the tranquil stream. Seeing how he didn't have any reluctance to leave, Yu Yi opened her mouth, but no sound came out. A hint of pain appeared within Yu Jinbei's gaze. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing squinted their eyes. "Should we keep him here?" asked Sua Mingzhang. He didn't care about the primordial heart devil's presence. "We can't," answered Yan Zhaoge softly as Nie Jingshan disappeared. If Nie Jingshan didn't stay, forcefully bringing him out of the 9 underworlds would be too difficult. After all, he was a grand heavenly immortal who was an extremely powerful extinct fiend sovereign with extraordinary strength. Moreover, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworlds great devils were present. Even if the orthodox Taoism gathered all their experts, the vast freedom heavenly devil would still appear. At that time, even with the immortal extermination formation, both sides would suffer great losses, and the Western Pure Lands, the demon race and the heretics would benefit from it. Most importantly, it was meaningless for both sides to suffer. Nie Jingshan would still not be able to return. Instead, Yan Zhaoge made a mental note of his current act of disappearing, as though he was deep in thought. "Let's talk when we get back." As Yan Zhaoge spoke, the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan simultaneously appeared by the side, bringing Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei away from this place. The primordial heart devil was still smiling, as if he didn't mind Sua Mingzhang's suggestion or Yan Zhaoge's actions. He only smiled and nodded towards Feng Yunxing. "If that's the case, let's begin." As he spoke, colorful auspicious clouds appeared above the old man's head. A spot of black blossomed in the center of the auspicious clouds. It was evil and pure like ink and quickly spread out in the auspicious clouds. The auspicious clouds were instantly dyed black, but they were still emitting light. Gazing carefully, Yan Zhaoge and the others vaguely saw that a deep abyss was vaguely reflected within those black auspicious clouds. An oppressive and frenzied aura permeated the air. Even with Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Sua Mingzhang's cultivation, they felt slightly agitated. As if the deepest abyss of the 9 underworlds devilish sea had descended right in front of them. Within the depths of the devilish sea, 12 pillars vaguely appeared. They were scattered all over the place and their arrangement wasn't orderly. Their heights and thicknesses were also different, as if there wasn't any pattern to them at all. However, different concepts were naturally contained within. They were profound and unfathomable, and went against the laws of the world. They formed their own style and constantly clashed with each other. On top of the 12 pillars, some of them were empty, while some of them had silhouettes faintly discernible. On top of one of the empty pillars, a blood fog gradually arose. The blood fog was chaotic and blurry, making it hard to discern what was happening. However, the blood fog slowly floated and flew out of the black 9 underworlds devilish sea's abyss. It seeped out of the black auspicious clouds and materialized closer to Yan Zhaoge and the others. "Taoist Feng, please," said the primordial heart devil politely. Feng Yunxing's expression didn't change. A chaotic abyss manifested above her head. It looked somewhat similar to the 9 underworlds devilish sea's abyss and the primordial chaos before the world was split apart. The dark chaotic abyss expanded outwards, and its blurry boundary came in contact with the blood fog. A clear silhouette started forming. Feng Yunxing's body trembled slightly. The originally dark and obscure chaos started becoming more and more concrete. In the end, it was like boiling water, constantly rumbling and boiling. "Hu!" Feng Yunxing let out a long sigh. She shook her head towards Yan Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang, indicating that she was fine. On the other side, the black auspicious clouds above the primordial heart devil's head reflected the 9 underworlds devilish sea's pillar. There was nothing on top of the blood fog's origin pillar. However, from Yan Zhaoge's perspective, the pillar itself seemed to have undergone some changes. The pillar became even more obscure and dim. Within the pitch-black abyss, it became even more blurry, hollow, and hard to observe. As for the blood fog, it became denser and gloomier. It even gradually turned black. "You're asking for too much." Feng Yunxing suddenly snorted coldly. As the chaotic abyss above her head surged, it gradually regained its calmness and became dark and unpredictable. However, the blood fog didn't seem to give up. It only sucked in the Luo Yuan formed by Feng Yunxing's martial concept. "Taoist Feng, you're wrong. If we stop now, not only would we not gain anything but we would also suffer a huge loss. The primordial heart devil was still smiling like a haggling vendor in a market. However, Yan Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang were aware of how dangerous the transaction was. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge difference. Are you trying to force a trade? Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It could be seen that when Feng Yunxing returned a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority to the 9 underworlds, she had also gained something else from the 9 underworlds. That was why the primordial heart devil said that if they stopped now, not only would the 9 underworlds not gain anything, but they would also suffer a loss. Yan Zhaoge would naturally be happy to see the 9 underworlds suffer a loss. He immediately extended his hand and placed it on Feng Yunxing's back. The blood fog existed between reality and illusion. It couldn't be severed externally. Feng Yunxing would still be the one to compete. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's minds seemed to be connected. Following Feng Yunxing's will, he seemed to have peeked into some of the 9 underworld's profundities. At this moment, the 12 pillars seemed to be right in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's eyes, yet also seemed to be separated by the horizon. Chapter 1683. The 12 pillars gradually became clearer, and faces seemed to appear within the blood fog. There were male and female faces, old and young faces. Most of them were unfamiliar to Yan Zhaoge. However, to Yan Zhaoge, who had been researching the 9 underworlds' devilish Tao for many years, he was unfamiliar with them because he had never interacted with them. However, he had seen images of some of their faces before. These people were all from the beginning of the primordial epoch, when the world was first formed. After experiencing the long years until now, each of them was a heavenly fiend god's body. Eventually, Yan Zhaoge's acquaintances appeared. Yin Shiyang, Chu Lily's father, Chu Heng, Chu Lily, Qin Xuanzong, and Shi Jun's mother, Yin Yuzhen. The last person that appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing was Nie Jingshan. However, unlike the others, Nie Jingshan's image gradually materialized and stood between the 12 pillars. Beside him, there was an even dimmer black shadow that stood shoulder to shoulder with him. As expected, the Wood Devil and the Devil of Aged Metal. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing weren't surprised. The Doomsday Heavenly Devil hadn't truly been born yet. Naturally, other great devils had to arrange for him to fight against Feng Yunxing. The vast Freedom Heavenly Devil, who was a Dao ancestor, was wary of the other Dao ancestors and the Immortal Extermination Formation. As such, the one hosting the ritual against Feng Yunxing would definitely be one of the 6 extinct devils. The Shadow Devil's situation was special, and he could only assist from the side. The main force was naturally Nie Jingshan. At this moment, Feng Yunxing even felt like she was standing face to face with Nie Jingshan. The two were staring at each other. Within the 9 underworlds abyss sea, dark golden sword lights shot into the sky around Nie Jingshan's body. From its ordinary appearance, it instantly became sharp. The vigorous sword lights condensed. At this moment they were infinitely compressed and lost their sharpness. However, they were still extremely solemn. From a certain perspective, it was similar to Feng Yunxing's Luo Yuan. They were opponents. With the help of the shadow demon from the side, Feng Yunxing also felt that she was alone when they worked together. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge was facing this threat together with her. However, when Yan Zhaoge moved, the primordial heart devil also moved. This was the reason why Nie Jingshan and the shadow devil were the ones in charge of the ritual against Feng Yunxing and not him, the leader of the 6 great extinct demons. You and your wife have always been straightforward people. Since we've agreed on an exchange beforehand, why are you being so hesitant now? The old man said with a smile. As he spoke, a 5-colored radiance appeared between his eyes. In almost an instant, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and Sua Mingzhang all vaguely felt impatient, their minds becoming unstable. You must be joking. Of course, we have already agreed on a deal. However, exchanging for more and exchanging for less are 2 different things. If you want to forcefully buy and sell, aren't you being too greedy? Yan Zhaoge said mildly. Sua Mingzhang snorted coldly and punched the primordial heart devil without saying anything. His fists and palms seemed to be moving together with the entire galaxy. They charged at the primordial heart devil in an overwhelming manner that spanned across the universe and the entire universe. The primordial heart devil smiled and didn't move. He didn't evade nor did he resist. However, his figure seemed to have become illusory at this moment. He was isolated from everything in this world, and they didn't come into contact with each other. Sua Mingzhang's destructive majestic power lost its target and passed through the primordial heart devil's illusory figure. Sua Mingzhang's punch missed, and he immediately retracted his power. His palm seemed to have pierced through the primordial heart devil's chest and stopped there. The old man in front of him was still standing there with a smile on his face. He's healed. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's gaze flickered. The primordial heart devil's abilities were profound. He was neither alive nor dead, and he was everlasting and indestructible. Most existences in this world, including other grand heavenly realm experts, couldn't injure him. This great devil had countless clones and he seemed to be everywhere. He didn't exist in space. Instead, he existed in every sentient life form's heart. Only some could materialize and some couldn't. However, nothing was absolute in this world. There would always be a minority that could truly injure the primordial heart devil. Especially when the primordial heart devil was gravely injured, he was even more vulnerable to attacks. Sua Mingzhang's supreme martial art, all-seeing heaven and earth, had already seen through the principles of illusory and real. During the transformation of illusory and real, even the primordial heart devil couldn't avoid his attacks. Unless the primordial heart devil's injuries were healed, and he returned to his peak state. This old devil was faking it. The smile on the primordial heart devil's face didn't diminish. However, the five-colored radiance in his eyes gradually converged. It was no longer dazzling and it was no longer colorful. The radiance in his eyes was like the usual sunlight. It was inconspicuous but it was warm and natural. As soon as this gaze appeared, the pressure in Yan Zhaoge and the others' hearts skyrocketed. They were all perturbed and distracting thoughts filled their minds. At this moment, Xiao Juanwang's figure seemed to be flickering in front of Sua Mingzhang's eyes. As the two interacted with each other, the scenes of the past flashed through their minds. In the end, they parted without saying a word. Who knew that it would be an eternal farewell after this parting? When they met again, she was already gone. Only the Tsanghua divine tree that bloomed quietly was left in front of them, leaving behind only loneliness. Xiao Juanwang's voice and smile on the Tsanghua divine tree before her death kept resounding in Sua Mingzhang's heart, lingering for a long time. In the end, the face that appeared in front of Sua Mingzhang was his expressionless self. The face that looked exactly the same as him looked at him calmly and asked, "She's no longer here, and you changed yourself for her. So, why didn't you compromise back then? She's already dead. What's the point of doing this now? Is it just to make yourself feel better?" Feng Yunxing's heart was also fluctuating. The memories of her life kept appearing in her mind. When she was young, her fate in the Eight Extremities world fluctuated greatly. After arriving at the world beyond worlds, she went on a long journey and fell into the 9 underworlds. She narrowly escaped death. Although she was blessed after surviving the calamity, there were still hidden dangers under the blessings. She felt like she was treading on thin ice. Up until today, she was conscientious and diligent. She could be considered to have reached the peak. However, where was the path ahead? There was a face that looked exactly the same as her. With a calm expression she asked, "Is this the life you want? Revitalize Taoism? That's the ambition of Yan Zhaoge or others. What's your ambition? Is your life's goal now to support your partner? Will you only live for others forever?" Yan Zhaoge didn't know what situation Sua Mingzhang and Feng Yunxing were in, but he guessed that they were in a similar situation. At this moment he was in a trance and the scene in front of him was also changing. Chapter 1684. Heavy traffic, high-rise buildings. In front of him was a world of concrete, and in his ears was the sound of cars honking. Yan Zhaoge looked at this scene quietly and narrowed his eyes. It wasn't the scene of the great calamity that he had been dreaming about. Instead, it was something buried deep in his memory as if he had forgotten about it. It was too long ago. Previously he would only think about the great sage equaling heavens, Erlang God Yangjian, Third Prince Neza, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and other familiar names. However, he would only think about some myths, legends, documents, movies and so on. He would only think about those things that were related to his current life. Most of the information that was not related to the current life would float to the surface of his heart, and then sink to the bottom of the sea in the next moment. It had been too long. Sometimes, Yan Zhaoge would subconsciously think that the experience he had in the Heavenly Court's divine palace before the great calamity was his own past. However, many things, although they had been settled for a while, they were still there and had never been forgotten. Yan Zhaoge blinked his eyes and looked at the face in front of him that was exactly the same as his. "Have you ever suspected that everything in front of you isn't real?" The other person said calmly, "This world is similar to the legends in your memory but also different. Have you ever thought about why? Could it be that this is just your own dream?" Here, you have mixed your memories and diverged your thoughts, causing the legends in your memory to change? Or everything in the past was just a dream? Zhuang Sheng dreamt of a butterfly, Zhuangzhou dreamt of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamt of Zhuangzhou. Who is real and who is fake? Before the voice finished, the scene in front of him suddenly began to shake. Tall buildings collapsed, the streets were distorted, and the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Everything was like a pile of sand and began to disintegrate, turning into grains of fine sand. The other him in front of him disappeared. After a slight daze, Yan Zhaoge regained his senses, and the scene in front of him returned to normal just like before. He was still standing beside Feng Yunxing with one hand on her back. Above Feng Yunxing's head, a luo yuan condensed and a blood mist lingered. The source of the blood mist was the old man standing in front of him. The black auspicious cloud above his head fluctuated, and the scene changed. In front of the old man stood Sua Mingzhang. Sua Mingzhang's palm was still inside the old man's chest. However, the current Sua Mingzhang's entire body was emitting a faint radiance. The radiance condensed into numerous inscriptions. Under the arrangement of the inscriptions, they transformed into layers upon layers of barriers. As they enveloped Sua Mingzhang, they also enveloped Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. The tall, short-haired man stared at the primordial heart devil coldly. The old man sighed, "Heaven interception, it lives up to its name." Sua Mingzhang didn't say a word. His entire body was enveloped by a radiance that seemed to separate the world from the outside. It began to expand and move towards the surroundings. Wherever the barrier of light passed through, there would be faint streams of illusory light that were constantly being cut off, isolating the inside from the outside. At this moment, the primordial heart devil's body started to shake like water ripples. During this process, his dreamlike body that did not seem to belong to this world seemed to gradually become solid, allowing the people of this world to truly come into contact with him. Sua Mingzhang's fist, which had penetrated into his chest, was still surging with endless starlight and blazing sun. At this moment, the old man frowned slightly as if he finally felt uncomfortable. He could feel the scorching heat from Sua Mingzhang's fist, as well as the destructive power contained within. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The primordial heart devil sighed softly. His body gradually became transparent, as if it was about to disintegrate into a stream of light. However, Sua Mingzhang clenched his fist tightly, as if it had turned into a bottomless black hole. Even light couldn't escape from it, and the primordial heart devil's current body didn't dissipate. The primordial heart devil's gaze flickered. His body seemed to have a watery glow, which seeped into Sua Mingzhang's arm. Sua Mingzhang let out a groan. The heaven interception scripture's profundities circulated, blocking the primordial heart devil's counterattack. The battle between the two wasn't like the battle between ordinary martial art practitioners. However, the intensity of the battle wasn't any weaker. In fact, it was even stronger. The primordial heart devil continued to attack Sua Mingzhang's heart. As long as it broke through, the inside and outside would fuse together. Not only would it know what Sua Mingzhang was thinking, it would also push Sua Mingzhang into the abyss of the heart devil, making it hard for him to extricate himself. While Sua Mingzhang was resisting the heart devil's attack, he was also restraining the primordial heart devil's marvelous ability. He forcefully dragged the primordial heart devil out from the illusion into the real world, and then heavily injured it. In the battle for the immortal extermination array, Sua Mingzhang forcefully resisted the Dipankara ancient Buddha with the 24 Heaven Sea calming pearl and became famous again. However, because of his personal experience, the primordial heart devil had an opportunity to take advantage of. In fact, among the experts of the same level, the primordial heart devil was indeed a more difficult opponent for Sua Mingzhang to deal with. A zenith heaven immortal state of mind was naturally stable, and few could shake it. However, if someone had to be able to do it, it would be the primordial heart devil, the source of the world's inner demons. Especially the primordial heart devil, who had recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak state. Under the attack of the primordial heart devil at his peak state, even a zenith heaven realm expert could be broken in an extremely short time if there was a flaw in his state of mind. The primordial heart devil had always been known as the leader of the extinct demons, the #1 demon below the Tao realm. It wasn't just because he was immortal. However, the primordial heart devil was facing Sua Mingzhang, whose heaven interception Tao was boundless, and it was difficult for the primordial heart devil to win. However, the primordial heart devil wasn't in a hurry. Although Sua Mingzhang's heaven interception divine light was currently protecting Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, That moment of absent-mindedness was already sufficient for Nie Jingxian and the Shadow Devil to gain the upper hand. As the blood fog swept over, Feng Yunxing let out a groan. The chaotic abyss above her head trembled again, and its miraculousness dissipated like boiling water. Within the pitch-black auspicious clouds, within the dark sea of the abyss, among the 12 pillars, the pillar that represented the doomsday heavenly devil became more and more illusory, but also more and more ferocious. Feng Yunxing was disturbed by the primordial heart devil and lost the initiative, causing the situation to worsen. Even if she came back to her senses in time and wanted to stop it, she couldn't stop herself. The Luo Yuan above her head showed signs of disintegration, and the blood fog continued to spread towards her. From the looks of it, it seemed like it wanted to suck her into the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge's palm was pressed against Feng Yunxing's back, and he naturally understood the changes in the situation. His other hand immediately started drawing in the void and wrote numerous talismans. Senior Suo. Yan Zhaoge called out softly. From Suo Mingzhang's sleeve, a starlight automatically flew towards Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 1685. The cluster of starlight that flew out from Suo Mingzhang's sleeve was currently enveloping the 9 underworlds' devilish seas abyss seawater. Yan Zhaoge had mentioned his plan to Suo Mingzhang before, so Suo Mingzhang was already prepared for it. Now there was no need for Suo Mingzhang to be distracted. When he kept the seawater, he had already made the necessary arrangements. Under Yan Zhaoge's command, the starlight enveloping the seawater flew out. The starlight landed in front of Yan Zhaoge. One of Yan Zhaoge's hands was still pressed against Feng Yunxing's back, while the other hand reached into the starlight. As the radiance circulated, it became slightly dimmer. Then the pitch-black seawater flew out from within. The handwriting that Yan Zhaoge left behind by writing in the void now resembled a ravine. The seawater poured into it, filling up the empty space, forming a network of interconnected water veins. At this moment, all of these talismans had become completely pitch-black like black jade, and they flickered with a clear and glossy sheen. Upon seeing this, the primordial heart devil frowned even more. He recalled the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, which had never appeared before. It was a unique ritual created by Yan Zhaoge himself. In the past, the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual mainly targeted his heart devil. However, the primordial heart devil's injuries had yet to fully recover, so he didn't dare to make any big moves. Now that he had returned to his peak, the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual's effects became limited. As such, even if he knew that Yan Zhaoge possessed such a unique ritual, the primordial heart devil didn't care about it. However, this matter was still lingering in his mind. Through the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, he could easily imagine if Yan Zhaoge had any other new things. 200 years had passed since then. While the primordial heart devil's injuries had healed, the ever-changing Yan Zhaoge might have even more changes. After noticing Yan Zhaoge's actions, the primordial heart devil secretly felt the talismans fused with the devilish abyss's seawater. He instantly noticed some profundities within. He wanted to stop Yan Zhaoge, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. Suo Mingzhang was closing in on him. Under the effect of the heaven-severing scripture, he wanted to forcefully drag the primordial heart devil from the illusory realm into reality. The terrifying surging power was like a raging sea tide, crashing towards the primordial heart devil one after another. The primordial heart devil could only watch as the pure black talismans flew into the encompassing yuan above Feng Yunxing's head under Yan Zhaoge's control. The bloody mist was still wreaking havoc, seeming illusory yet real. It was difficult to sever or erase. However, the dark cloud above the primordial heart devil's head suddenly trembled and began to roll. The dark cloud surged, becoming denser and denser, expanding more and more. However, they were also gradually losing control of themselves. Even Nie Jingxian, the shadow devil, and the others in the 9 underworlds felt the ritual becoming unstable and out of control. This sudden change, in turn, affected the blood mist that extended from the black cloud. It was as if the foundation of the pavilion had been shaken and it had become suspended in the air. Naturally, it would become unstable. Although the surface of the tranquil 9 underworlds demon sea was still as a statue without any ripples, there seemed to be undercurrents gradually surging within it. In the deep sea between the 12 pillars, Nie Jingxian frowned as he watched everything that was happening in front of him. Suddenly, it was as if he had become the center of an undercurrent. Waves of energy pressed down on him. Then, something happened that surprised him. Feng Yunxing's Luo Yuan seemed to directly pass through the blood mist and black clouds. The boundary between the real and the illusory, the layers of the void, and directly came into contact with the sword light that had condensed into a single point. When the two sides collided, the jet-black talismans also passed through and revolved around Nie Jingshan, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. The shadow devil beside him immediately felt something was wrong and exerted his strength to shake. Nie Jingshan let out a muffled groan as he stumbled backward to avoid the black talisman. The pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil's appearance started becoming clear again. It was no longer as profound as before, and its malevolent nature had also decreased. There were other great devils in the 9 underworlds helping them. At the same time, other devils came out from the 9 underworlds and intended to descend upon the land of the tranquil stream. Almost at the same time, in the boundless void outside of the land of the tranquil stream, many powerful auras also manifested. They were naturally the Taoism's people who were already prepared. The war between the two sides was about to erupt, and it could erupt at any time. In the land of the tranquil stream, the primordial heart devil also frowned. He shook his head and sighed, "What a great move you've made. It seems like we have to stop here today." His eyes flickered slightly, and the black auspicious clouds above his head started dissipating. The blood mist also became rootless duckweed and was about to disperse. However, while the devils retreated, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing didn't. The encompassing yuan above Feng Yunxing's head started expanding and shrouded the primordial heart devil's head. Moreover, it gathered the blood mist and black clouds so that they wouldn't dissipate immediately. Among the 12 pillars of the Abyss Sea, the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil even started shaking slightly. Sua Mingzhang also grabbed the primordial heart devil tightly and didn't give him any chance to retreat. Rays of radiance shone in all directions. Sua Mingzhang continued exerting his strength, and the remaining might shook the land of the tranquil stream to the point that it started disintegrating. The gloomy filth kept fading away, and the desolate void was restored. Taoism kept pushing forward, forcing the 9 underworld's devils to retreat step by step. The void started opening and one after another horrifying great devils appeared. They were about to take action. On the other side, the Taoism bigwigs started manifesting their silhouettes in the void and were about to descend. At this moment, within Feng Yunxing's vision of the 9 underworld's Abyss Sea, a pitch-black ancient mirror suddenly appeared above one of the 12 pillars. As soon as the mirror appeared, the Abyss Sea instantly stabilized, and the powerful pressure was directed towards Feng Yunxing's encompassing yuan. Devil Ancestor, Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil. Yan Zhaoge also saw the pitch-black mirror. At the same time, faint golden radiances could be vaguely seen above the boundless void. Dense yellow smoke permeated the air, as if they had arrived above the 9 underworlds. The extremely ferocious evil qi was hidden within. Feng Yunxing let out a long breath, and the encompassing yuan above her head dissipated. She let go of the primordial heart devil's black clouds and blood fog, completely cutting off the connection with the 9 underworlds. Within the 9 underworlds, the black ancient mirror didn't make any other movements and allowed Feng Yunxing to retreat. At the same time, above the 9 underworlds outside the void, the rumbling yellow dust and golden radiances also disappeared, and completely concealed within the void. The primordial heart devil wanted to leave, but Sua Mingzhang didn't let him go. He forced the old devil to materialize from illusory, and he had no choice but to take a punch from Sua Mingzhang. The other great devils went forward to receive the primordial heart devil, and retreated towards the 9 underworlds. "I hope we can fight again." Sua Mingzhang stared at the primordial heart devil with a cold gaze. The old devil coughed a few times. "Perha," he turned his head and looked at Yan Zhaoge deeply. "The young heavenly lord is truly capable of making others look at you in a different light. There are only things that we can't think of, but there's nothing you can't do." Yan Zhaoge moved his palm away from Feng Yunxing's back. He looked at the primordial heart devil and said, "Thank you for your praise. Although I admit that I'm not at that level yet, since you've said so, I'll continue to work hard." Chapter 1686. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's sarcastic words, the primordial heart devil wasn't angered. He only stared at Yan Zhaoge once again. Due to the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, he was prepared for Yan Zhaoge's sudden attack. He had been thinking about it for a long time and constantly perfected his own technique to prevent Yan Zhaoge from exploiting any loopholes. However, he didn't expect Yan Zhaoge to use the seawater that he had just obtained. Now that he thought about it, Yan Zhaoge's request for the 9 underworld's devilish seawater wasn't to deal with the Wuji apricot yellow flag and other treasures. Instead, it was to deal with today. The primordial heart devil didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When they first met, he had personally given the 9 underworlds devilish sea water to Yan Zhaoge and the others. In the end, it was akin to giving aid to the enemy, which helped Feng Yunxing gain an advantage in the previous confrontation. Sua Mingzhang even kept the seawater at the start, which served as a diversion. The primordial heart devil wasn't enraged. However, his gaze towards Yan Zhaoge became even more cautious. After his gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Sua Mingzhang, the primordial heart devil led the other devils and disappeared within the darkness. Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't chase after them. Instead, they looked towards another direction. From afar, Buddha light and demonic chi were faintly discernible. Although they were wary of each other, most of their attention was placed on Taoism and the 9 underworlds. Seeing that Taoism and the 9 underworlds couldn't continue fighting, the Buddha light and demonic chi gradually dispersed. At the same time, the other Taoism heavenly immortal bigwigs also disappeared and stopped descending. As this concerned the overall situation, Yan Zhaoge and the others would naturally inform everyone about their gains. As a result, the space that had still been surging with winds and clouds a moment ago became empty at this moment, with only Yan Zhaoge and the other 2 remaining. The original land of tranquil stream was shattered and no longer existed. Yan Zhaoge looked towards Feng Yunxing and Sua Mingzhang. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Sua Mingzhang raised his right hand, which was still tainted with a layer of watery radiance. The previously transparent and colorless watery light had now become multicolored and overflowing with light and color. However, under Sua Mingzhang's circulation of the heaven-severing scripture, the colorful watery radiance gradually faded and finally disappeared. Feng Yunxing closed her eyes and remained motionless as she stood stiffly in the void. Her face didn't show any strange or painful expression. It was more like she was in deep thought. After a long time, Feng Yunxing opened her eyes and nodded to Yan Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang. "I'm fine too." After a brief pause, what she said next was earth-shattering. 9 Nether wants to break the seal that suppresses the primordial heaven devil. Yan Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang both narrowed their eyes. Although it had been sealed during the immemorial epoch and had never reappeared, the existence of the primordial heavenly demon still made everyone wary. He was the true leader of the fiendish Tao, the source, the ancestor, the number 1 existence among the 12 devilish gods and fiends, the first ancestral fiend, the leader of all fiends. His original title should have been Primordial Demon. It was only after he was defeated by the Taoism's Jade Clear Grand Master, the primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning, that he changed his name to Primordial Heavenly Devil. Even so, this number 1 Grand Master of the fiendish Tao was extremely powerful. Even after thousands of years, he was still feared and praised by everyone. Although he had been suppressed by the primordial heavenly lord until now, it was mostly due to him being defeated in the battle for the title of Primordial Beginning. As the victor, the primordial heavenly lord naturally suppressed the primordial heavenly devil. Otherwise, as fellow Tao realm bigwigs, even if the victor could be determined, how could he be suppressed for so long? After the primordial heavenly lord's transcendence, the difficulty of the primordial heavenly devil regaining his freedom increased. Unlike the great sage equaling heavens who was suppressed by the Tathagata Buddha, everyone was wary of the Tathagata Buddha. With how important the primordial heavenly devil was to the fiendish Tao, the 9 underworld's devils would naturally try to help him break the seal regardless of the consequences. Although the fiendish Tao was often suppressed, there was still the vast freedom heavenly devil. However, breaking the seal of the primordial heavenly lord wasn't solely based on one's strength. There were other considerations as well. "I see." Yan Zhaoge let out a sigh. The reason why senior apprentice brother Nye entered the fiendish Tao wasn't because of the devil of aged metal, but the primordial heavenly devil. Sua Mingzhang raised his brows. "Earlier heaven nascent form?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "The earlier heaven nascent form isn't inferior to later heaven. It's the beginning of all things, and it coincides with the primordial peerless form. As such, Nye Jingshan's path of comprehending the secrets of peerless infinity wouldn't be as rough as Yin Tianxia's. If Yin Tianxia or the others didn't have the jade clear primordial heavenly scriptures peerless heavenly scripture as their foundation, their path would become more and more difficult. The tranquil profound immortal might very well be their end. Cultivating the grand clear Tai Fist or the prime clear chaos extinguishing origin scripture was another matter altogether. While the principles were the same, it was a different path, which was equivalent to changing one's foundation. Even if Nye Jingshan didn't have the peerless heavenly scripture, it wouldn't be as difficult for him to comprehend the jade illusory peerless infinity sword like others. While it was impossible for him to reach the Tao realm, he had hope of reaching the grand heavenly realm as long as he had the capabilities to do so. His path was correct and smooth. This was one of the miraculous aspects of his earlier heaven nascent form. This was the main reason why he was targeted by the 9 underworlds. The physique suitable for the devil of aged metal's rebirth was merely incidental. This is the 9 underworlds' true plan. Feng Yunxing said faintly, not only is senior apprentice brother Nye a suitable physique for the devil of aged metal, but he's also a suitable physique for the primordial heavenly devil. Nye Jingxian isn't the first person born with the earlier heaven nascent form. While this physique is extremely rare, it isn't unique in history. Sua Mingzhang said slowly, why didn't the 9 underworlds do anything before? It seems like this isn't the only condition required for the primordial heavenly devil to break out of the seal. It needs to be close to the doomsday heavenly devil's birth. Feng Yunxing sighed, the end is also the beginning. Sua Mingzhang's expression remained calm. He nodded, I see. It seems like the 9 underworlds is really aiming for the 12 devilish grand formation. The 12 devilish grand formation. Yen Zhaoge said slowly, everyone is plotting against the 9 underworlds and the same goes for the 9 underworlds. The moment they are closest to success is also the moment they are closest to failure, and vice versa. Hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, Feng Yunxing nodded, indeed. From the looks of it, the final conclusion between her and the 9 underworlds would be decided here as well. She already knew that there would be a tribulation, and now she was slowly getting a glimpse of its true nature. Yen Zhaoge's next words suddenly changed, everyone is plotting against this. Back then, how many of them knew about your matter and senior apprentice brother Nye's matter? How many of them watched everything happen and even went along with the flow? His gaze was faint and a cold intent leaked out. Chapter 1687. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was currently filled with coldness. Just like how the Xuandu great Taoist helped the 9 underworlds obtain the grand heavenly devil's authority from the Elder Lord, the Western Pure Lands also returned the 9 underworlds' faceless heavenly devil's authority. To a certain extent, those plotting against the 9 underworlds were condoning the 9 underworlds. Making things convenient for others was convenient for oneself. In the end, of course, it was still for one's own gains. Previously, the Tushita Palace exchanged for the immortal exterminating sword, and the Western Pure Lands used it to exchange for the vast freedom heavenly devil's assistance during the immortal extermination formation. While these were part of the deal, in the end it was still related to the upcoming battle. It was related to the 9 underworlds' fate, as well as the few grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts' opportunities to ascend into the Tao realm. The 9 underworlds wanted the primordial heavenly devil to break free from the seal, the doomsday heavenly devil to be born in advance, and the 12 devilish heavenly formation to appear within the world, dominating the entire world. However, when they were the closest to success, it was also the opportunity that others were waiting for. As for who would emerge victorious in the end, it would depend on whose methods were more brilliant. Before this, other than being on guard, resisting, and restraining the 9 underworlds, the other forces would also condone the 9 underworlds. In fact, they would even help and cooperate with them. From the grand heavenly devil and the faceless heavenly devil, it was hard for Yen Zhaoge to not link it to Feng Yunxing and Ye Jingxian. He looked towards Feng Yunxing. In the past, the exalted Rahu luminary Yujian Shenhua faked her death to plot against the 9 underworlds under the help of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor. Gao Han, Ling Qing and the others seemed to know about this matter. Only their understanding of the details was limited. However, from what they knew, the great devil that Jian Shenhua was plotting against was the devil of aged metal. Who would have thought that it was the Tao realm's doomsday heavenly devil? As such, when Ling Qing first saw Feng Yunxing returning from the 9 underworlds, she was extremely shocked. Yen Zhaoge assumed that Ling Qing wasn't acting. However, who could be sure that what the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor told her was the truth? In the past, whether Jian Shenhua acted according to the plan or changed the plan on her own accord, only the people involved would know. The roles that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor played were also worth pondering. Was it their plan from the very beginning, or was it because Jian Shenhua acted on her own, or was it because the 9 Nether Darkness did something on its own, and they just let it be? If they were merely insiders, then to what extent did they understand all of this? Because of the Rahu Saber, Feng Yunxing was involved in this matter. Was it the result of someone's intentional arrangement, or was it an accident? apart from Feng Yunxing Jian Shanhua and the Doomsday Heavenly Demon, how much did these Taoism bigwigs know about Nie Jingxian, the primordial heavenly demon, and the devil of aged metal? Especially the great Taoist master Shendu. After all, he was on the same level as the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others. All of them were specifically plotting against the 9 underworlds in order to obtain the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. He was currently one of the people closest to the Tao realm. These peak powerhouses had all experienced too many endless years, so they all knew how precious opportunities were. They were extremely rare, hard to come by even in an epoch. When the opportunity came, in order to seize the opportunity, there was nothing that could not be used and sacrificed. The example of the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the central blessed lands of Saha's great tribulation and great calamity was right before their eyes. How many lives were lost and how many experts perished in those 2 calamities? There were countless of them. If they knew too little, they would be tricked to death without knowing why. The more they knew, the more they understood that the truth was often cruel. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. From a certain perspective, the revival of Taoism and the birth of a new Tao ancestor at all costs was an urgent matter. In other words, a certain Taoism heavenly immortal bigwig's desire to ascend to the Tao realm coincided with the orthodox Taoism's current objective needs. Especially if one's own sect didn't succeed, another Tao ancestor might appear on the opposing side. In order to achieve a result, some sacrifices might be unavoidable. However, the outcome would be the same if an individual understood the cause and effect and willingly sacrificed himself. Compared to being thrown into the chessboard like a chess piece, or even being sacrificed as a pawn, the outcome would be the same. However, the feeling it gave to the person involved would be completely different. It's often said to dispel the false and retain the true, to see the truth, to not be confused by the heart, and to not be confused by the emotions. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, however, it seems like my cultivation is still lacking. Feng Yunxing and Sua Mingzhang remained silent. They could sense the emotions contained within Yan Zhaoge's words. Yan Zhaoge didn't hide his words from them. Needless to say, Feng Yunxing and Sua Mingzhang could be trusted as well. Although their current strength was ranked amongst the top of the grand heavenly immortals, they were also chess pieces that had just jumped out of the chessboard like Yan Zhaoge. However, just like Yan Zhaoge, they were chess pieces that had just started jumping out of the chessboard. Even if they were to start their own schemes, they were not the ones who had been scheming for the 9 underworlds all along. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was dim as he looked at the dark, boundless void. He didn't know how deeply involved the great Taoist Shendu was and how much he knew. However, with the great Taoist Shendu returning the supreme heavenly devil's authority to the 9 underworlds despite the elder lord's inaction, Yan Zhaoge found it hard to believe that he didn't know anything about the doomsday heavenly devil and the primordial heavenly devil. Whoever was plotting against the 9 underworlds next round wouldn't be able to escape suspicion. At most, it would only be a difference of how deep they were. Would they personally take action or would they silently allow it? Whether the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor, who plotted against Jian Shanhua to the 9 underworlds in the past, knew nothing about it. However, on the other hand, if they were also players of chess, what was their motive? Was it to help the great Taoist Shendu, or were they plotting against the 9 underworlds next round? Did this mean that under such a low-profile and secretive situation, there were also people nearing the Tao realm, waiting for the final opportunity? Only, unlike the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahamayuri, Taoist Luya, and the great Taoist Shendu, they weren't known by others. In order to prevent others from obstructing their path, everyone kept their own path of cultivation a secret. Only none of them were easy to deal with, especially the Tao ancestors. Although most of them wanted to hide it, they were still exposed. However, nothing was absolute in this world. There might be someone who slipped through the net. From the outside, it seemed like there was no way to enter the Tao realm. In fact, only he knew about it. He had even secretly made preparations and was only left with one last step. Yan Zhaoge sighed and turned his head to look at Feng Yunxing and Sua Mingzhang. A bitter smile appeared on his face. I feel like cursing. I can't help but suspect if the 9 underworlds purposely leaked this information to us in order to sow discord among us and cause chaos among us. The information was real. It wasn't fake. However, it was precisely because it was real that it had such lethality. Chapter 1688. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Sua Mingzhang said quietly, "Only time will tell us the answer. If someone personally arranged it, then there might be evidence. However, it would be hard to prove if someone knew about it or how much they knew. Only when the outcome was revealed would they be able to see some clues. Perhaps it won't take too long. Yan Zhaoge pondered and looked towards the distant starry sky. After a while, he retracted his gaze and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, we did gain something else this time. He raised his hand and wrote something in the air. Black runes appeared once again and circulated within the void. As radiance flickered, the black 9 underworld sea's water was extracted once again. Feng Yunxing opened her palm and kept the seawater. Then she looked towards those runes together with Sua Mingzhang. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. The runes transformed and rearranged themselves in mid-air, transforming into a profound scripture. When they gathered together, they resembled a huge rune formation. Within the rune formation, many profound concepts were revealed. Yan Zhaoge stared at the rune formation and felt the changes within. He said softly, "It's a little rushed. Although we stopped the primordial heart devil from interfering, we can't do anything about the 9 underworld's great devils." Feng Yunxing said, "The wood devil reacted very quickly. We don't have much time." "Yeah, that's right." Yan Zhaoge nodded. However, it also proved one thing. Because of his earlier heaven nascent form, senior apprentice brother Nie's incarnation of the devil of aged metal isn't stable. Unfortunately, our true opponent isn't the devil of aged metal, but the primordial heaven devil. Yan Zhaoge let out a breath. We still have to wait for the final moment. That's when everything will be revealed. Those of Taoism might have their own plans. Even if Yan Zhaoge could gather all the forces of orthodox Taoism and rush to the 9 underworlds, his opponents might not just be the devils of the 9 underworlds. He would also have to face Buddhism, the demon race and many other bigwigs. Yan Zhaoge felt that the 9 underworlds, which had always been the public enemy, had now become the target of everyone's tacit understanding. Yan Zhaoge felt that the world was unpredictable. Absurdity and truth were often separated by a thin line, and one standpoint determined right and wrong. This chess game is huge. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. If it really is the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation, and this matter involves the Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Doomsday Heavenly Demon, then the situation isn't something that Dipankara Ancient Buddha and the others can control. Sua Mingzhang said slowly, if the ancient Dipankara Buddha and the others want to gain something, they must have the support of a few Tao ancestors. His gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's faces. However, are the Tao ancestors really willing to see the birth of a new Tao realm? The competition between Tao realm almighties against transcendence would only be crueler and more intense than the competition between grand heavenly immortals. If there was no special reason, one more Tao realm expert of the same level meant more competition. To others it meant one less chance. It was true that those who were first had a huge advantage, but there was no guarantee that they would be the first to take that final step. There was also the possibility of those who came later catching up. From a certain perspective, even though the current Tao realm experts were in constant conflict with each other and were rivals with each other, they would naturally reject the birth of a new Tao ancestor. The contradiction was that the grand heavenly realm experts under them definitely had their own goals and demands. Of course, his core goal was to reach the Tao realm. This conflict was inevitable. How to balance and overcome it was a problem that had to be considered. Find a successor for yourself. Yan Zhaoge looked at Sua Mingzhang and nodded. Transcend by yourself, and let your subordinate take over this position. Indeed, there could only be one position. However, only a limited number of people were prepared for it. If one's own faction took over this position, they could continue to protect others of the same path, lest they ended up like Taoism in the past. Sua Mingzhang nodded and remained silent. So, in the 9 underworlds, not only is the Dipankara Buddha and the others fighting for the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm, but it might also be the opportunity for the Tao ancestors to transcend? Not necessarily. Yan Zhaoge said, only this is the best outcome for the Western Pure Lands, Astro Mountain Starry Seas and the other forces. Back then, while the future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had their own reasons for being born, the other Tao ancestors had tacitly agreed to it. They might even have their own considerations which resulted in the current situation. However, without a doubt, if there wasn't a valid reason, they wouldn't allow such situations to happen. I wonder what's the opportunity for the Tao ancestors to transcend? Otherwise it would be much easier to make a judgment. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunxing smiled. This isn't easy to guess. After smiling, she softly muttered to herself, other than the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge said, while there are many clues regarding the 9 underworlds, it's hard to come to a conclusion. Let's see what they're trying to do by heading towards the 12 devilish god formation. Let's return first, said Feng Yunxing. Yan Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang nodded slightly. The three turned around and returned to the universe domain. There Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei were anxiously waiting alongside Pan Pan and the North Ocean clone. While the two's expressions seemed calm, their gazes were fixated on Yan Zhaoge's group the moment they appeared. Senior apprentice brother Nie's situation is rather complicated, said Yan Zhaoge. When Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei heard it, they felt relieved and some hope appeared in their hearts. If it were truly hopeless, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't use such words. Seeing their expressions, Yan Zhaoge sighed in his heart and said, "It's still too early to tell if senior apprentice brother Nie would fall into the devil's Tao. However, even if he doesn't end up like other devils, his situation isn't optimistic." After a slight pause, he continued, "This matter involves the ancestral devils." When Yu Yi and Yu Jinbei heard it, their expressions changed slightly. They were aware of the difference between a Tao realm ancestral devil and a grand heavenly realm extinct devil. However, the two quickly calmed themselves down, and their expressions returned to normal. Junior apprentice brother Yen, junior apprentice sister Feng, senior Su-Ah, thank you for your efforts. Yi took a deep breath and thanked Yan Zhaoge and the others. Then she stopped speaking and only stood there quietly. Her gaze that was always distracted and unfocused was now as calm as water. However, she was extremely focused. Yan Zhaoge observed her. Although he couldn't tell what she was thinking, he could feel that Yu Ye's state of mind was still rather calm. On the other side, Yu Jinbei's deep voice resounded, "Life can't be forced. However, even if you know that there's no hope, you still have to try. Moreover, thanks to your kind intentions, Zhaoge Jingshan, it's still not the time to despair." Chapter 1689. Facing Yu Jinbei, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, "We'll do our best." Everyone bade farewell and dispersed. Yu Yi returned to the roving jade heavens within the crimson radiance in Yang heaven, Sua Mingzhang returned to the Grand Peace Royal Cliff heaven, and Yan Zhaoge and the others returned to the Vermilion Royal Reed heaven and the sky beyond skies. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone secretly watched Yu Yi enter the roving jade heavens. Only then did he feel relieved and left. After returning to the sky beyond skies, Yu Jinbei went to the Jade Capital Crag, while Yan Zhaoge and the others returned to the Broad Creed Mountain. Everyone on the Broad Creed Mountain was worried for Nie Jingshan after hearing about what had happened. However, since things had progressed to this point, they could only take it slow. Everyone knew that they couldn't rush things. After Yan Zhaoge returned to the mountain he cultivated by himself. Feng Yunxing was guarding the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, while Su Fei was in charge of the Broad Creed Mountain. Unless something special happened, Yan Zhaoge didn't have to worry about it. He cultivated the 3 flowers above the head and condensed the essence of divinity in order to facilitate his future cultivation. After the solitary flower converged crown, Yan Zhaoge continuously battled against the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, and the others. Putting aside the fact that the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord was a mighty Buddha who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism, even if the Dingguang Joyous Buddha had joined the heretics due to historical reasons, his strength was still extraordinary among the Grand Heavenly Realm heretics. Although he didn't improve as much as Feng Yunxing, fighting against these Grand Heavenly Realm experts gave Yan Zhaoge a lot of benefits. These accumulated benefits would aid Yan Zhaoge's progress. He needed time to analyze and accumulate. After thoroughly understanding the various principles, he would use them for his own use. While walking on the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages would bring him limitless glory, the higher he went, the more difficult it would be. Yan Zhaoge lacked references and had to constantly comprehend it himself. There was no sun or moon in the mountain. For those who were immersed in cultivation, time would pass quickly without them noticing. Yan Zhaoge wasn't an exception. As he was fully focused, he didn't pay much attention to the outside world. Only when something extremely important or special happened would he be alerted. For example, in the Limitless Cloud Oath, the Tai Immortal finally succeeded in purifying Neza's fiendish aura, guiding the historical god of the 3 altars sea meeting to truly revive from the calamity of the Great Calamity and return to this world. Having received this news, Yan Zhaoge was also overjoyed. The true deity Tai and Neza had specially come to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven to bid farewell to Yan Zhaoge and the others. Since Neza had recovered, it was not appropriate for the master and disciple to occupy the universe of Wuji Tan Tian anymore. They had somewhere to go. Other than bidding farewell, they had also come to thank Yan Zhaoge. "I've already heard about what happened from my master. My heart was confused and I let go of my restraint. I've really made a fool of myself in front of fellow Taoist. I still have to thank fellow Taoist for your help so that I can return to my true self. This great divinity of the Three Altars Sea gathering had the appearance of a youth with delicate features of the past, an air of arrogance vaguely visible between his brows. However, as he spoke to Yan Zhaoga now, he was extremely polite and sincere. After experiencing the great calamity back then, after experiencing so many years of torment after his rebirth and awakening, he seemed to be more stable than the rumors said. At the very least, as far as Yan Zhaoga knew, this person was definitely not someone who would stay put. Even though he had become a grand heavenly immortal, and even though he had looked down upon the world for more than an era, he still did not change his youthful temper. He was famous for being hot-tempered and unreasonable. To put it bluntly, he was just an overaged brat. Not only was he overbearing, but his destructive prowess was also extremely shocking. Only a few people could restrain him. Fortunately, Neza seemed to be much more stable than Yan Zhaoga's impression of him. You're being too polite. We're on the same side. If I can help you, I'll naturally do so, said Yan Zhaoga. I still have to thank little friend Yan. The Tai cultivated deity smiled and said, You've been forgiving us for a long time. It's time for us to leave. With the current situation, we might have the chance to help each other in the future. If little friend Yan has any issues, you can contact us. Of course. Yan Zhaoga asked, What do you plan to do next? I'm planning to make a trip to the Western Pure Lands. Neza said, Although I've already ended the grudge between me and Li Jing, this matter still has to be traced back to that baldy Dipankara. Within these few sentences, Neza revealed his arrogance from back then. Li Jing's actions were related to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In the past, when I fought with Li Jing, that baldy Dipankara bullied me and used the pagoda to suppress and refine me. During the great calamity, he was also related to it. If I don't take revenge, how can I let this matter rest? Neza's gaze was filled with hatred and anger. Yan Zhaoga stroked his chin. He didn't think that Neza was being reckless. Great deity Three Altars, are you planning to directly challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha? Neza nodded, That's right. The existence of the Immortal Extermination Formation had completely changed the living environment of the Orthodox Taoism's descendants. If there wasn't the Immortal Extermination Formation, even if Neza was an expert of the Jade Clear lineage's third generation, he wouldn't have a good ending if he dared to directly challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha. However, if he directly went to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the worst outcome would be him losing to the Dipankara ancient Buddha in a one-on-one battle. Whether he lived or died would depend on his own capabilities. At the very least, the conflict would be resolved between him and the Dipankara ancient Buddha. It wouldn't be like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, the North Star Emperor, and the others who had to bear the risk of facing the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the future Buddha, and other Tao ancestors at any time. Of course, this didn't mean that Taoism's outstanding figures like Yang Jian, Sua Mingzhang, Feng Yunxing, or Neza could openly challenge the other forces' grand heavenly immortals, which were weaker than them, and kill their opponents. The few Tao ancestors wouldn't tolerate it. It was just like how Mahamayuri, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, and Tao Lord Luya wouldn't do such a thing. If they really did so, it would be no different from starting an all-out war, where both sides would perish together. At the end of the day, the so-called openly issuing a challenge could only be done between two opponents who were on the same level. In fact, it might even be the weak challenging the strong. Such a problem didn't exist between Neza and the Dipankara ancient Buddha. First of all, their grudges were extremely deep, far surpassing the norm. Due to various reasons, they had been suppressing their grudges for a long period of time. In fact, the grudges only grew more and more complicated. Secondly, in terms of age and seniority, Neza was far inferior to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The younger wasn't bullying the younger by challenging the older. Moreover, they had already broken off their relationship and weren't on the same path. Thus, it wasn't rude or disrespectful. Lastly, and most importantly, according to their past impressions and performance, the disparity between the two wasn't too huge. The victor would only be determined after they fought. In fact, some people even thought highly of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Neza's initiative to challenge him wasn't to bully the weak. Instead, he might end up kicking a steel plate. Undeniably, the possibility of the Western Pure Lands taking advantage of the situation to kill Neza still existed. However, the current Orthodox Taoism had the capital to take precautions and take revenge. However, I feel that the Dipankara ancient Buddha might not accept your challenge, said Yan Zhaoga as he looked at Neza. Chapter 1690. Yen Zhaoge supported Neza's challenge against the Dipankara ancient Buddha no matter from his personal perspective or the overall benefits of Taoism. After all, the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the existence closest to the Tao realm among all the Buddhism bigwigs. Although his strength wasn't as strong as Mahamayuri, he was much closer to the Tao realm than Mahamayuri in terms of cultivation. Even if the Dipankara ancient Buddha won the battle against Neza, it wouldn't be safe. He had to achieve a complete victory even if it was a Pyrrhic victory. If his foundation was harmed, it might affect his breakthrough into the Tao realm. As for the outcome of losing, it was obvious. The benefits of winning were limited. At most, he would be able to kill Neza and eliminate one of the top-notch bigwigs of Orthodox Taoism. However, although Neza was strong, he wasn't the current pillar of Orthodox Taoism. Therefore, it wasn't worth it for the Dipankara ancient Buddha to fight against Neza. After all, Neza was the one who held a deep grudge against him. He didn't suffer any losses from Neza. Of course, not accepting the challenge wasn't without its disadvantages. At the very least, it would greatly damage the Dipankara ancient Buddha's reputation and prestige. Although this bigwig of Buddhism had a good mental state and wouldn't panic because of this, it would still hurt his pride. Buddhism's Zen cultivation emphasized on the cultivation of one's temperament, such as not being angry, not being humiliated by external objects, and remaining calm. However, it could also be said that one's heart was filled with fear and stubbornness in order to ascend to the Tao realm. If one's thoughts were too heavy, they would no longer be empty. The subtlety of this was a test for the Dipankara ancient Buddha. If it were someone else, it would be fine if he didn't accept the challenge. However, not only was Neza a junior, he even had a deep grudge against him. If Neza came to his doorstep and scolded him, it would be troublesome. If that baldy Dipankara doesn't accept the challenge, I'll stay by the Western Pure Lands entrance and challenge him. Neza sneered. He can afford to lose his face. I'd like to see if the other people in the Western Pure Lands have such thick skin. Yen Zhaoge gave Neza a thumbs up. No matter what, I still wish you success. However, you have to be wary of the other party's dirty tricks. You also have to pay attention to the demon race and the 9 underworlds movements. I've contacted Senior Brother South Pole and Yang Jian. When the time comes, I'll go with my disciple and take care of them in secret. Perfected Tai smiled and said, I believe fellow Taoist Wudong and fellow Taoist Yun Shao will take care of me since they are in charge of the immortal vanquishing array. Yen Zhaoge smiled. If that is so, it would naturally be for the best. If I am free, I might also go and join in the fun. At that time, I hope that the 3 altars sea gathering deities will allow us to spectate the battle. It's great that you want to go. Neza said, I'm just afraid that the old thieving baldy won't accept the challenge. With that, he bade farewell to Yen Zhaoge along with the Tai spiritual master and left the Vermilion Sovereign reed heaven, disappearing amidst the void's boundless outskirts. Neza had a firecracker temper. He would do whatever he wanted. Very quickly, Yen Zhaoge received news from the outside world. Taoism's 3 altars sea meetings great divinity Neza had officially issued a challenge outside the Western Pure Lands, challenging the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha would decide the location, and Yen Zhaoge only wished for it to happen as soon as possible. The moment the news spread, it wasn't just the Western Pure Lands that were shaken. The Astral Mountains' starry seas, the Immortal Court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were also interested, paying close attention to this matter. It had been many years since something like this happened. Although the Western Pure Lands and the demon race often fought against each other, they were all battles that concerned the whole. There were rarely any private battles. On the contrary, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would occasionally fight against each other in order to obtain more worshippers and establish their own prestige. Now that Neza suddenly mentioned it, everyone was a little surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, they realized that it was within reason. To the ancient Dipankara Buddha, it was a problem that was neither big nor small. The previous contact with the 9 underworlds was only the beginning. Now the 3 clear lineages' first step of counterattacking. Within the Astro Mountain Starry Sea's grand essence heaven, Taoist Luya shook his head and smiled. How could something like this happen before the immortal vanquishing array reappeared? If Neza had reappeared, the 3 clear lineage wouldn't have such a good candidate. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles said, as for the others, Dipankara doesn't have to accept the challenge. Not accepting a challenge from his peers meant that he had no grudges against them. Not accepting a challenge from his juniors meant that he was magnanimous. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles's expression wasn't pleasant. His son, Fuluazi, had died by the hands of Yen Zhaoge and the others. He wanted to use an official challenge to settle his grudges. However, it wasn't easy to pick an opponent. Yan Zhaoge and the others who laid down the incomplete immortal extermination formation to kill Fuluazi had yet to reach the Grand Heavenly Realm. A Grand Luo challenging a Grand Void? Only the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles would make people laugh. Even if Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and the others weren't ordinary Grand Virtual Immortals, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles wasn't a heretic Grand Heavenly Realm. Pull one hair and the entire body will be affected. Whether or not Randang accepts the challenge will change many things. Dao Lord Luya smiled. Let's pay close attention. We might be able to learn something. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles nodded. Not bad. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the final result was that the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not accept the challenge. Whether he was rational or cowardly, one of the oldest Buddhas in the world refused Neza's challenge. Although he displayed a magnanimity that didn't bother with his juniors, those who were aware of the grudges between him and Neza didn't find his demeanor convincing at all. As expected, Neza did as he told Yan Zhaoge. He blocked the Western Pure Land's entrance and challenged them to a duel. Unless the Dipankara ancient Buddha can invite Mahamayuri to take action again, he would have a headache. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said to Feng Yunxing. Buddhism had many experts and not all of them were afraid of Neza. However, only a limited number of people could chase Neza away on behalf of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. A tie was useless. One had to win steadily. Without the Amitabha Buddha's interference, only Kong Xian had the confidence to take down Neza in the entire Western Pure Lands. Other than that, they could only gang up on him. However, if that happened, the outcome might turn into a brawl between the Western Pure Lands and Taoism's lineage, allowing the demon race to reap the benefits. In the end, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had no choice but to keep the duel free. In the Western Pure Lands, Guanyin Bodhisattva secretly contacted the Tai cultivated deity and Neza, hoping to ease their relationship and persuade Neza to leave. Unfortunately, Neza was stubborn. He only wanted to settle the score with the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Even the Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't do anything about it. Both sides were in a stalemate. In the end, the Guanyin Bodhisattva helped the Dipankara ancient Buddha to fight against Neza. In the end, she set up a difficult problem and forced Neza to retreat temporarily. Neza wasn't willing to give up. After he returned, he thought hard and finally found a way to break through the Guanyin Bodhisattva's mystic art. As such, he went to the Dipankara ancient Buddha's door again and continued challenging them. Chapter 1691. Neza was stumped by Guanyin Bodhisattva's Dharma access. Although he lost the bet and had to retreat temporarily, he was not willing to lose once and never come back again. After temporarily leaving, he racked his brains to think of a way to solve the problem. He wasn't fighting alone. On the surface, it was Neza challenging the Dipankara ancient Buddha alone. However, this matter concerned the entire Orthodox Taoism and the Western Pure Lands. Yang Jian, perfected Tai, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs all offered their assistance. Yan Zhaoge, who was watching the show, would naturally lend a hand as well. Soon Neza came again. Although the people from the Western Pure Lands wanted nothing more than to slap him to death, they had no choice but to deal with him. Guanyin Bodhisattva was the one who blocked the Dipankara ancient Buddha on the stage. Naturally, there were also many people standing behind her. After Neza solved it for a while, there were new problems waiting for him. Both sides exchanged blows, each resorting to their own tricks. Just like that, the battle dragged on endlessly, wrangling all day long. Although Neza was a little impatient, he knew that it would not be bad for him and the Orthodox Taoism to continue this stalemate. It seemed that he was blocked and could not see the face of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, but the person who blocked him was also a senior, Guanyin Bodhisattva, so it did not hurt Neza's face. After all, the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss was Amitabha's Pure Land. Neza couldn't really barge in and find trouble with the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, the ancient Buddha Randang had been avoiding him. Others had to bear the burden for him. To Randang, his prestige would always be damaged. Not only Guanyin Bodhisattva but the other Buddhist powerhouses were also implicated and put in a lot of effort. In the long run, it was inevitable that he would be dissatisfied. Although Neza had a domineering personality, he wasn't overly impudent. He didn't interfere with the others in the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss and only stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha was rather calm. He stayed in the Western Pure Land and didn't come out. This wasn't a difficult task for him. However, Neza challenged them every day. In the end, Guanyin Bodhisattva was also at her wits' end. It was useless to mediate and mediate. She could only return to the Western Pure Land and avoid meeting them. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva came to mediate. Both sides went back and forth, entangling endlessly. Time flew by in this process. During this period, even the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had engaged in a few battles. Although Neza was only targeting the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Western Pure Land's energy would inevitably be greatly implicated by the Taoist sections. Under the demon race's support, the blessed lands of the White Lotus immediately suppressed the Immortal Court, unleashing wave after wave of attacks. In the end, the Western Pure Lands had no choice but to temporarily put aside Neza's matter and contact the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The Dipankara ancient Buddha rarely took action personally, and it wasn't like he had to leave the Western Pure Lands. It seemed that this ancient Buddha was determined to pretend to be deaf and mute to the end. He just ignored Neza, who was challenging him outside. Neza had a stubborn temper as well. He treated the void outside the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss as his own home and refused to leave. Every day he would curse the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Yen Zhaoge paid attention to the news of the outside world while also concentrating on his cultivation. An immortal realm expert could casually enter seclusion for decades, centuries, or even millennia. Time flew by like water. Counting from the time when Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and the others had interacted with the 9 underworlds in the land of Tranquil Stream, 200 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 200 years was enough for a few generations of mortals to change. However, to Yen Zhaoge and the others, it was like a dream. Now they had woken up from their dream. Within the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven, within the sky beyond skies, within the cave manor behind the broad Creed Mountain, the meditating youth slowly opened his eyes and took in a light breath. The vast sky beyond skies was instantly filled with turbulent winds and clouds. The spirit chi circulation between the heavens and earth had come to a standstill. At this moment, most people in the world only felt that the sky beyond skies, which was filled with abundant spirit chi and was a paradise that all martial art practitioners yearned for, had completely disappeared. The heavens and earth were still filled with various phenomena. Only all colors seemed to have vanished. In just an instant, the sky beyond skies, which was originally filled with countless spirits, had suddenly entered the degenerate era and dried up. Not only the sky beyond skies but even the 8 extremities worlds, the vast ocean world, and other lower realms that were related to the sky beyond skies seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even the entire Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven was shaking. The Jade Spring Heaven within the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven and the various worlds beneath it were affected as well. Within the Jade Spring Heaven, Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the other bigwigs were all shocked. They felt as if the Jade Spring Heaven spirit chi was being extracted by the outside world. They hurriedly exited the Jade Spring Heaven and saw that the entire Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven seemed to have formed a gigantic spirit chi vein that circulated endlessly. All of the spirit chi was converging towards the sky beyond skies. Within the cave manor behind the broad Creed Mountain in the sky beyond skies, the meditating youth let out a light breath. In an instant, as if the frozen river had thawed and spring had returned to the earth, the sky beyond skies was filled with spirit chi once again. It circulated on its own and stabilized itself. It was as if the previous scene of spirit chi disappearing was just a hallucination. It was the same in the other worlds as well. Tong Xinlin and the others stood outside the Jade Spring Heaven. Within the cosmic void of the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven, they watched as the massive spirit chi circulation instantly reversed without any obstruction. It was as if the spirit chi circulation had always been circulating in the opposite direction. The spirit chi that was extracted from the Jade Spring Heaven returned to the Jade Spring Heaven and its subordinate worlds. Everything returned to its original state. Tong Xinlin and the others looked at each other and were speechless. After a long while, Guang Tongzi asked, "This? Could it be that the heaven-trampling Lord is going to challenge the origin heavenly tribulation and ascend to the grand heavenly realm?" "No, challenging the origin heavenly tribulation and attaining the 3 flowers converged crown's immortal body shouldn't look like this." Tong Xinlin shook her head and paused for a while before saying, This looks like the scene of a virtual immortal condensing the splendor of chi, but," she said with a hesitant expression, but why would there be such a huge commotion?" The person beside her continued, "Which virtual immortal could have such a commotion?" At this point, the person suddenly shut his mouth and his voice stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, they spoke in unison. "Young Heavenly Lord Yen Zhaoge." At this moment, within the sky beyond skies, within the broad Creed Mountain, Yen Di was conversing with Shui Fei and Yuan Zhengfeng, while Xue Chuqing accompanied him by the side. After feeling that the spiritual qi flow between the heaven and earth had returned to normal, Yan Di held Xue Chuqing's hand and the couple smiled at each other. Congratulations, congratulations. Xue Fei and Yuan Zhengfeng were full of smiles as they congratulated Yan Di and his wife. Within the cave manor at the back of the mountain, a formless darkness appeared. No one noticed it, as if it came from the faraway skies, or as if it had always been here. Feng Yunxing's figure appeared from the darkness. She pushed open the cave manor's door, and the youth inside welcomed her with a face full of smiles. Above the youth's head, two radiances converged. One divine ability whirled. The other qi shook the heavens. Chapter 1692. After the first flower of divinity, another flower of qi appeared above Yan Zhaoge's head. The duo flowers converged crown as he stepped into the grand virtual realm. He smiled as he looked at Feng Yunxing, blinking his eyes. Look at how arrogant you are. Feng Yunxing could not help but laugh. Am I not arrogant right now? The two flowers above Yan Zhaoge's head slowly retracted, falling back into his Niwen palace. He did not move as he sat on the cushion, instead spreading his arms to the sides, making a hugging gesture towards Feng Yunxing as he chuckled. Little lady, it's time for you to repay your debt. You always suddenly not being serious. Feng Yunxing was not bashful as she directly walked forward and sat in Yan Zhaoge's embrace, leaning her back against his chest. Yan Zhaoge hugged her tightly, laughing lightly beside her ear. This is a serious matter. If you say so. Feng Yunxing finally could not take it anymore as she unconsciously shrunk her neck, but immediately relaxed again, leaning her neck back against Yan Zhaoge's shoulder. Looking at her slightly red ear, Yan Zhaoge could not help but lightly nibble on that tender, round earlobe. The body of the woman in his embrace softened a little. However, Yan Zhaoge did not continue teasing Feng Yunxing. He had just come out of seclusion, his cultivation having advanced a step further. Whether it was his fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain or others, they would definitely come to congratulate him. Now, it was just that Yan Di and the others had specially left some time for the two of them to talk, and they would quickly come over. However, Yan Zhaoge still did not let go of Feng Yunxing as he only smiled. Although we have always said that we are old husband and wife, not only did we not enter the bridal chamber, we actually did not even go through the ceremony of marriage. Feng Yunxing smiled. It's not too late if you want to regret. Silly girl. Yan Zhaoge chuckled with ill intentions. If I really want to regret, I'll first eat you up and take advantage of you enough. We haven't even started yet. How can we finally give up so easily, don't you think? Yes, if I knew that you are even more intelligent than a monkey, how would I do something so disadvantageous? Feng Yunxing lazily leaned against Yan Zhaoge's embrace. I've always been looking forward to the moment when I personally lift the veil of my bride. Yan Zhaoge stopped smiling as he hugged her, saying softly, I've never experienced something like this before. I wonder what it feels like. Feng Yunxing didn't mind being teased by Yan Zhaoge. But now that he was speaking seriously, her ears turned even redder. She murmured, I also want to know. The two of them didn't say anything. They just sat there quietly in each other's arms. Although it was silent, their hearts were warm. After a short while, Yan Zhaoge suddenly sighed. The person who spoils the fun has come. While he still wanted to hug Feng Yunxing and not let go in front of her seniors, Feng Yunxing still couldn't sit still as she stood up from Yan Zhaoge's embrace. Then, a few figures appeared at the entrance of the cave manor. They were none other than Yan Di, Xue Chuqing, Su Fei and Yuan Zhengfeng. We are indeed a killjoy, Yuan Zhengfeng said with a smile as soon as they met. Yan Zhaoge's earlier words had not been hidden from anyone at all as his voice had been specifically sent into their ears. However, I still have to come. There are some urgent matters that I need to discuss with you first. The old sect master said, not long from now, the battle between our Taoism's three altars Great Divinity and the Western Pure Land's Dipankara Ancient Buddha will begin. Does that mean that the Dipankara Ancient Buddha has accepted the three altars Great Divinity's challenge? Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. For close to 200 years, no matter how Neza challenged him, the Dipankara Ancient Buddha refused to accept the challenge. If he didn't accept Neza's challenge, Neza wouldn't barge into the Western Pure Land's Buddha kingdom to capture him and force him to fight. 200 years was undoubtedly a long period of time for mortals. However, to experts like the Dipankara Ancient Buddha and Neza, it was merely a snap of a finger. If they cultivated by themselves, their seclusion might not even last that long. The Dipankara ancient Buddha had always been living in seclusion in the Western Pure Lands. He rarely left the Buddha kingdom. Now, other than embarrassing himself, the influence it had on him was rather limited. At most, the other Buddhist Bantis within the Western Pure Lands had some doubts about him. However, the Dipankara ancient Buddha was still able to hold his ground. Although Yen Zhaoge was in seclusion, the Broad Creed Mountains people would copy the latest information of the outside world to him every once in a while for him to study. This time, although Yen Zhaoge didn't completely isolate himself from the outside world, during the process of condensing the essence of qi, he had been in seclusion for a long period of time. As such, Feng Yunxing Yendi and the others didn't disturb him during this period of time. Regarding the latest developments of the outside world, his knowledge was limited. Now that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had suddenly changed his mind and accepted Neza's challenge, Yen Zhaoge was naturally curious about the reason. Feng Yunxing had already calmed down. She nodded and answered his question. Taoist Neza killed the White Xiong. Yen Zhaoge touched his chin. The White Xiong was the personal disciple of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He was often dispatched by the Dipankara ancient Buddha to travel outside. Logically speaking, with a fiendish god like Neza blocking the door, the White Xiong should avoid going out as much as possible. Neza didn't look for trouble with others, but he might look for trouble with him. Although Yen Zhaoge still didn't know how the White Xiong died under Neza's fire-tipped spear, this outcome would undoubtedly affect the situation. Regardless of what the Dipankara ancient Buddha was thinking, he couldn't sit still anymore. Regarding the grudges between him and Neza, he was the one who gained the upper hand. He didn't suffer any losses while Neza was the one who lost out. Naturally, Neza wouldn't forget about it, while the Dipankara ancient Buddha didn't care about it. However, his personal disciple, the White Xiong, had died in Neza's hands. If he didn't accept the challenge, his reputation and prestige would be shaken even further. The situation of the White Xiong and Li Jing were different. Li Jing and Neza had a messy relationship. They were still father and son in name. The conflict between the two could be considered a family matter. If the ancient Buddha Randang stood up for Li Jing because of Neza's patricide, he would actually be the culprit of the human tragedy back then. Other than Neza, everyone had selectively lost their memories. However, now that the White Xiong had died in Neza's hands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha would be forced to accept the challenge. It would be great if they could fight for real. Yen Zhaoge pondered and said, the sea-calming pearls of the Dipankara ancient Buddha aren't complete. With the strength of the three altars, there's a high chance of winning. Even if he loses, his life wouldn't be in danger. The Dipankara ancient Buddha would feel terrible no matter who wins or loses. Chapter 1693. Dipankara ancient Buddha definitely didn't want to fight this battle if he could avoid it. Perhaps he was happy that the orthodox Tao sect did not have an expert like Neza, but the ancient Dipankara Buddha never planned to fight Neza one-on-one. After all, Neza was extremely powerful and he wasn't easy to deal with. More importantly, even if he defeated Neza, the gains would be limited and the losses would outweigh the gains. However, if the ancient Dipankara Buddha was seriously injured in the process of fighting with Neza, it might affect the game about the Nine Nether in the future. Back in the early years of the Middle Era, the ancient Dipankara Buddha, who was already prepared to break through to the Tao realm, had been waiting for this for too long. If he missed this opportunity, he would really go crazy. What was even more worrying was that he did not know when he would get another opportunity. Back then, the battle at the Immortal Extermination Formation was of great importance, so they had to fight for it. Now that he was challenged by Neza, it was obvious that it would cause more trouble. For Orthodox Taoism, if there was a chance to cause trouble for the ancient Dipankara Buddha, they would naturally be happy to do so. However, Yen Zhaoge felt that the ancient Dipankara Buddha was famous for being thick-skinned and black-hearted. The fact that Neza had killed White Xiong might not be enough to provoke him into accepting the challenge. Beware of any tricks or the other party trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Yen Zhaoge said. That's why I came to inform you as soon as you came out of seclusion. Let's discuss the rules together. Xue Chuqing smiled and said, fortunately, you came out of seclusion before this battle began, so you wouldn't have missed it. Yen Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunxing, sighing, I suddenly feel that it's also not good. Let's deal with fellow Taoist Neza first. Feng Yunxing smiled at him and said, as you said, the battle with the ancient Dipankara Buddha might not be that simple. Yen Zhaoge glanced at her exasperatedly before saying, since time is tight, let's talk on the way. A battle between Golden Immortal Realm experts, especially the top figures amongst them, was undoubtedly a grand event, and it had enormous reference value to others. Even if Yan Zhaoge and the others weren't here to support Neza and were merely spectators, they wouldn't miss it. However, even a grand virtual immortal would find it difficult to watch the battle between grand heavenly realm experts. Even though Xue Chuqing and Yuan Zhengfeng yearned to hear it, they did not have the strength to do so. They could only wait for the capable spectators to return and tell them about it. While Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Su Fei weren't grand heavenly realm, they were capable of spectating the battle. However, as the current sect leader, Su Fei still decided to stay. Zhu Luo, Royal Reed Heaven, and Sky Beyond Heaven also needed experts to hold down the fort. In the end, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and Yan Di left the Sky Beyond Skies, left the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, and entered the Void's boundless outskirts. When Neza challenged him, he had said that the location would be decided by the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Now that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had accepted the challenge, he naturally had to decide on the location of the challenge. This ancient Buddha was really thick-skinned and black-hearted. He didn't hold back and directly chose to stay in the western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. He just wanted to see if Neza dared to come. While the ancient Dipankara Buddha firmly occupied the home ground, he was also preventing the people of the Tao sect from supporting Neza. Neza agreed immediately. Yan Zhaoge and the others, on the other hand, had no choice but to consider this a little more. The good thing is, with this stance, we can basically be sure that Amitabha Buddha won't intervene. Otherwise, the outcome would be the immortal extermination formation descending upon the western Pure Land, and the two factions would start an all-out war. The bad thing, there are plenty of bad things happening. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands as he walked. If it's a one-on-one fight, there shouldn't be any problems. However, after the one-on-one fight, not to mention losing, even if we win, we might not be able to leave easily. Even if we help, it'll be difficult. The other party's home ground advantage is too huge. He smiled. Moreover, if I really enter the Western Pure Land, the Buddhist sect would probably think of keeping me and the 3C Association great divinities here. Now that you have the dual flowers converged crown and the spirit and chi flowers, it won't be that easy to keep you here. Besides, you're not going alone. Feng Yunxing shook her head and said, as for me, if I enter the Western Pure Land, it'll be hard for me to ambush my opponents like before. After all, the owner of the Western Pure Land was the Amitabha Buddha. The Buddha's radiance was grand, and it shone upon millions of Buddhist lands. It would be hard for Feng Yunxing to hide her tracks. However, she wasn't discouraged. With her current cultivation, even if she didn't ambush her opponents and attack them openly, she would still be top-notch in the world. Although her threat level had decreased, it was only compared to her original level. It's a pity that we can't bring the green lotus flag with us this time. Although Amitabha Buddha has already bestowed the flag to Guanyin Bodhisattva, we're practically forcing Amitabha Buddha to take action if we bring the green lotus flag to fend off the Buddhist experts in the Western Pure Land. Yan Zhaoge said with pity, he doesn't have to make things difficult for us. He just needs to take the flag away. If we could use the green lotus flag, the 3C Association great divinities would be invincible against the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yan Di said, not to mention the Western Pure Land, even if we were to use the green lotus flag to fight against the Buddhist sect experts other than the Mahamayuri, it's still a provocation to the Amitabha Buddha. Indeed. After thinking for a while, Yan Zhaoge asked, will Taoist Yang come this time? He'll come according to the news, answered Feng Yunxing. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. If that's the case, after pondering for a while he said, when the time comes we'll have to count our manpower. Of course we can't send everyone in. Not only do we have to wait outside but we also have to be wary of the demon race and the 9 underworlds. The Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were currently waging war against each other. The Western Pure Land's attention was occupied by the Orthodox Taoism, and the demon race was free. How could the blessed lands of the White Lotus not seize the chance to attack the Immortal Court? Of course, the demon race wouldn't personally attack the Immortal Court. That would be equivalent to forcing Taoism to temporarily let Buddhism go and stop Neza's challenge, giving Buddhism a chance to reinforce them. Although Yan Zhaoge and the others hated the Immortal Court heretics to the core, it wasn't the time to eliminate them yet. Unless they could kill the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Otherwise, if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord didn't die and the Immortal Court was destroyed, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord might as well go all out, and the immortal extermination formation wouldn't be able to restrain him anymore. The blessed lands of the White Lotus suppressing the Immortal Court was something that Taoism would be happy to see. However, beating them to death was an entirely different matter. Even if they wanted to beat them up, Yan Zhaoge and the others would do it after they became stronger and no longer had anything to fear. Then, they would personally confront the immortal court about who was the orthodox and who was the heretic. This time, although the Dipankara ancient Buddha had the upper hand, and Yan Zhaoge and the others were quite cautious about it, they weren't too worried about it. After all, the demon race was still eyeing them. The Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism wouldn't fight against Taoism to the death. Only they couldn't let their guard down. Who knew if Buddhism and the demon race would suddenly make peace and plot against Taoism together? The group discussed as they walked and gradually approached the Western Pure Lands. Chapter 1694. As they approached the Western Pure Lands, Yan Zhaoge's group saw Neza, the Tai cultivated deity, and the others. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming here to assist me. I will never forget this favor." Neza first thanked Yan Zhaoge and the others. "You're being too courteous. However, the location of this battle is within the Western Pure Lands. The Dipankara ancient Buddha was already strong to begin with. Now that he has the geographical advantage, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with him," said Yan Zhaoge. "Hey, why should I be afraid of him? It's just the Dinghai pearl that's tricky," Neza sneered. Yan Zhaoge nodded and looked at the Tai cultivated deity. "I heard that Taoist Yang would be coming?" Perfected Tai smiled and answered, "I heard from Yang Jian that he will come after he finishes dealing with the matters at hand. He should be here soon." The old Taoist asked again, "Little friend Yan, will the three of you stay outside or enter with my disciple?" "My wife will stay outside. I will enter with my father to spectate the battle," Yan Zhaoge answered. Feng Yunxing nodded. Since Yang Jian was coming, he would definitely enter the Western Pure Lands when the time came. As such, she might as well stay outside and provide support. After all, her presence outside the Western Pure Lands was a greater deterrent to all enemies. As for Sua Mingzhang, he did not come. He was still in Great Peace Emperor Cliff Heaven. His existence was also to ensure that the Taoist heavens would not be empty and would not be taken advantage of by others to create chaos. "I heard from Senior Brother South Pole and Yang Jian that little friend Yen can manifest the true body of the great sage Heaven's equal if he joins forces with his fellow disciples. I wonder if those fellow Taoists are with him?" Perfected Tai asked again. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Rest assured, Taoist. Actually, it wasn't just Xue Fei who didn't come. Pan Pan also didn't come. They were both still in the sky beyond heaven. Only Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had come along with the Ru-Yi Golden Cudgel. About 300 years ago, in the battle for the Celestial Extermination Formation, the three golden bodies of the Great Sage merged into one, manifesting the true body of the Great Sage, Heaven's equal. Finally, they merged with the Earth Essence Stone, which consumed a lot of energy. To this day, although Su Fei and the other two could manifest the golden body of the Great Sage separately, they were still not strong enough to manifest the true body of the Great Sage equaling heaven, let alone carrying the Earth Essence Stone. They still needed to continue cultivating. Everyone could guess that the golden body of the Great Sage had been greatly damaged, and it would take some time for it to recover. However, the details were hard to estimate. Still, only Yan Zhaoge and the others knew the specifics of the situation. Others had no way of knowing. 300 years had already passed at the very least. For the sake of prudence, everyone naturally had to be more careful. After all, even without using the earthly essence stone, the Great Sage equaling heaven true body of the three golden bodies of the Great Sage would still be extremely terrifying. Back then, Tao Lord Luya had been forced to flee at the mere sight of him. Xue Fei and Pan Pan remained in the sky beyond heaven. They would not go out, nor would they show themselves easily. As long as their positions were not confirmed, as long as they were not together with Yan Zhaoge, the opponent would have no choice but to be wary of them, constantly on guard. Yan Zhaoge's empty fort strategy still held great deterrence. However, there was no need to talk to Perfected Tai and the others. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other party, but the fewer people who knew about the matter, the better. Since that's the case, it couldn't be better. Then I and Senior Brother Nanzong will stay outside as well. Perfected Tai smiled and said, Tao Lord Luya is ready now. It's hard to say if the demons will make a move. Yan Zhaoge nodded. While he was cultivating in seclusion, Neza blocked the door, and the Buddha on the lamp pretended to be deaf and mute. Time passed and the world was in chaos. However, there were many eye-catching incidents. The first to bear the brunt was one of the 12 devilish gods. One of the 6 extinct devils, the devil of fire, had been successfully reborn. After the devil of aged metal's rebirth, the grand exalted and formless heavenly devil's authorities were reclaimed by the 9 underworlds. A new generation of fire devil had also returned to the 9 underworlds. Within the heavens and earth, there seemed to be a trend of Taoism weakening and devils growing. However, what Yan Zhaoge and the others truly cared about was that the reincarnation of the devil of fire and the reincarnation of a new generation of fire devil came from the demon race. Generally speaking, there were successes and failures when a great devil was reborn. After a few eras, strictly speaking, failures were the majority. Due to the devil Dao's hatred, even if a great devil found a suitable reincarnation body, he would be easily eliminated. If one's cultivation was low after being reborn, they would be even weaker. It would be hard for them to leave the environment and return to the 9 underworlds to recuperate. Although it was a little cruel, most of the great devil's reincarnation bodies were executed as soon as they were discovered. People like Qin Xuanzong, Chu Lili, and Ying Yuzhen were extremely rare. This time the devil of fire's rebirth seemed to be rather easy. In the past, the 9 underworlds helped the demon race to defile the green lotus flag and snatch the Buddha's Saraira in exchange for the devil of fire's safe rebirth. Yen Di said, however, Taoist Luya must have obtained what he wanted. Although he was secretly indulging the 9 underworlds, he still had the devil race's weakness in his hands. Naturally, Taoist Luya had to obtain benefits for himself and the demon race. Fattening the 9 underworlds was for the convenience of harvesting. It wasn't because Taoist Luya wanted the 9 underworlds to grow stronger. This was basically the same thought shared by the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the great Taoist Xuandu, and the others. While indulging the 9 underworlds, they were also making their own arrangements so that they could restrict the 9 underworlds to a certain extent when the opportunity presented itself. Even if Yan Zhaoge used his knees to think, he would be able to guess that this new generation devil of fires returned to the 9 underworlds. In fact, he couldn't help but wonder if Tao Lord Luya had already taken over his body. As the earlier heavenly fire essence, Taoist Luya planned meticulously. Moreover, he took advantage of the gap after the devil of fire's reincarnation. It wasn't like he didn't have the chance to do anything. Of course, while such actions could be hidden from others, it wouldn't be hidden from the primordial heart devil. Even if it was hidden from the primordial heart devil, it wouldn't be hidden from the vast freedom heavenly devil. However, even if the 9 underworlds knew about it, it was highly likely that he would turn a blind eye to it. The 9 underworlds devils were well aware of Taoist Luya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, and the others' plans. Just like how they indulged the 9 underworlds in secret, even if the 9 underworlds discovered their tricks, they would also temporarily endure it. Mutual compromise and tacit understanding. Everyone was waiting for the final moment to decide the winner. For the matter regarding the devil of fire, the 9 underworlds' priority was for the devil of fire to be reborn and return to the 9 underworlds. Everything else was secondary. Thinking back to how Taoist Luya used the Fushi remnant zither to exchange for the fire seed devil spirit from the Taoism's jade illusory glazed lamp, Yan Zhaoge and the others could naturally deduce that Taoist Luya had already completed his preparations for plotting against the devils. With that, he should be like the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the great Taoist Xuandu. Everything was prepared, and he only needed the east wind. Compared to the demon race, the Western Pure Lands lost the green lotus flag and didn't obtain the Buddha's Saraira. The Dipankara ancient Buddha should be more anxious. After thinking for a while, Yan Zhaoge said to the Tai cultivated deity. The Tai cultivated deity stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Chapter 1695. I feel the same way about what you said. Perfected Tai nodded and said, in that case I'll have to trouble little friend Yen and Yang Jian. I'll be outside and see what Randang plans to do. Yan Zhaoge asked, you're not going to wait for Taoist Yang? There's no need for that. You youngsters have surpassed your predecessors and are even better than us old men. Why would I need to specially wait to give you advice? Perfected Tai smiled and said, it's only my disciple. He's not young anymore, but he's still worrying. Neza was a little awkward at the side. Master, I'm not as bad as you said. You duo, you should be more cautious in your actions. Perfected Tai shook his head and said, this time when we arrive at the Western Pure Land of Bliss, we'll fight Randang if we can. If the situation isn't right, we'll act flexibly and cooperate with little friend Yen and the others. We'll talk after we come out. At most, I'll look for Randang if I have the chance in the future. Upon hearing Perfected Tai's words, Neza said angrily, Master, are you trying to provoke me, or are you trying to boost the morale of others and destroy your own prestige? Anyway, be careful. Taoist Tai waved his sleeve and bade farewell to his disciple Yan Zhaoge and the others. Then he turned around and left. After perfected Tai left, Neza turned to look at the Western Pure Land and said snappily, as long as Amitabha and Mahamayuri don't make a move, the Western Pure Land is not a dangerous place. However, it might not be impossible for other enemies to appear, said Yan Zhaoge. He asked Neza with interest, speaking of which, do you have a way to restrain the sea calming pearl? After I transformed into a lotus, I no longer fear the dazzling light of the sea calming pearl. I won't be frozen by it. Neza replied, however, apart from that, the sea calming pearl itself is extremely heavy and there are many of them. When the time comes, we can only adapt to the situation and look for flaws. There were originally 24 sea calming pearls. Now that 6 of them are missing, they are no longer complete. I have great potential. Although he was a little hot-tempered, Neza had been through hundreds of battles. In terms of fighting experience, few people in the world could compare to him. He seemed to be stubbornly challenging the ancient Buddha, Randang. However, Neza was not blind. He had a clear understanding of his enemy and himself. On the other hand, the Rui Golden Pagoda in Li Jing's hands came from the Buddhist sect. However, I have to be careful of that old darn baldy, Randang, and the dermic formulation that restrains my treasure lotus immortal body. Back then, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing was personally killed by Neza. The Rui Golden Pagoda that restrained his treasure lotus immortal body was also destroyed by Neza. However, it was hard to say whether Buddhism or the ancient Dipankara Buddha still had any treasures that could restrain Neza. Yan Zhaoge also felt that he had to guard against this. If Neza's treasure lotus deity body was broken, even if it was only temporary, Neza would have to face the threat of the sea calming pearl. Being dazzled by the sea calming pearl would suppress one's soul. When the sea calming pearl smashed down, one would not be able to dodge in time and might even be smashed to smithereens. That Rui Golden Pagoda was destroyed by me, and I vaguely grasped some of the key tricks within. Neza said, if it's still a technique of the same origin, I'm at least 70% confident that I won't be afraid of their methods. Yan Zhaoge and the others nodded slowly. 70% might sound like a flaw, but it was already a great assurance in a battle between experts of the same level. In the past, it was that old darn baldy Randang, who used the Rui Golden Pagoda to suppress me and then passed it to Li Jing. Neza gritted his teeth, I'll settle the score with him today. Do whatever you want today, but don't underestimate your enemy. At this moment, a voice rang out in the void, followed by the appearance of a young Taoist priest wearing a cloud crown on his head. He was dressed in a Taoist robe with a silk belt around his waist and hemp shoes on his feet. Thank you, senior apprentice brother, for helping me hold the line today. Neza said excitedly, if that's the case, let's go in. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Yan Di, and Yang Jian greeted one by one. Feng Yunxing said, if that's the case, be careful. I'll stay outside. Thank you, Taoist. Neza thanked her again and headed towards the Western Pure Lands. Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Yang Jian followed behind him. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge told Yang Jian about his conversation with the Tai cultivated deity. Your worries aren't impossible. Yang Jian nodded. With senior apprentice Uncle Tai, South Pole, and the others going, there shouldn't be any problems. Perhaps we're just worrying too much, said Yan Zhaoge. The group approached the Western Pure Lands. As Buddhist chants resounded, a great bodhisattva appeared. It was the Bodhisattva Guanyin. She looked at Neza with a compassionate expression. Why do you have to go to this extent? Now that things have come to this, there's no need for you to say anything more. Neza said calmly, Muza died in my master's hands and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva might not let it go. After Muza entered Buddhism, he had also listened to your teachings. If you want to avenge him, I'll bear the responsibility as well. There's no need to trouble my master anymore. The Bodhisattva Guanyin shook her head lightly and sighed, Your family? I'm no longer a family with them. Neza interrupted her, during the great calamity, you two bodhisattvas and Muza didn't participate in it. You still cared about your relationship. However, Dipankara, Li Jing, and his disciple were stirring up trouble. Muza and I didn't have any conflicts. However, after I killed Li Jing, I couldn't even call him second brother anymore. He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't wrong either. Neza said coldly, everything can be traced back to its source. Bodhisattva, I'm sure you're aware of who the culprit was. Today's battle is also because of this. The Bodhisattva Guanyin wasn't angered by Neza's words. She said calmly, you're also a bigwig now. You should know that it's not beneficial for you to have too deep of an obsession. Today is the day for me to resolve my obsession, said Neza. As they conversed, the group entered the western Pure Lands. Within Yen Zhaoge's vision, the vast void was enveloped by a faint golden radiance. Numerous gigantic green lotuses were hovering within the void. This place seemed like a huge pond. Countless lotuses were blooming on the water's surface, and one couldn't see the end of it. Within the western Pure Lands there were countless Buddhist lands. The other Buddhist bigwigs who cultivated their own Pure Lands had also stored their Pure Lands within the western heavens. Personally speaking, I still hope that the western Pure Lands can get along well with you. The Bodhisattva Guanyin looked at Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di and Yang Jian. Of course, we also hope to get along well with you, Bodhisattva, said Yang Jian with a smile. Only the hidden meaning hidden within his words was obvious. The Bodhisattva Guanyin naturally understood it. She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything else. She led the group and traversed through the void filled with green lotuses. As Yen Zhaoge and the others traversed through the void, they could vaguely feel the gazes from the various Buddhist lands that were focused on them. Chapter 1696. The battlefield was within the western Pure Lands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's Buddhist kingdom. The other Buddhist bigwig Bantis would naturally pay attention to this battle as well. At this moment, although they didn't show themselves, the gazes of the Buddhist Bantis landed on Yen Zhaoge and the others. Seeing the outcome of the battle between the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Neza, these Buddhist Bantis would decide their next move. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di could feel that a considerable portion of gazes were focused on them. Compared to Yang Jian and Neza, who had already ascended to the grand heavenly realm, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, who were two grand virtual immortals, were naturally eye-catching. Moreover, one of them was titled as the Heaven-Trampling Lord, while the other was titled as the Young Heavenly Lord. Neither of them could be compared to others. But the most crucial point was that at this point in time, no one doubted this anymore, nor did they want to measure their ability and see if they were worthy of such an honorific title. On the contrary, even the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands acknowledged that Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were worthy of their titles. Especially Yen Zhaoge, who was publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding martial art practitioner after the Great Calamity. After the Great Calamity, the orthodox Taoism was revived. Even though he hadn't ascended to the grand heavenly realm, he displayed an influence that no one could ignore. Such a person naturally attracted the attention of all the Buddhist great figures, and they paid extra attention to him. However, no one dared to act recklessly. On the surface, Yen Zhaoge was accompanied by Yang Jian, Taoism's current top-notch grand heavenly immortal. Without Mahamayuri, even the Dipankara ancient Buddha would lose his confidence when facing Yang Jian. Moreover, everyone knew that Yen Zhaoge might be able to summon the great sage equaling heavens. Although this was the Amitabha Buddha's Buddhist kingdom, and the monkey and Yang Jian couldn't wreak havoc here, the Buddhist Bantis knew that the Amitabha Buddha wouldn't interfere in today's matters. The Buddhas who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism could vaguely sense that in the boundless void outside of the Western Pure Lands, there was a hidden force. The sharpness of this force was not released, but it was vaguely pointing towards the Western Pure Lands. It was like a sheathed sword that could reveal its sharpness at any moment. While the Buddhas of the Pure Lands were paying attention to Yen Zhaoge and the others were also paying attention to them. Immortal Execution Array. This existence completely improved the living environment of the people in the Tao sect. Thinking about how the reappearance of the Immortal Extermination Formation was closely related to Yen Zhaoge, the Buddhist bigwigs couldn't help but feel even more complicated. Yen Zhaoge looked left and right. Although he could feel that many people were paying attention to them, he didn't see any other Buddhas along the way. He was still wondering if he would encounter the victorious fighting Buddha. Compared to the other Buddhist Bantis, the victorious fighting Buddha's master, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, had perished because of Yen Zhaoge's attempt to recreate the great sage equaling heaven's true body. However, the battling Buddha had yet to show himself. Yen Zhaoge vaguely felt that if he didn't show up now, the victorious fighting Buddha wouldn't show up after the battle between Neza and the Dipankara ancient Buddha was decided. After traversing through the vast universe, Yen Zhaoge, Neza, and the others arrived at a blessed land of Buddhism under the guidance of the Bodhisattva. Here, pagoda after pagoda stood in great numbers, lotus flowers bloomed, Bodhi trees grew and lanterns lit up. Radiance shone everywhere. There was no night, only eternal radiance. As Yen Zhaoge and the others stood within, the chanting of Buddhist scriptures resounded in their ears. They could smell the fragrance of sandalwood which calmed their hearts. Within the blessed land a temple stood. An ancient Buddha stood by the temple's entrance, smiling at Yen Zhaoge, Neza, and the others. "Everyone, you've come from afar. Welcome, welcome." The Dipankara ancient Buddha's tone was calm, as if he didn't know that Neza had been cursing him outside the Western Pure Lands for almost 200 years. Neza took the lead and stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "Dipankara, we're all aware of what happened between us. There's no need for us to talk about such things anymore, right?" His gaze swept across the faces of the Buddhist Bantis beside the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He had already recognized the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist bigwigs. The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the others stood quietly by the side and calmly greeted Yen Zhaoge, Yang Jian, Neza, and Yen Di. "What's bound to come will eventually come. It can't be rushed, nor can it be delayed." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and looked at Neza. "This way, please." He turned around and entered the temple. Neza wasn't afraid at all. He followed behind the Dipankara ancient Buddha and entered. Yen Zhaoge and the others also calmly followed behind. After the guests entered, the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the indestructible Vajra Buddha, who were the witnesses of the Dipankara ancient Buddha's side, also entered. After entering the temple, Yen Zhaoge's vision was only filled with radiance. This radiance's color was indescribable. It was only extremely bright and pure. Within it he couldn't feel any heat or warmth. He only felt like an extra existence that was being rejected by this place. Yen Zhaoge circulated his profound arts, and the radiance in front of him gradually faded away. What was left behind was a boundless primordial emptiness. He couldn't see the end of it, and it gave off the feeling of the world being born. In this world there was only a single lamp, and its flames flickered gently. The Dipankara ancient Buddha walked into the lamp and sat in a lotus position. The Buddha light behind his head grew brighter, and the image of a lamp appeared within the Buddha light, which became clearer and clearer. "Neza, it's fine if you want to end your karma with me." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, "Only you should already know that the current situation is ever-changing. It's no longer the same as before the great calamity. If the two of us fight too intensely, it might cause a war between the three clear lineage and the blessed lands of Buddhism. By then, others would only benefit from it. If you don't mind, I can compensate you for what happened back then. Let's put aside the danger of our two families fighting each other. What do you think? You have to compete with senior apprentice Uncle Xiandu and Taoist Luya for the chance to ascend to the Tao realm, but I don't have to compete with you." Neza stared at him and said coldly, "I don't care about your compensation. What I want can only be obtained with the spear in my hand." "Cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal." After saying that, Neza stepped on the wind-fire wheels and raised his fire-tipped spear. Without waiting for Yen Zhaoge, Yang Jian, the Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the other spectators to take their seats, he stabbed his spear towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "After so many years you're still so rash." The Dipankara ancient Buddha laughed and shook his head. He pointed at Neza's head. Then a dazzling golden pagoda filled with relics appeared and descended towards Neza. Yen Zhaoge and the others' worries had come true. Although the pagoda bearing Heavenly King Li Jing's Ru-E golden pagoda was destroyed, the Buddhists still had a way to counter Neza's treasured lotus immortal body. Chapter 1697. Ancient Dipankara Buddha pointed and a pagoda that was even more dazzling than the Ru-E golden pagoda that the pagoda bearing Heavenly King Li Jing had controlled in the past. The pagoda was embedded with relics. They shone brightly and suppressed Neza's head. The three flowers appeared on Neza's head, and his entire body began to expand. Although he still looked like a young man, he turned into a towering figure. With just that, he seemed to be about to break through the primordial world that everyone was in. In the past, he had once been suppressed by ancient Dipankara Buddha with the pagoda. However, at that time he was only at the Great Void Realm. Now that he had been at the Zenith Heaven for many years, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if ancient Dipankara Buddha used the pagoda to suppress him, the effect would be greatly reduced. Compared to when he was filled with hostility and killing intent, Neza was not as violent and stubborn. Instead, he was more agile. He raised the flame-like spear in his hand and blocked the golden pagoda, preventing it from falling. However, at that moment, the boundaries of the world formed by the temple became transparent and blurry. He could see the green lotuses and Buddhist light in the vast western Pure Land outside. Rays of Buddhist light flowed, and under the guidance of the sariras inlaid on the pagoda, they blessed the Golden Pagoda. The battle venue was set in the western Pure Land. Ancient Dipankara Buddha's various methods were naturally convenient. Neza immediately felt that the Golden Pagoda had become even heavier. Although the pagoda was still blocked by him and could not fall, golden flames flowed along the tip of the spear and attacked him. The flames did not have any temperature and did not feel hot. They were clean, transparent, and extremely pure like a light screen. Even though Neza had a defensive treasure, the golden flames were illusory and passed through the obstruction of the heavenly silk. In an instant, Neza's body felt weak. The 3 flowers on his head seemed to dim. At the same time, ancient Dipankara Buddha pointed again. Suddenly, there was a 5-colored glow that dazzled one's eyes and suppressed one's mind. See Calming Pearl. Neza had the treasure lotus immortal body and was naturally immune to most evil arts and special arts in the world. The sea calming pearl's 5-colored glow could not be used. Therefore, ancient Dipankara Buddha first used the golden pagoda to break his treasure lotus immortal body. At the same time, he used the sea calming pearl to smash it down. As long as Neza's mind was captured by the sea calming pearl, he would not have an easy time when the 18 pearls smashed down together. Even if Neza managed to resist the bombardment of the sea calming pearl, he would definitely be in a difficult situation. At that time, the ancient Dipankara Buddha would personally take action and finish the job. There was a 90% chance that he would succeed in one battle. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat was often determined by a thin line. If he seized the opportunity, it was very likely that the snowball would grow bigger and bigger like an avalanche. In the end, it would be unstoppable. Although the ancient Dipankara Buddha didn't want to fight with Neza, he had the thought of not fighting as much as possible. But now that he really had to fight, he didn't intend to hold back at all. He simply tried his best to defeat Neza in the fastest and safest way. He didn't want to give Neza a chance to be injured or to fight desperately with Neza, so that he could minimize the risk and damage that might be caused by this battle. As a result, in Yen Zhaoge's eyes, the scene was like an ancient Dipankara Buddha being forced into a battle. He suddenly erupted and unleashed a powerful move without stopping. He instantly erupted with his full strength, wanting to kill Neza with a series of powerful moves. However, Neza was already prepared for this. With the pagoda pressing down and the golden flames surrounding his body, Neza had a complete grasp of the situation after carefully experiencing the changes within. Without giving his opponent any chance to weaken his treasure lotus celestial body, Neza instantly counterattacked. The red heavenly silk on his body shook and turned into a red light. Then Neza swallowed the red light while looking up at the sky. He secretly activated the new technique that he had figured out. A red glow suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, isolating the golden flames outside. Not only that, the red glow even went up the fire-tipped spear's shaft all the way to the tip of the spear, and in turn infected the pagoda. With the 5-colored light enveloping his body, Neza's vision was originally blurred, and his mind was even more sluggish. One after another, the sea calming pearl was already smashing down towards Neza. A sea calming pearl was like a layer of heavens and a universe. At this moment, it was smashing down from the sky with an extremely vigorous and heavy power. With so many sea calming pearls falling together, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Fortunately, Neza had already removed the suppression of the golden pagoda on his body. The treasure lotus celestial body was extremely magical, and his mind was no longer confused by the 5-colored light emitted by the sea calming pearl. At the critical moment, the windfire wheels under his feet rotated at an extremely fast speed, helping him to dodge the continuous attacks of the sea calming pearls one after another. After Neza regained his footing after the initial urgency, he gradually stopped dodging. The fire-tipped spear in his hand was either horizontally or diagonally sweeping, directly facing the terrifying sea calming pearls head-on. Seems like I can't subdue you like before. At this moment, the ancient Dipankara Buddha sighed and appeared in front of Neza. The Buddha's palm that was spinning with the swastika symbol seemed slow but was actually fast. It blurred time and space and attacked Neza. Neza snorted coldly and was not afraid at all. A head and 2 arms appeared on his shoulder, showing the appearance of 2 heads and 4 arms. The fire-tipped spear in his hand also split from 1 to 2. On one hand he dealt with the attack of the sea calming pearl while on the other hand, he raised the tip of the spear. He did not dodge and directly stabbed the swastika symbol in the Buddha's palm. The ancient Dipankara Buddha cared about himself. How would he be willing to fight with Neza in close combat? The Buddha's palm was stabbed by Neza's fire-tipped spear and instantly shattered into a ball of golden flames. Even the body of the Dipankara Buddha, which was also made of flames, also exploded at this moment and turned into a vast sea of flames. As the fire waves swallowed and spat, it burned the heavens and earth, instantly covering the entire temple. Everything seemed to be ignited by the golden flames and turned into its fuel. Even the fire-tipped spear in Neza's hand and the wind-fire wheels under his feet seemed to be engulfed by it. Outside the sea of flames, the real ancient Dipankara Buddha stared at Neza. Behind this ancient Buddha's head in the perfect Buddha light, there were 3 lights, one purple, one gold and one gray, shining at the same time. The most famous treasure and method of the ancient Dipankara Buddha was the sea calming pearl that he obtained from the prime clear bigwig Zhao Gongming. As a result, some people felt that without the sea calming pearl, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was not worth mentioning. This was not unreasonable. In fact, the sea calming pearl was indeed the most powerful weapon of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, even without the sea calming pearl, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's strength was also one of the few bigwigs of the Buddhism. At this moment he exerted his full strength. The golden lights flickered, and the terrifying sea of flames destroyed the heavens and earth. Even a real universe was no different from a piece of paper in front of such power. However, a bit of light suddenly lit up in the surging flames. This bit of red light forcefully pierced through the sea of flames, causing a hole to appear in the golden sky. Chapter 1698. A red light broke a hole in the golden sea of flames. Then a golden light flew out from the red light and shot towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yen Zhaoge looked at it and vaguely saw a golden brick. As the purple lights flickered above the Dipankara ancient Buddha's head, he seemed to have expected it. He waved his hand and a sea calming pearl shot forward, blocking the golden brick. However, right after the golden brick, Neza rushed out from the hole. Other than the 2 fire-tipped spears, Neza was also holding other treasures in his hands. His appearance also changed from 2 heads and 4 arms to 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms held the universe ring, while the other held the yin-yang sword after taking out the golden brick. The 4 arms were still holding 2 fire-tipped spears each. One of them was slashing the sea calming pearl that was coming towards him. The other fire-tipped spear broke through the sea of flames with an unstoppable momentum and broke out of the encirclement. Heaven opening scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, aeon light heavenly scripture, spatial heavenly scripture. Yen Zhaoge saw through the profundities of the 4 jade clear primordial heavenly scriptures from Neza's spear techniques. Neza's strength didn't just lie in his treasures and the treasure lotus immortal body. His martial arts were also exquisite. He was a disciple of the Jade Clear's 3rd generation direct lineage. Not only did he understand the supreme martial arts taught by his master, the Tai cultivated deity, but he also integrated his own unique insights. Although his martial arts concept referred to the profundities of the primordial heavenly scripture, it wasn't a simple fusion. Instead, after mastering it thoroughly, he created his own unique style and formed his own profundities, which were different from his master, the Tai cultivated deity. Neza's martial arts concept was a kind of indomitable spirit and sharpness. It was displayed in his spear technique. It was a sharpness that penetrated a single point, as if it could destroy everything. This was the core point. Then, according to the specific situation when facing the enemy, there would be other infinite variations. If he used other martial arts such as the pure supreme martial arts of the Jade Clear lineage, he would be able to do it easily. After all, amongst the Jade Clear 3rd generation direct lineage experts, Neza's attainments in the heaven opening scripture were publicly acknowledged to be number 1. He was even more outstanding than his peers who were bitterly cultivating this supreme martial art. At this moment he revealed the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. With various treasures in hand, he executed various martial arts and attacked the ancient Dipankara Buddha. With the protection of the lotus deity body and the red armillary sash, the 5-colored rays from the golden pagoda and the sea calming pearl had no effect on him, and the Dipankara ancient Buddha could not trap him. The ancient Buddha's first plan failed, so he came up with another plan. The 18 sea calming pearls enlarged at the same time and manifested the universe. They surrounded Neza from all directions, intending to squeeze him in the middle and slowly wear him down with their domineering sky-burning golden flames. However, Neza was proficient in the Jade Clear lineage's void heavenly scripture and the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. The windfire wheels beneath his feet were powerful treasures, and he was rather proficient in movement techniques. Therefore the ancient Dipankara Buddha was still unable to trap him. Neza jumped out of the encirclement and attacked him again. Neza unleashed consecutive attacks with his spear. However, the perfect Buddha light behind the ancient Dipankara Buddha's head flickered again and again, effectively predicting and capturing Neza's attack route. On the basis of predicting the enemy's moves to a certain extent, with the assistance of the equally outstanding escape art, Lotus Blossoming Steps, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was still able to deal with Neza's storm-like attacks. It's similar to the Jade Clear lineage's origin heavenly scripture. However, it relies more on the Buddhism's karma as its foundation. Yen Zhaoge watched from the side and thought, however, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's attainments in this Tao were quite deep. Neza revealed 3 heads and 6 arms, and his strength was tyrannical. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha also had the sea calming pearl with him. The 5-colored rays couldn't stop Neza's mind and actions. However, the sea calming pearl's prowess couldn't be underestimated. Both sides exchanged blows and were locked in a battle. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had the geographical advantage. Every single move of his would affect the vast Buddha light from the western Pure Lands, which boosted his strength, causing his strength to be majestic and boundless. At the same time, under the support of the supreme Buddhist arts, he seemed to possess traces of the Amitabha Buddha's benevolence and majesty. It had an extremely strong suppressive effect on one's spirit, causing others to want to worship him and convert. Even Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, and the others had to divert their attention to resist the Buddhist art's influence. However, Neza was similar to Feng Yunxing, Sua Mingzhang, and the others. He was also someone who grew stronger the more he fought. The more he fought in a real battle, the more extraordinary he would be. His opponent seemed to have boundless strength, and the surrounding environment was constantly weakening and suppressing him. Such a situation was naturally disadvantageous to him. However, as time passed, Neza continued to adapt and analyze his surroundings. Moreover, he adjusted and adapted within an extremely short period of time. It sounded simple. However, when he was fighting against a strong opponent like the ancient Dipankara Buddha, he still had to accurately make adjustments. The difficulty of it was imaginable. As the battle progressed, not only did Neza's strength not decrease, but he also adapted to the current environment. Although the ancient Dipankara Buddha still had the geographical advantage, it wasn't as effective as he had hoped. However, this ancient Buddha's expression remained calm, as if he wasn't disappointed at all. Even though his hopes of ending the battle quickly fell through, the ancient Dipankara Buddha wasn't discouraged. Instead, he decisively changed his combat style and slowly fought against Neza. At this moment, he prioritized self-preservation. He didn't want to gain any merits, but he wanted to avoid any mistakes. The ancient Dipankara Buddha, who had the geographical advantage of the Western Pure Lands, put down his pride and adopted such a passive method. Neza couldn't do anything to him. At least he's still defending and attacking at the same time. The ancient Dipankara Buddha hasn't completely thrown away his pride. Yen Zhaoge stroked his chin. Completely thrown away his pride? Yen Di raised his brows. He's only focused on defending himself. Even the remaining 18 sea calming pearls manifested the universe and fused them together to protect himself? As the father and son watched the battle from the side, they placed themselves in the opponent's shoes. They imagined themselves facing the opponent and how they would resolve the opponent's attacks or break through the opponent's defenses. Observing the battle between 2 grand heavenly realm experts gave them a lot of inspiration. Yen Zhaoge noticed that other than the Buddhist bigwigs with higher cultivation like the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the unbreakable Vajra Buddha, there were also bodhisattvas and arhats with lower cultivation. Although they might not be as clear as Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, watching the battle was still better than cultivating bitterly. Such a high-level battle with real swords and spears, even if 2 Buddhist mighty figures simulated it, it would be difficult for them to achieve such a good effect. It's understandable that the ancient Dipankara Buddha doesn't want to get injured. However, the problem is, how can he win against Neza? As Yen Zhaoge watched, he frowned. Neza wouldn't accept the result of a tie. Could it be that Dipankara wants to continue dragging it out in hopes that he could defeat Neza one day? Chapter 1699. From Yen Zhaoge's perspective, facing the Western Pure Lands Dipankara ancient Buddha, who had the home field advantage, Neza wouldn't be able to defeat him. Although Neza's combat ability was extremely strong and he had gradually adapted to the environment of the Western Pure Land, he could only avoid being suppressed and subdued by the Pure Land's Buddha light. It wouldn't weaken his combat ability. However, it was difficult for him to cut off the support and blessing of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. In the Western Pure Lands, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's ascension still existed. Neza's adaptability only allowed him to offset part of the difference between the two of them because of the terrain. Therefore, if he couldn't win by surprise, the development of the battle wouldn't be beneficial to Neza. The reason why the ancient Dipankara Buddha was somewhat passive now was mainly because he didn't want to fight Neza head-on. He didn't want to pay too much of a price, so he was slowly wearing down Neza's spirit. It won't be easy, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances. Neza didn't just want to win by 1 or 2 moves. He wanted to severely injure his opponent. Be it to vent his anger or to get rid of a competitor for the great Taoist master Shendu in the next round of the Nine Nether, he had to severely injure the ancient Buddha Randeng to a certain extent. However, looking at the current situation, it would be difficult for Neza to get what he wanted if he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. After all, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was one of the oldest Buddhas in the world. Throughout the ages, there was always a place for him. When it came to the top-notch Grand Heavenly Realm experts, the old peacock overshadowed the other experts of the Buddhist sect to the point of losing their luster, causing the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was currently the second in command of the Western Pure Lands, to appear rather awkward and unworthy of his name. But that was because Mahamayuri was too strong. It did not mean that the ancient Dipankara Buddha was weak. At this moment he was overseeing the Western Pure Lands and had the home advantage against Neza. Up to this point he was already in an invincible position. In the worst-case scenario he would completely lose all pretense of cordiality. He would shrink the 18C calming pearls together and defend himself with all his might. In the current situation, it was almost impossible for Neza to break this defense. The Buddha light of the Pure Land continued to strengthen. The ancient Dipankara Buddha was not afraid at all. Of course the scene would be too unsightly. For Neza, who wanted to severely injure the ancient Dipankara Buddha, he would not be able to achieve his goal. However, in a battle like this, one side was beaten to the point where they could only defend with their lives, unable to fight back at all. The outcome was naturally clear. With how thick-skinned the ancient Dipankara Buddha was, if there was really a need, he definitely wouldn't mind changing his strategy immediately and defending to the end. After all, fundamentally speaking, as long as he wasn't injured in this battle, he would win. Both sides had different strategic goals. Neza insisted on attacking to the end. If this continued for a long time, the ancient Buddha might even have a chance to make a comeback. However, judging from the current situation, although the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not want to get hurt, he was not that conservative. At this moment he seemed to be at a disadvantage under Neza's strong attack, but he could still persist. He attacked and defended against Neza. Neza was naturally unconvinced. He spread out his 3 heads and 6 arms and became braver and more anxious as he fought. He did not give the ancient Dipankara Buddha any chance to catch his breath. His every move seemed to have the power to shatter heaven and earth. The temple that everyone was in was the core of the Dipankara ancient Buddha's Pure Land. At this moment, under the battle between the two sides, it gradually became riddled with holes and withered. Not to mention the world inside the temple, even the pagoda forest, bodhi and flowers outside the temple were mottled and withered. Apart from his astonishing skills, Neza also unleashed all his treasures. Other than the armillary sash to protect himself, the universe ring, yin-yang sword, golden brick, and other treasures kept falling towards the ancient Dipankara Buddha. None of his treasures were ordinary. They were either born and destroyed with him back then, or they were obtained when he was reborn for the first time. After experiencing the baptism of the lotus dew, they were different from ordinary immortal treasures. They shared weal and woe with him and complemented each other. These treasures were completely different when used by others and when used by Neza. During the ancient era of the gods, when Neza was still a grand virtual immortal, he dared to compete with Zenith Heaven opponents. Other than his outstanding strength, his treasures also played a huge role. After he ascended to the Zenith Heaven, he refined all his treasures again and improved them to a higher level. Now that all of them were unleashed, even the ancient Dipankara Buddha had to be careful. As Neza fought more and more valiant, the ancient Buddha's 18C calming pearls started being used for defense more than offense. Although he has the upper hand, it's not beneficial for him to continue like this. Yen Di frowned and said, the final outcome would only be forcing the ancient Dipankara Buddha to focus on defense. In his opinion, even if Neza didn't have the confidence to win, since he dared to come, he should have more confidence. If that's the case, there might be a chance, said Yang Jian by the side. Oh. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di looked towards Yang Jian. In terms of understanding towards Neza, the father and son weren't as knowledgeable as Yang Jian, who had been in the same sect as Neza for many years. If the ancient Dipankara Buddha's sea calming pearls were still intact, junior apprentice brother Neza wouldn't have a high chance of winning against him in the Western Pure Lands. Yang Jian said, however, the ancient Dipankara Buddha's sea calming pearls aren't complete. If he uses them separately, he might not be able to tell. However, if he focuses on defense, there might be a flaw. Of course, normal people wouldn't be able to grasp this flaw. However, junior apprentice brother Neza can try. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Yendi asked, do we have to wait for the ancient Dipankara Buddha to focus on defense before we can grasp the opportunity? That's right. Yang Jian answered, Neza's technique requires some conditions to be fulfilled. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di nodded slightly. It wasn't that Neza would definitely be able to defeat his enemies. However, as long as the Dipankara Buddha couldn't defend to the end, even with the Blessed Land's Buddha Light's support, victory or defeat would still be uncertain. Neza still had a chance. Then what are you worried about? Asked Yen Zhaoge. Although Yang Jian said so, his gaze became more and more solemn. I feel like something's wrong. Yang Jian observed the battle situation and said thoughtfully, Neza is getting more and more impatient. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di frowned. Based on Yang Jian's cultivation level and his understanding of Neza, this feeling was most likely not groundless. However, since Neza had the confidence to deal with the ancient Dipankara Buddha's defense, why would he be impatient? Due to the geographical advantage, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was more advantageous in terms of attrition. However, the battle had just started not long ago. This advantage wasn't apparent yet. Although Neza had an unyielding temperament, he was experienced in battles. Logically speaking, he wouldn't blindly advance. Chapter 1700. Realizing that he couldn't win quickly, the ancient Dipankara Buddha switched to fighting with Neza. He had the geographical advantage and was not afraid of a war of attrition. In order to prevent himself from being injured, he prioritized self-protection and slowly wore Neza out. That was understandable. Neza was also a veteran. Of course, he knew that it would be disadvantageous for him in the long run. However, if he advanced blindly and became impatient, not only would it be difficult for him to defeat his opponent, but his opponent might also take advantage of him. Therefore, although he maintained pressure on the Dipankara ancient Buddha and attacked more and more urgently, his mind remained calm and orderly. Although he was fast, he was not in a mess. He looked for the opponent's flaws and from there, he expanded his advantage and strived to end the battle as soon as possible. At the end of the day, speed was not the goal, but victory. In Yang Jian's eyes, Neza was like that in the beginning, but as time passed, the situation gradually changed. Neza was getting more and more anxious. It was not only in his fighting style but also in his mentality. This was obviously different from what he had expected. If this continued, he would lose control. Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di and Yang Jian exchanged looks. Being in the midst of the situation, he has discovered something that we bystanders are unable to detect? Yen Di frowned, or is it that he has hidden worries of his own, having no choice but to do so? Yen Zhaoge looked at the battle between Neza and the Dipankara ancient Buddha and murmured, Taoist Neza was once tainted by the viciousness and killing intent. However, with the help of the Tai cultivated deity, he should have already been purified. There shouldn't be any remnants left. However, from the looks of it, it seems like it's about to relapse. According to perfected Tai, Neza's original problem should not recur. However, the enemy he was facing this time was not ordinary. If he fought with all his strength, it was hard to say whether there would be any special changes. On the one hand, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was strong enough and needed Neza to go all out. On the other hand, Neza hated him to the core. This was one of the reasons why Neza was tainted by his murderous intent. This place is filled with Buddha light. While it would have a suppressive effect on people, there's also an advantage to it. This blessed land's Buddhism is also very effective in suppressing evil qi and killing intent. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Logically speaking, Neza shouldn't have a relapse. Even if there was a possibility of a relapse, it wouldn't happen in the Western Pure Lands. Unless there's another reason. Yang Jian didn't move, but on his forehead, a bright light suddenly appeared, and a vertical crack appeared on his skin. Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared on Yang Jian's forehead, which was the third eye that could scan the entire universe. Seeing this, the invincible Vajra Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at each other. We can't hide it anymore. Yang Jian opened his third heaven eye and gazed at Neza. Neza didn't look any different from before, but multicolored lights were flickering in the depths of his pupils. Primordial Heart Devil. Yang Jian snorted coldly. Randang, aren't you ashamed? Dipankara Buddha's expression remained unchanged and he said lightly, you're exaggerating. Neza's resentment was too strong, and it gave birth to inner demons. The primordial heart demon took advantage of it. You really can't blame me. If Neza feels unwell and wants to suppress his inner demons, I don't mind. Today's battle can be considered a draw. Dream on. Neza shouted. However, his movements immediately slowed down a little, suppressing and adjusting himself. Dipankara Buddha, aren't you pushing the blame away too cleanly? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. It's fine if it's other places. However, this is the Western Pure Lands. Without the Amitabha Buddha's approval, without your approval, how could the primordial heart devil do anything? Due to his temperament and hatred towards Dipankara Buddha, Neza's mental state had a flaw. However, with his control over himself, he could suppress these inner demons and slay them without disturbing himself. However, if the primordial heart devil personally took action, it might become a huge hidden threat. Especially when Neza was currently fighting against Dipankara Buddha, the primordial heart devil might take advantage of the situation. After Neza's first tribulation, he was reborn due to the lotus incarnation and obtained the treasured lotus celestial body. With that, he wasn't afraid of most of the evil arts in this world. However, the heart devil originated from within himself. Even Neza's treasured lotus celestial body couldn't do anything against it. He could only rely on himself to suppress it. The primordial heart devil didn't need to make a huge move. Instead, it could silently influence Neza, causing the flaw to become bigger and bigger until it couldn't be mended anymore. That was what he was best at doing. Neza was originally focused on fighting Dipankara Buddha. The primordial heart devil had the secret cover of the Buddhists. Even Neza himself couldn't detect the other party's secret tricks. Now that he realized it, Neza was naturally furious. However, the more emotional he was, the easier it was for him to be invaded by the primordial heart devil. Hence, Neza had no choice but to work hard to stabilize his mental state. Dipankara, it seems like you don't want to fight one-on-one. You want to fight two-on-two? Yang Jian's voice wasn't loud, but the pure land of Buddhism that everyone was in seemed to be about to collapse instantly. Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, fellow Taoist, you're wrong. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to provoke a war. Since you've accepted the battle, let's follow the rules. Yang Jian said quietly, now that you're not following the rules, everyone doesn't have to. Neza, go and recuperate. I'll fight with you. I think Amitabha won't mind. There's no need for senior apprentice brother to do anything. I'll recover very quickly. As Neza spoke, he stood on the void and resisted the heart devil's invasion with all his might. He closed his eyes and waved his hand towards Yang Jian, Yin Zhaoge, and Yin Di, indicating that he was fine and could be dealt with appropriately. As expected, after not fighting with others, Neza's strength allowed him to stabilize his body's condition in an instant. His skin was originally as white as jade. Now, colorful colors appeared on the surface of his body. However, the colorful lights flashed and disappeared very quickly. Neza opened his eyes again and stared at Dipankara Buddha. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Faint black chi emitted from his body. The black chi didn't harm or entangle Neza. Instead, it looked like someone was pulling it out from Neza's body. Neza couldn't help but feel shocked. Yin Zhaoge was puzzled at first. Then he suddenly thought of something and came to a realization. Six-eared macaque. He blurted out. Yin Di, Yang Jian, and Neza also understood what was going on. Previously, they had heard Yin Zhaoge talking about the relationship between the great sage equaling heavens, traveling monk's son, and six-eared macaque. They knew that six-eared macaque was formed by traveling monk's son's heart devil. That was a miraculous scene that only happened once in a blue moon. It was the result of many factors working together. Even the 9 underworld's devils couldn't do the same. However, today the primordial heart devil wanted to recreate the six-eared macaque's incident. He wanted Neza's heart devil to transform into another unparalleled expert. Chapter 1701. The primordial heart devil's help was equivalent to helping the ancient Dipankara Buddha out of his predicament. Of course, Nine Nether wouldn't do it for free. She was helping the Dipankara ancient Buddha to deal with Neza's challenge, so she naturally had to find a way to get the corresponding benefits. Now, trying to turn Neza's inner demon into another unparalleled expert was one of the contents of the deal. Unlike traveling monk Sun, who was still at the Grand Virtual Realm, Neza was now a top-notch expert in the Grand Heavenly Realm. It was naturally not easy for the 9 underworlds to plot against him. However, Neza's problem inevitably gave the other party a chance. Previously, he was tainted by a thick viciousness and killing intent, something rarely seen throughout the ages. If he truly fell into a sea of blood, then he would be even more savage and tyrannical than the great demons of the 9 underworlds, and even more irrational. Although Neza had already broken free, the source of all this still existed. Li Jing was dead, but Randang still existed. Neza's hatred and indignation were no longer as fierce and violent, but they were more deep-rooted. Right now they were fighting against the Dipankara Ancient Buddha. With the Dipankara Ancient Buddha and the Western Pure Lands arrangements, the primordial heart devil had the chance to succeed. Neza grunted, and black gas emerged from his body continuously. Then it scattered in the air and disappeared. The black chi seemed to dissipate under the illumination of the Buddha light. However, looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge and the others did not see any collision between the black chi and the Buddha light. Yang Jian stretched out his hand and beckoned at Neza. Neza flew backward and came before Yang Jian. He stretched out his hand and pressed his palm on Neza's back. Neza's eyes were closed, but his body was still surrounded by black gas. With his current condition, it seems like it's no longer suitable for him to make a move. The ancient Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, "Why don't we call it a draw for today's battle? What do you think? Whether you want to stop the primordial heart devil or not, you can leave to deal with it. Forgive me for not sending you off." Yang Jian looked at him. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Junior brother Neza isn't convenient, so let's fight. You can still ask the primordial heart devil to help you. Please forgive me for not being able to keep you company." Dipankara Ancient Buddha put his palms together and chanted softly. The unbreakable Vajra Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist venerables did the same. The Western Pure Lands Buddhist radiance instantly shone brightly. In the vast void, countless Buddhist kingdoms shone brightly. The radiance formed a whole, repelling Yan Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others, attempting to send them out of the Western Pure Lands. No matter if it was the Grand Heavenly Realm Yang Jian and Neza, or the Grand Virtual Realm Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, they all felt immense pressure, forcing them to retreat. That was the entire Western Pure Lands movement. Although it couldn't harm Yan Zhaoge and the others, it formed an irresistible majestic force. Buddha Amitabha did not make a move, but this Pure Land was ultimately the supreme holy land of Buddhism that he had created. Yang Jian's eyes flickered slightly, and all the bones in his body shook slightly. As he trembled, the Buddhist light on his body was being continuously dispersed. Affected by this, the Buddha light of the Western Pure Lands automatically gathered towards him, insisting on sending him out. However, Yang Jian stood on the spot without moving. Without the Amitabha Buddha personally making a move, the entire Western Pure Lands seemed to be unable to do anything to Yang Jian. "Why must you be so stubborn, Taoist?" The Dipankara Ancient Buddha shook his head and sighed. Under his control, the boundless Buddha light no longer pressed towards Yang Jian. Instead, it went past Yang Jian and targeted Yan Zhaoge and the others. Currently, Neza's entire body was shrouded in black chi. Under the influence of this, he wasn't even as free as Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. As the Buddha light descended, it didn't affect the black chi at all. Yan Zhaoge took over Yang Jian's position and went behind Neza. He extended his palm and pressed on Neza's back. Open. Radiance of divinity appeared above Yan Zhaoge's head. As the radiance flickered, numerous runes flew out from within and connected to form a chain-like existence. They intersected with each other and formed a ring, enveloping Neza and Yan Zhaoge within. With Yan Zhaoge and Neza as the center, the rings formed by runes revolved in different directions. From the looks of it, it was as if a temporary spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual had appeared. Compared to the ritual that Yan Zhaoge used to help Qin Xuanzong in the past, the current spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual seemed much smaller. However, it also seemed boundlessly vast. After being suppressed by the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual, the black chi on Neza's body was no longer as rampant as before. With the six-eared macaques incident in the past, it wouldn't be easy for me to do the same thing again. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Dipankara Ancient Buddha and said, "From the looks of it, you don't intend to help the 9 underworlds succeed." The Dipankara Ancient Buddha looked at the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual enveloping Yan Zhaoge and Neza with a look of admiration. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, he smiled, "Leave it to fate. Ancient Buddha, Since when did you become someone who leaves it to fate? As Yen Zhaoge resisted against the Buddha light's repulsion, he sneered, the 9 underworlds wouldn't help you just because of fate. You'll have to pay a higher price to convince them. Yen Zhaoge retracted his smile and looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Is it the water devil or the earth devil? Putting aside the ancestral devil for now, among the 6 extinct devils, the mental devil and the wood devil had always been alive. The current devil of aged metal was reborn in a battle 400 years ago, and the new generation devil of fire was reborn in recent years. The remaining ones were the water devil and the earth devil. They had yet to be reborn and were still waiting for a suitable physique for them to be reborn. The 2 devils' rebirth was extremely crucial to the 9 underworlds. Previously, others might try their best to stop them and suppress the 9 underworlds. However, under the unique circumstances of the current era, with the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Taoist Luya, and the great monk Xiandu having made their preparations, everyone was trying to obtain the 9 underworlds. As such, to other forces, the water devil and the earth devil's rebirth became an important bargaining chip. Just like Taoist Luya and the devil of fire. However, to Yen Zhaoge, the 2 devils' rebirth made him feel complicated. Leave it to fate. Towards Yen Zhaoge's question, the Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled. Yen Zhaoge looked at him and suddenly smiled. With your mindset, how would you let go of such a good bargaining chip so easily? The price that the 9 underworlds paid wouldn't just be to help you deal with Taoist Neza's challenge, right? To you, the most important threat isn't Taoist Neza. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, without the green lotus flag and the Buddha's Saraira, if Mahamayuri were persuaded by Taoist Luya, you wouldn't be able to stop him, right? The Dipankara ancient Buddha's gaze wavered slightly. Yen Zhaoge leisurely asked, you actually want the earth apricot yellow flag, right? Chapter 1702. The earth apricot yellow flag was a precious treasure of the jade clear lineage in the past, and it was known as the azure lotus flag, white cloud boundary flag and floating flame flag. Its defensive ability was so formidable that it was rarely seen since ancient times. Even the 5-colored divine light of Mahamayuri could not break it. In the current situation, it could be regarded as something that everyone could rely on to deal with Mahamayuri. Back then, the Western Pure Lands didn't care because they already had the green lotus flag. However, in order to urge Mahamayuri to act, he had been searching for the Buddha's Saraira. However, in the process of searching for relics, they lost the green lotus flag and it fell into the hands of the Tao sect. However, the relic had fallen into the hands of the demon clan, who had always been hostile to them. Therefore, when the Western Pure Lands faced Mahamayuri, they instantly felt guilty. Buddha Amitabha could subdue Mahamayuri, but when he was facing off against Donghuang Tai or other Tao realm cultivators, he might not have the time to keep an eye on Kong Xian. As a result, Dipankara Buddha and the other Buddhist mighty figures had to find their own way out. Either he had the Buddha's Saraira that Mahamayuri desired, or he had something to replace the green lotus flag. The yellow apricot flag, whose whereabouts were unknown, naturally became the target of the Western Pure Lands. However, all these years Yang Jian, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other bigwigs of the Tao-seeking gate had been tirelessly searching for the yellow earth apricot flag. Everyone had searched for many years, but their gains were relatively limited. Yang Jian had actually found some clues in the past, but when he tried to find the Wuji apricot yellow flag, he was once obstructed by the ancient Dipankara Buddha. If he couldn't get it, then he would make sure his competitors couldn't get it either. Similar things happened everywhere and it wasn't rare. It wasn't like the ancient Dipankara Buddha family would do this. Thus, everyone was filled with worries and couldn't let go of their hands and feet. While they were constantly on guard against the possibility of others beating them to it, they were also trying to find more precise clues so that they could search for the Wuji apricot yellow flag without being obstructed by others. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had found some clues about the Wuji apricot flag a few years ago. Back then, if he could do the same thing, Yang Jian could do the same thing. How to avoid the eyes and ears of Yang Jian and the orthodox Taoism became the problem in front of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. This time, the Western Pure Lands and the orthodox Taoism had their attention diverted due to the battle between Dipankara Buddha and Neza. The ancient Dipankara Buddha secretly made a deal with the 9 underworlds. One of the contents of the transaction was that 9 Nether would search for the Wuji apricot yellow flag on his behalf. The Western Pure Lands weren't worried that the 9 underworlds would take the treasures for themselves. On one hand, the 9 underworlds had the white cloud-bound flag to begin with. On the other hand, the Buddhist bigwigs had grasped an important bargaining chip that the other party had no choice but to pay attention to. In this way, on the surface, it seemed that the ancient Dipankara Buddha had finally accepted Neza's challenge. However, the two of them weren't the only ones involved in this battle. The true place to decide the victor wasn't in the Western Pure Lands. For the ancient Dipankara Buddha, even if he were to lose to Neza or even be injured, he could accept it as long as it wasn't a serious injury that would cause him to miss the next round of the 9 underworlds. The potential threat of Mahamayuri and the value of seizing the Wuji apricot yellow flag naturally went without saying. Only after being exposed by Yen Zhaoge, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's heart was filled with a layer of gloominess. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge waved his hand at him as if he was bidding farewell. Let's leave it to fate. The Wuji apricot yellow flag shall follow your fate as well. As his voice resounded, Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di and Neza's figures disappeared from the void. They were forcefully repelled by the Western Pure Lands Buddha light. However, Yang Jian was still within the Western Pure Lands. Since you've invited the primordial heart devil to greet junior apprentice brother Neza, I'll greet you on his behalf. As Yang Jian spoke, he held the 3-pointed double-edged saber in his hand horizontally. The saber's edge pointed towards the ancient Dipankara Buddha and slashed. His attack was even more ferocious than Neza's. The ancient Dipankara Buddha could only calm himself down and deal with it. He didn't have the time to think about the Wuji apricot yellow flag anymore. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge and the other two were thrown out by the Western Pure Lands. What made Yen Zhaoge troubled was that he was separated from Yen Di and Neza due to the Buddha light's influence. When the three of them were thrown out, they entered different spaces. Yen Zhaoge was originally planning to use the improved spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual to help Neza suppress the abnormalities brought about by the primordial heart devil. However, the great spatial shift just now had disrupted this process. Fortunately, the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual had been continuously improved by Yen Zhaoge. Now its effects were even better than before. Not only was the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual easy to set up, it didn't require too many materials to support it. Yen Zhaoge could casually prepare it, and its stability had greatly increased. Before Yen Zhaoge was separated from Neza, he still managed to leave the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual on Neza. Even if he wasn't around, the ritual could still display its immense effects. However, after leaving the Western Pure Lands, the primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworlds devils would have an easier time doing things. Yen Zhaoge still had to locate Neza as soon as possible, just in case. With the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual as a guide, it wasn't difficult for Yen Zhaoge. He rapidly traversed through the void and quickly located Neza. However, the scene in front of him made Yen Zhaoge frown slightly. Neza was within the spherical heavenly devil slaying ritual, and rings of light revolved around him. Black miasma was still continuously rising from his body. Only it was temporarily suppressed and it couldn't be released. Due to the heart devil's disturbance, Neza's expression turned ugly. Currently, he was staring at a figure in front of him with an unfriendly gaze. That figure was clearly a Buddha. However, it was different from the Dipankara ancient Buddha, unbreakable Vajra Buddha, and Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Western Pure Lands, who were seated on green lotuses. Beneath this Buddha was a white lotus platform. The Buddha lights imbued with faith power circulating around his body indicated that this was a heretic Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He wasn't on the same side as the Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bantis. In fact, they were even enemies. However, this Buddha appeared in front of Neza, who was temporarily immobilized. Neza seemed to harbor ill intentions as well. Golden Jia. Neza said slowly, "No, perhaps I should call you the lotus platform spreading Buddha?" The Buddha sitting on the white lotus said calmly, "It's just a title. It doesn't matter. Just like how we despise the immortal court heretics, I thought that you and the Western Pure Lands hated each other to the core." Neza said, "However, if you didn't collude with each other, how could you wait for me here? Indeed, our Daos are different. However, there are also traces that everyone wants to erase and karma that everyone wants to sever." The Buddha said, "For example, you." Chapter 1703. The Lotus Platform Spreading Dharma Buddha, also known as the Sweet Dew Wisdom King, was a blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddha who had attained the heretical Buddhahood. For many years, he had been one of the top experts in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Before he became a Buddha, he was commonly known as the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha. Or perhaps, the mystical mountain's guardian Jianghu. He was also the crown prince of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, Neza and Muza's elder brother. During the ancient era, he was taught by the Taoism's Jade Clear Bigwig, Manjushri Heavenly Lord. He was also one of the elites among the 3 generations of Taoism. During the Middle Era, he followed his master, Manjushri Heavenly Lord, and joined the Shakyamuni Buddhism. Manjushri Heavenly Lord became the Manjushri Bodhisattva, while Jianghu became the mystical mountain's guardian. After the Middle Era ended, the former Taoist ancestor Zhuanti, who later became the Gautama Buddha, transcended. The Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Saha's teachings, causing a huge change within Buddhism. During that chaos, many Buddhist experts left and joined the Western Pure Lands, including Guanyin, Samantabhadra, Muza, and the others. The Manjushri Bodhisattva perished in that calamity, while Jianghu chose to stay in the central blessed lands of Saha, which was also the current blessed lands of the White Lotus, and converted to the heretical Buddhism. It was hard to say why he made such a choice. Compared to Muza, who remained in the Grand Void Realm, only the person himself would know the difference. During the Great Calamity, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing betrayed the heavenly court's divine palace and joined the Western Pure Lands, returning to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Neza suffered a calamity and narrowly escaped death. Their families split up and went their separate ways. Now, Li Jing was personally killed by Neza, while Muza was killed by the Tai enlightened being. After Jianghu entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he became different from Li Jing and Muza. When they met, it would be awkward. If they were to meet in battle, they would have to fight. Strictly speaking, his relationship with Li Jing and Muza might not be as good as Neza's. It was not necessarily true that he was eager to take revenge for Li Jing and Muza. However, the karma from back then still existed. If he could sever the karma, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to his cultivation. The Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha naturally knew that the ancient Buddha wanted to use someone else to kill him. Now that Neza had died in his hands, Yang Jian, the Tai spiritual master, Yen Zhaoge, and the others from Taoism would most likely not let the matter rest. But for various reasons he still came. After receiving the ancient Dipankara Buddha's guidance, he quietly waited in the void outside the Western Pure Lands. As expected, after Neza was expelled from the Western Pure Lands, he landed here. Moreover, after careful observation, the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha confirmed that Neza was in a bad condition, just as the ancient Dipankara Buddha had said. If it was any other time, he would not be a match for Neza even if he ascended to the realm of Grand Luo through the righteous path, much less now that he was a heretic Grand Luo. But now, facing Neza, the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha had a short opportunity for him to display his power. Due to his current predicament, not only was it difficult for Neza to take action, but it was also difficult for him to unleash the power of all his treasures. However, the heavenly devil-slaying ritual on Neza was beyond the Buddha's expectations. No matter if it was the ancient Dipankara Buddha or the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha, none of them expected Yen Zhaoge's heavenly devil-slaying ritual to be this effective. Under the suppression of the heavenly devil-slaying ritual, Neza's condition was better than what the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha had predicted. Although he was still troubled by the streams of black cheese, Neza forcefully raised his spirits and told the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha to make no progress within a short period of time. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge arrived following the heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Upon seeing Yen Zhaoge, the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha's expression turned solemn. Even if Yen Zhaoge had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, the world had already acknowledged his strength. The Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha of the Orthodox Buddhism and the Dingguang Joyous Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, as well as the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha, had already proven this point to others. The Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha didn't look down on Yen Zhaoge just because his cultivation was higher. Besides, even if Yen Zhaoge was only an ordinary grand virtual immortal, the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha wouldn't care about the golden body of the great sage that was closely related to him. Although he wished to end Neza, the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha had thoughts of retreating. Unfortunately, before he could retreat, a huge drum suddenly appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. The drum's sound resounded continuously, shaking the entire universe. Heavenly Ascension Drum. The Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha instantly recognized the treasure. The drum's original owner, the Immortal Court's Percussion Heavenly Lord, had many dealings with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Naturally, the Lotus Platform-Spreading Dharma Buddha wasn't unfamiliar with it. Looking at the heavenly ascension drum appearing within Yen Zhaoge's hands, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha couldn't help but feel weird. However, he was even more vigilant. As the drum's sound resounded, it materialized and sealed the entire universe. Under the influence of this grand heavenly realm immortal artifact, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha realized that he had lost many of his profundities when facing the grand virtual realm Yen Zhaoge. Even if he wanted to unleash the grand heavenly realm's omnipresent divine art, he couldn't do so. As for Yen Zhaoge, he took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. Then he slammed his palm downwards. The majestic palm force even caused the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to feel suffocated. As expected of his reputation, such a thought flashed through the Buddha's mind. How could he care about Neza anymore? He sat on the white lotus and hurriedly shook his avatar. The sweet dew wisdom king avatar with 4 faces and 8 arms was coiled around by crimson snakes and yellow-collared snakes. It was the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's combat stance. Each of his 8 arms held different seals and attacked Yen Zhaoge together. The 8 seals manifested the heaven, dragon, yaksha, Gandharv, Asura, Garuda, Kinara, and Maharaga's 8 divisions of the heavenly dragon. With the 8 divisions gathered together, a Buddha stood atop them, suppressing and subduing myriad devils. Its might was extremely ferocious and majestic. It was the blessed lands of the White Lotus top-notch virtuous arts. However, Yen Zhaoge only blinked his eyes upon seeing this, and the divine splendor above his head lit up. His right palm continued slamming towards the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, while his left hand extended and struck 9 palms towards the sky. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge fused the primordial earlier Heaven 3 scriptures into one, transforming into the origin opening 9 forms divine palm. The first 8 palms were outwards, and they seemed like they were slapping and grabbing at the same time, completely shattering the heavenly dragon's 8 divisions. For a moment, dragon scales, python scales, flower petals, porcelain shards, and broken ribbons could be seen flying everywhere. Yen Zhaoge's final palm stacked with the previous 8 palms combined strength and exploded, instantly shattering the Buddha statue into pieces. His right hand continued extending forward. His 5 fingers opened up, transforming into a sky-covering palm, which covered the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and the sweet dew wisdom king atop its head. As the gigantic palm descended, it was even larger than the sweet dew wisdom king. It directly grabbed the sweet dew wisdom king with 4 heads and 8 arms, as if it was pinching a chicken. Chapter 1704. As Yen Zhaoge's figure changed, his palms blotted out the skies and concealed the sun, plucking the stars and grabbing the moon. He first grabbed the sweet dew wisdom king's battle avatar atop the spreading Dharma Buddha's head. Seeing this, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha looked into the distance, not anxious or impatient. The sweet dew wisdom king avatar with 4 faces and 8 arms actually shattered on its own. The thing hidden in the avatar was revealed. It was a wooden stick that was only 3 to 4 inches long. There were 3 iron rings on the wooden stick. Invisible dragon rod? Yen Zhaoge's eyes flashed. This treasure was refined by Manjushri Heavenly Venerable Guang Fa in the past. He made a name for himself during the ancient era, and later on he bestowed it to Jinja. After the master and disciple entered Buddhism from Taoism, the invisible dragon rod was also named Golden Lotus of 7 Treasures, with outstanding power and a prominent reputation. For the sake of safety, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha did not activate the treasure immediately. Instead, he hid the treasure deep in his Dharmakaya and waited for an opportunity to act. With Yen Zhaoge's overwhelming strength, the spreading Dharma Buddha on the lotus platform decided to lure the enemy deeper, allowing him to grab his sweet dew wisdom king avatar. Then he exerted the invisible dragon rod with all his might, hoping to land a direct hit on Yen Zhaoge so that he wouldn't be able to dodge or block it. As soon as the invisible dragon rod appeared, it grew in the wind and became bigger. The 3 small metal rings on it also rapidly expanded to form 3 rings of light, flickering with 7 colors as they shot towards Yen Zhaoge's body. This treasure was miraculous. 3 rainbow-colored halos locked onto the person. 1 on the neck, 1 on the waist, and the last on the ankle. The more the person moved, the tighter the chains became. This time, if he was really pinned down, Yen Zhaoge wouldn't have it easy either. However, he had long heard of invisible dragon rod. It seemed that he directly reached out to grab the sweet dew wisdom king, but in fact he had been secretly guarding against this move. Seeing the 3 rings of light coming towards him at this moment, Yen Zhaoge did not evade, just opening and closing the fingers of his right hand as though he was playing a pipa, changing them repeatedly. In the eyes of the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, Yen Zhaoge's right hand's 5 fingers seemed to be clenched into a fist, and also seemed to be opened into a palm. Upon a closer look, it seemed like only a finger was extended out. As the 5 fingers swayed gently, they seemed illusory and real at the same time. It was as if they were both tangible and intangible, as if they were both tangible and intangible. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge's entire person seemed to be situated within the silent, formless, primordial nothingness. As he made his move, even though it was still formless and incorporeal, the innate qi could be seen. Then, it became tangible, then intangible, and finally, it reached the moment when yin and yang were about to be separated but not yet separated. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, Tai Chi, the 5 pre-celestial manifestations. After all, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had already become famous since the ancient epoch. Moreover, he was once a direct disciple of the Taoist sect. His knowledge and judgment were extraordinary. Seeing Yen Zhaoge make a move now, he immediately recognized that this move of Yen Zhaoge's contained the profundities of the Grand Clear Direct Lineage's Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations. The profundities of the 5 types of Grand Clear Earlier Heaven Supreme Martial Arts were displayed to the point of perfection by Yen Zhaoge with a single move, describing the process of the changes in the universe before the heavens had been opened. Primal chaos nothingness, pre-celestial qi, Taisha unnamed, Taisha primordial, yin-yang differentiation. These 5 scenes were distinct. They appeared one by one, yet they merged into one as if they were indistinguishable from each other. This seemingly contradictory scene was perfectly displayed on Yen Zhaoge's body at this moment, causing his body to become indescribably empty. The Tao had returned to earlier heaven, seemingly transparent, seemingly formless. Supreme Taoist form. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge's figure was like the void. He directly ignored the invisible dragon rod's grasp. The 3 7-colored halos passed through his body and landed in the air. The Buddha state of mind that was as calm as water also rippled at this moment. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha had seen someone of the Grand Clear Direct lineage cultivating in the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations simultaneously. However, to have such exquisite attainments in the Grand Virtual Realm was unheard of and unseen. This wasn't just the Grand Clear Direct lineage anymore. Instead, it had created its own unique style on the foundation of the original Grand Clear Supreme Martial Arts, thus reaching a higher level. Not to mention the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha who was fighting against Yen Zhaoge. Even Neza, who was concentrating on suppressing the surrounding black qi, looked at Yen Zhaoge with a surprised expression. However, Yen Zhaoge's movements didn't stop at all, as if he was doing something that couldn't be any more ordinary. He transformed into the supreme Taoist form. After passing through the obstruction of the invisible dragon rod, he directly arrived in front of the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. After that, the faintly discernible sword light seemed to descend from the sky. As if the galaxy was flowing in reverse, it poured down towards the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha shuddered and recalled some rumors about Yen Zhaoge. At this moment he didn't dare to continue fighting against Yen Zhaoge anymore. He hurriedly stepped on the white lotus and retreated. However, the sword light had already reached his body. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha let out a loud cry. Under the sword light's once sturdy golden body, it rapidly turned dim and decayed. At this moment, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's mind was in a trance. His body didn't suffer any actual damage. However, he felt like he was falling down continuously. Falling continuously. No matter how he resisted or struggled, he couldn't stop his falling momentum. The Buddha light imbued with faith power on his body was constantly shining as if it was his life-saving straw. It kept trying to pull him up. However, at this moment it was all in vain. The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's mind was in a trance. He felt that his consciousness seemed to have become blurry, and he couldn't control his own body freely. His understanding towards the great Tao of the heavens and earth became even more ignorant and hazy. In the past, he had entered the heretic Tao and finally attained Buddha fruit. However, at this moment, he had fallen from the grand heavenly realm once again. Yen Zhaoge's fallen deity sword caused the grand heavenly realm's lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha to fall back to the grand virtual realm. This interruption only lasted for an instant. However, at this instant, Yen Zhaoge followed up with another palm strike, instantly shattering the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha's body, causing him to vomit blood non-stop. After an instant, the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha felt that his understanding towards the great Tao of the heavens and earth had become clearer, and he could control his own body freely again. Under the Buddha light imbued with faith power, he seemed to have immediately surpassed the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm once again. However, all of this wouldn't allow him to recover from the injuries inflicted by Yan Zhaoge just now. Under Yan Zhaoge's palm, his golden body was directly shattered, causing him to be paralyzed. He could control his own body freely again, but he could only feel the pain all over his body. The pain was so detailed that it was everywhere. My fallen deity sword, as the name suggests, specializes in dealing with those in the immortal realm. The grand heavenly realm is close to the Tao. Under certain circumstances, they're already like an incomplete incarnation of the Tao, and not a pure immortal. It's hard for me to deal with them. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, however, for heretics like you who didn't surpass the origin heavenly tribulation and ascend to the grand heavenly realm, I can still slay you. After saying that, Yan Zhaoge extended his hand and opened his fingers, grabbing the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha in his palm. Then he turned around and grabbed the invisible dragon rod that had lost control. Then he grabbed the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and came to Neza's side. He said, Taoist brother, how do you want to deal with this person? Chapter 1705. After capturing the lotus platform spreading Buddha, Yan Zhaoge didn't immediately end his life. Instead he walked towards Neza. Neza's expression was slightly complicated as he looked at the lotus platform spreading Buddha. Due to his injuries, the lotus platform spreading Buddha was coughing non-stop. However, his expression became calmer instead. It seems like today is the day to end the karma between us. Although you're the one doing it, not the other way around. The lotus platform spreading Buddha let out a long sigh and stopped looking at Neza. Instead, he turned his head towards Yan Zhaoge with much difficulty. Young heavenly lord, you live up to your name. It's a pity that I didn't know that you created this fallen deity sword. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to grow to such a stage. The Buddha said softly, fortunately the heavenly Tao isn't too biased. This sword art of yours shouldn't be easy to cultivate, right? If you could expand it further, it would pose a huge threat to both our blessed lands of Saha and the immortal court's infernal devils. Yan Zhaoge smiled, even without my fallen deity sword, how could you guys have progressed so far? That's right. After obtaining the immortal extermination formation, your three clear lineage finally had a chance to recover. The lotus platform spreading Buddha nodded, moreover your cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. You're no longer the same as before. He sighed towards the sky. In the past, I allowed you guys to cause trouble for the immortal court's infernal devils. As a result, I've been too lenient towards you guys. Today you guys have finally grown stronger. If I knew this would happen, I would have suppressed you guys together with the immortal court's infernal devils. However, it's meaningless to talk about this now. The lotus platform spreading Buddha shook his head. Forget it. Yan Zhaoge smiled. If the Maitreya Buddha were to say this, it wouldn't be a problem. However, you're overestimating yourself. No matter if it's the immortal court or you guys, you're too weak in front of the Western Pure Lands and the demon race. It's fine for you heretics to fool the middle and lower ranks. How could a leader like you not notice this? The lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha wasn't angered by his words. Instead he smiled, our central blessed lands of Saha experienced many changes in the past, and we managed to reach where we are today. Our strength doesn't just depend on our combat prowess. Otherwise, how could you three clear lineages reach where you are now when you were so weak? He closed his eyes. However, my end has been decided today. Jinjia, now that things have come to this, there's really no need to say anything else. At this time, Neza said, as you said, since you came to me today to end your karma, I will fulfill your wish. After saying that, Neza looked towards Yan Zhaoge. Fellow Taoist, please give him a clean answer. Don't humiliate him. Although the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha is taking advantage of your perilous state, I'm willing to give him his final dignity. Yan Zhaoge looked at the lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha and said, fellow Taoist please. Then a flame lit up in his palm. Namo Maitreya. The spreading Dharma Buddha on the lotus platform uttered a Buddhist mantra. He closed his eyes, and the Buddha light imbued with the power of faith gradually dissipated. His aura returned to silence and was extinguished within the flames on Yan Zhaoge's palm. The Buddha's figure grew smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. After the flames had been extinguished, only a single Saraira remained within Yan Zhaoge's palm. He passed the Saraira to Neza. Neza received it and his gaze changed. In the end he let out a silent sigh. Ever since the Antiquity era, his relationship with Jinja and Muza wasn't that good due to Li Jing. They couldn't even be considered as brothers. After that, due to various reasons, nothing happened between them. As time passed, the original grievances and entanglements also slowly faded. During the Great Calamity, although Jinja had already entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretics, he didn't interfere when Taoism was facing a calamity. Muza followed his two masters, Guanyin and Samantabhadra, to the Western Pure Lands. Similarly, he didn't participate in the Great Calamity. As such, Neza only hated Li Jing and the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He didn't hate Jinja and Muza too much. Unfortunately, in the end, a battle still had to end. Muza and Li Jing had always been close. If Neza killed Li Jing, he and Muza would definitely become enemies. As for Jinja, he had already parted ways with Li Jing and Muza. They were even opponents. However, a battle still had to happen between him and Neza. Their complicated feelings caused Neza's heart to be filled with complicated emotions. Yan Zhaoge came to Neza's side and placed his hand on Neza's back. As the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual revolved, it enveloped Neza. As it revolved, the lingering black qi became fainter and fainter. "Remain calm, Taoist brother. They can't do anything to us," said Yan Zhaoge. "Yes." Neza calmed his mind and nodded. He sat in a lotus position by the void and resisted against the primordial heart devil's technique with Yan Zhaoge's help. "The Western Pure Lands didn't expel us only because Jinja wanted to cause trouble for me," Neza said. "If the primordial heart devil wanted to scheme against me, the 9 underworlds devilish Tao should have sent someone to ambush me as well." One of the contents of the transaction between the 9 underworlds and the Western Pure Lands was for the 9 underworlds to search for the yellow earth apricot flag for the Western Pure Lands. Of course, the 9 underworlds could do such a transaction. Firstly, they already had the white cloud-bound flag. Secondly, they had the 9 underworlds deep sea seawater, which could suppress the yellow earth apricot flag. As such, it wasn't surprising for them to give this treasure to the Western Pure Lands in exchange for what the 9 underworlds needed. However, if there was a chance to create a Devil Lotus Crown Prince or Lotus Devil Lord that originated from the Lotus Third Prince, Neza, like how he did with the 6-eared macaque, the 9 underworlds would be more than happy to see it happen. In this aspect, there was no need for Neza to belittle himself. A Devil Lord with the same strength as him might not be any weaker than the yellow earth apricot flag. It was definitely worth it for the 9 underworlds to split their forces and fight for it. After all, with Neza's strength, he could even fight against the Dipankara ancient Buddha in an environment like the Western Pure Lands. If the 9 underworlds used his heart devil to create a great devil, it would be able to possess the murderous aura that plagued him previously. Neza's murderous aura was extremely rare, and it complemented the devilish Tao. By then, the great devil might even be stronger than Neza himself. Due to Yan Zhaoge and the spherical heavenly devil-slaying ritual, the 9 underworlds devils' plan failed. However, they couldn't stop the 9 underworlds devil-slaying ritual. As such, when the Lotus platform-spreading Dharma Buddha invaded, Neza was also worried that the devilish Tao experts would suddenly appear. Indeed, there's a great devil's invasion. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "However, my wife has been guarding outside the Western Pure Lands. We don't have to worry about anything." Feng Yunqing's perception towards the devilish Tao was much sharper than others. The 9 underworlds devilish Tao had split their forces into 2. On one hand, they had to deal with the yellow earth apricot flag, and on the other hand, they had to take care of the devilish Tao. It would be very hard for them to break through her defenses. "I really have to thank you and Taoist Feng this time." Neza turned his head and looked towards the Western Pure Lands. "Unfortunately, even though I was filled with confidence, I couldn't take on the Dipankara ancient Buddha." "It's fine." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "The outcome of this battle isn't decided yet. The real battlefield is at the yellow earth apricot flag." Chapter 1706. Thank you for reminding us. We're already prepared for the 5G apricot yellow flag. Master and Senior Apprentice Uncle Southern Extremity are keeping an eye on it. Once the Western Pure Lands and the 9 underworlds do anything, "We'll immediately follow up," said Neza. Before he entered the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Yen Zhaoge had already mentioned this to the Tai cultivated deity. Yen Zhaoge felt that other than the White Xiong's death, there might be other reasons for the Dipankara ancient Buddha to accept Neza's challenge. If Yen Zhaoge brought himself into the Dipankara ancient Buddha's situation, he would want to take advantage of the situation or make other preparations. Otherwise, accepting Neza's challenge would be risky, and the benefits would be minimal. The two wouldn't be worth it. Of course, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had many choices. However, Yen Zhaoge felt that the most pressing problem for him was the Buddha's relic. If the relic fell into the hands of the demon race, and the Orthodox Buddhism lost the green lotus flag, Mahamayuri might pose a threat that was hard to deal with. Regarding this loss, the Western Pure Lands urgently needed to reduce their losses and resolve the troubles and pressure that might arise in the future. As such, Yen Zhaoge felt that the Dipankara ancient Buddha might have his eyes on the 5G apricot yellow flag. Yang Jian wanted to accompany Neza into the Western Pure Lands, while the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was searching for the 5G apricot yellow flag. As such, Yen Zhaoge asked the Tai cultivated deity to make preparations together with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. He even contacted other Taoism bigwigs. If the 5G apricot yellow flag really appeared, they could lend a helping hand. As for him, Yen Di and Yang Jian, they followed Neza into the Western Pure Lands. Feng Yunxing was waiting for them outside. Only they weren't sure what the Western Pure Lands would do. Would they secretly divide their forces or seek external help? The arrangements made by the people of the Tao sect were also for the sake of being prepared. When he was thrown out from the Western Pure Lands, Yen Zhaoge immediately contacted Feng Yunxing. As expected, there were great devils in the vicinity. Not only were they intercepted by Feng Yunxing, they were also heavily injured. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge also learned from Feng Yunxing that the Dipankara ancient Buddha's true target was the 5G apricot yellow flag. Although the Western Pure Lands seemed to be distracted by the Orthodox Taoism and had to be wary of the demon race, they had no time to spare. But what they carried out was the plan of secretly crossing the sea by deceiving everyone. Through the transaction, the experts of diabolism would help them secretly obtain the Wuji apricot yellow flag. In the end, Perfected Tai and the others who were already prepared, took advantage of the situation and did not let the other party take the lead. Both sides were currently fighting fiercely for the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Neza was also present during the discussion. As such, after hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, he nodded and said, "That's right. The Wuji apricot yellow flag is the thing that old Dipankara values the most in this round. Only when our Taoism retrieves the Wuji apricot yellow flag can we be considered to have truly won this battle. By then, the demon race will use the Shakyamuni Saraira to command Kong Xian to take action. With the Wuji apricot yellow flag and the green lotus flag, we won't be afraid. Let's see how Dipankara deals with it." As he spoke, he still felt a little regretful. "Unfortunately, I wasn't able to take him down. The Primordial Heart Devil's final move was truly out of my expectations. Although I guessed that the ancient Dipankara Buddha had other arrangements, I never expected the Primordial Heart Devil to use the same trick as the six-eared macaque." Yen Zhaoge nodded in agreement. "However, you don't have to mind it too much, Taoist brother." He smiled and said, "With Taoist brother Yang Jian's move, the ancient Dipankara Buddha wouldn't have a good time if he doesn't peel off a layer of his skin. Only the Amitabha Buddha can take care of him." Neza's expression was a little unconvinced, but he was also a little impressed. "If I could kill this demon with my own hands, I would truly be able to vent my frustrations." Yen Zhaoge smiled. Although he had experienced many things, Neza's temperament was still the same as the rumors. As the two were talking, Yen Zhaoge's expression changed slightly, and he started pondering. "What's wrong?" Neza noticed his expression and asked. Yen Zhaoge answered, "I've just received news that your master, the Tai cultivated deity, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the others were in a stalemate with the 9 underworld's great devils." As time dragged on, the news spread and the demon race was alerted. Now the Yellow Earth Apricot Flags battle has implicated more and more people, and the situation is getting more and more chaotic. Neza snorted, "I'll be done soon. We'll head over together later. You still have to be careful." Yen Zhaoge said, "The Primordial Heart Devil will definitely keep an eye on you. Don't worry. This time I'm prepared. He won't succeed so easily." Neza was eager to fight against the Primordial Heart Devil. With Yen Zhaoge's help, he gradually dispelled the black miasma surrounding his body, and everything returned to normal. The two immediately went on their way. Neza was fine. However, Yan Zhaoge was bothered by the fact that he couldn't contact Yan Di. As such, Feng Yunxing didn't meet up with Yan Zhaoge and Neza. She continued waiting for Yang Jian outside the Western Pure Lands while searching for Yan Di, who was expelled from the Western Pure Lands. As the two walked, Neza tried to contact his master, the Tai cultivated deity. According to the latest news, the battle for the Yellow Earth Apricot flag was getting more and more chaotic. Yang Jian was making things difficult for the Dipankara ancient Buddha in the Western Pure Lands. Other than the Amitabha Buddha and Mahamayuri, the other Buddhas of the Blessed Lands couldn't help him. As such, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands finally mobilized their forces and rushed over to fight for the Yellow Earth Apricot flag. Since their true intentions were already exposed, there was no need for them to hide anymore. They might as well go all out and increase their chances of winning. The matter that was originally plotted in secret had already developed into another huge battle. The Yellow Earth Apricot flag has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect it to see the light of day again. As Neza walked, he sighed. In the past, senior apprentice Uncle Jiang suddenly disappeared. In the end he still perished. Only I wonder who killed him? Since senior apprentice Uncle Jiang wields the Yellow Earth Apricot flag, protecting himself shouldn't be a problem. It's hard to say how all things in the world counter each other. Yan Zhaoge said, with the Yellow Earth Apricot flag in hand, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem under normal circumstances. However, his whereabouts are still unknown. Now it's proven that he met with misfortune. This means that someone managed to break through the Yellow Earth Apricot flag's protection. However, that person didn't manage to kill him. Instead, that person ran away with heavy injuries and died from his injuries. Neza frowned. The seawater of the 9 underworld's devilish seas abyss contained the Yellow Earth Apricot flag. However, they're also searching for it based on the clues given by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. This means that they weren't the ones who did it. However, even Kong Xian couldn't break through the Yellow Earth Apricot flag. If that Tao ancestor made a move, how could senior apprentice Uncle Jiang escape? Then who did it? Chapter 1707. If 9 Nether didn't borrow the seawater of the 9 underworld's demon sea abyss to attack, under normal circumstances, no one would be able to break through the defense of the Yellow Earth Apricot flag. After all, even Mahamayuri had a headache dealing with this defensive treasure. Unless it was a Tao realm expert, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if a Tao realm expert attacked, normally no one would be able to escape. Not everyone could reach the level of the great sage heaven's equal Yang Jian and Kong Xian. They had the chance to face the Tao ancestor and escape. For someone as arrogant as Neza, he wasn't confident either. But if it wasn't for a certain Tao ancestor, who would have the confidence to break through the Wuji apricot yellow flag? Neza was perplexed while Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Did you think of something? Neza asked. Probably. Yan Zhaoge's expression was rather strange. There is someone who might be able to do it, just that there is no proof. We can only be certain after seeing the Wuji apricot yellow flag. When Martial Uncle Jiang and the Wuji apricot yellow flag disappeared, Sun Wukong hadn't been born yet. Neza frowned. Kong Xian couldn't do anything to the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Are you referring to the Grand Tianzuan? The person he was referring to was none other than the former master of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, Grand Celestial Jade Emperor, who had the reputation of being the most powerful Luo, the #1 person below the Tao realm. Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor was undoubtedly a strong candidate to break through the defense of the Wuji apricot yellow flag by relying on his own skills. Kong Xian had already proven that he could do nothing to the Wuji apricot yellow flag, but the Jade Emperor and the Great Sage Heaven's Equal had never had such an experience. Thus, there was still much debate in this regard. In the early years of the Middle Era, the 3 clear patriarchs had already transcended, and the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had just been established. It was the time for our Tao sect to stabilize itself. Great Heavenly Venerable Jade Emperor had no reason to do so. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. I am referring to the other. Right, actually, you can also be considered familiar with that person, Taoist brother. It's just that you're familiar with him from the ancient epoch. You probably haven't had any dealings with him from the middle epoch. Neza was stunned by Yan Zhaoge's words. The next moment, he gradually understood as his expression turned rather strange like Yan Zhaoge's. Fellow Taoist Yan, you can't be referring to the prime clear lineage's Lord of Plentiful Treasure, right? I do think that he is the most likely. Yen Zhaoge spread his hands apart, sighing. Founder red essence perished beneath the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's sword. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure was the first disciple of the Prime Clear Lord of Numinous Treasure. He was one of the top sword Dao experts in the history of Taoism. After the primordial era ended and the Lord of Numinous Treasure transcended, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure inherited the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. The Empyrean of Plentiful Treasure, who was already powerful to begin with, successfully rose to a higher level. It was just that after entering the Middle Era, he rarely appeared in the world and rarely fought in front of people. He had died early because of the great freedom sky demon, the Devil Lord. Therefore, whether it was at that time or in the future, although it was acknowledged that the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's strength after cultivating the chaos-extinguishing energy scripture, it was hard to determine how strong he was. If one had to ask, perhaps only the great freedom heavenly demon would know. The others could only make guesses based on limited clues. However, regardless of the details, while the Lord of Plentiful Treasure perished due to the great freedom sky demon, he wasn't captured or killed on the spot. He managed to escape from the Devil Lord's clutches and perished due to his injuries. Based on this alone, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure could be considered as one of the top Grand Heavenly Realm experts. While Yen Zhaoge wasn't sure of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's strength, he recognized Yu Yi, who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture after the Lord of Plentiful Treasure perished. She could even lay down the incomplete immortal extermination formation by herself. According to Yu Ye's deductions, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure was already one of the top Grand Heavenly Realm experts. After cultivating the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, his strength became even more terrifying. While he might not be comparable in other aspects, his offensive prowess was definitely one of the top-notch existences beneath the Tao realm. The chaos-extinguishing origins Doomsday annihilated all things and was especially proficient in offense and destruction. It was hard to say if the Yellow Earth Apricot flag could withstand it. Compared to the Jade Emperor, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure clearly had more reasons to make things difficult for the Jade Clear lineage. Yen Zhaoge and Neza looked at each other, and their expressions were slightly awkward. Especially Neza. After a while, he said with a sigh, "According to what you said, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure had already perished. Even if he was the one who did it, it would be an unforgivable debt." As one of the leading figures of the Jade Clear lineage's third-generation lineage, Neza made a name for himself during the ancient era's investiture of the Gods' War. The grudges between him and the Prime Clear lineage's disciples were innumerable. Due to his personality, his relationship with the Prime Clear lineage's disciples wasn't that great after the investiture of the Gods' War. Including the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, Wenzhong, Luyu, Yinjiao, Li Xingba, and the others who were on duty in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, their relationship wasn't all that harmonious. However, after the Great Calamity, countless Taoism experts perished, and countless past events were forgotten. Even Neza himself returned after experiencing the tribulation and narrowly escaped death. Now, the Taoism's three clear lineage had forsaken their former enmity. It was time for them to work together and revitalize Taoism. While Neza and the Tai cultivated deity's relationship with the incongruence Divine Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy were still a little awkward, compared to before the Great Calamity, it was undoubtedly much better. This time, when they came to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha, it was all thanks to the Cloud Sky Fairy, who was currently in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation. She used the Immortal Extermination Formation to deter Buddhism, allowing them to reach a tacit agreement with the Amitabha Buddha. Comparing the various incidents that happened in the past and looking at the current situation, Yen Zhaoge and Neza couldn't help but sigh. Let's obtain the Wuji Apricot flag first. At the same time, let's see if you guessed correctly, and if senior apprentice Uncle Jiang perished because of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, said Neza. The two traversed through the void. The space in front of them was distorted. As a Grand Heavenly Realm expert, Neza couldn't easily teleport around. This reflected the intensity of the battle here. At the same time, within the blessed lands of the White Lotus, within a Buddhist kingdom, the largest white lotus bloomed in the center. As the petals of the lotus bloomed, waves of fragrance emanated from within. Moreover, dazzling Buddha lights imbued with faith power flickered. The Buddha lights condensed into a sword light and soared into the skies, directly piercing through the blessed lands of Buddhism. From the outside world, another white lotus descended upon this Buddhist kingdom. A Buddha sat atop the lotus and congratulated Congratulations, senior apprentice brother, for coming out of seclusion. At the source of the sword light sat a young man dressed in monk robes. However, he had long silky black hair. He was the blessed lands of the White Lotus Grand Heavenly Realm heretic expert, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su. Chu Su nodded and thanked the Buddha who came to congratulate him. Then he stood up from the White Lotus. Senior apprentice brother, where are you heading to? Asked the Buddha. I'm heading to the Taoism Myriad Heavens. Remember the mobile website, M. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.